Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Congratulations, Anders, you are first. Let's see.
Like it was yesterday, one case. I was fresh on the force with a thin mustache and a thinner wallet. But even back then, I had a sharp nose for hot leads. I was assigned to go undercover in the men's restroom at the Minneapolis airport. The rookies at airport security called me in, the professional, due to reports of certain men turning tricks with one another, if you're catching my drift. There was a pervert out there, and it was my job to find him. After staking out the bathroom stall, I'd managed to get my first bite, a United States Senator, Larry Craig. I could see a slender face staring at me through the gap in the door. I was stunned to my core. For minutes, he would fidget with his hands and then pop back up to look through the crack with those piercing blue eyes. And in that moment, I couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Craig a Republican senator from Idaho? Didn't he sit on the board of the NRA? Was he about to tango with an undercover officer? Soon enough, I had my answer. Craig entered the stall next to me and placed his bag up against the front of the door. Interesting. For my time cleaning up these streets, he had done this to give himself a bit of extra privacy for what he was about to do next. As I waited, I could see Craig's shoes, his pants, and got a waft of his cheap CVS cologne. And then bingo. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. Foot tapping, that's the signal for men wanting to turn tricks in the bathroom.
So if you do see a foot inching closer or doing that infamous tapping, which for those of you who need a translation means I'm looking for or am ready to give a blowy.
Looks like we hit a good lead today, Charlie. With every tap, he moved his foot closer to mine. And just like I'd learned at the academy, I moved my foot up and down slow, like a mating routine, and I was luring him in. I then caught a glimpse of his gold wedding band on his ring finger. You're telling me Craig's a married man, trying to get some bathroom action in a downtown airport in Minneapolis? I immediately thought about his kids, his wife, his traditional family values, and by then I had it. So I showed Craig my police badge and pointed towards the exit. Craig responded, "No!" Without causing a scene, I threw on the cuffs and escorted Craig out of that bathroom. What a way to end the week. Craig kept asking me what was gonna happen, like a 5-year-old boy whining to his mama about his missing Pokemon cards. So I told him, "You're under arrest." I brought Craig down to the station and told him to get cozy and hand me over his ID. Instead, with a shit-eating grin, he handed me his United States Senator business card and asked me what did I think about that. I tossed his card to the ground and told him his money was no good here because no one plays me for a sucker and gets away with it. He then handed me his driver's license. Guess I'll be working late tonight. Now, after being arrested in a sting operation, fingerprinted, and even posing for mugshots with his American flag pin on his suit, Senator Larry Craig would quietly plead guilty to lewd and disorderly conduct for some of that, same stall action, you know what I mean. Now, he would admit to it. He signed the guilty plea on the dotted line, just like Willy Wonka, and then told nobody about it. Not his wife, not his kids, not even his constituents. Now, Senator Craig had gotten away with this. He had narrowly avoided a career-ending scandal. Or so we thought.
Today, a Washington, D.C. political newspaper broke the story that Senator Craig was arrested in June in a Minneapolis airport bathroom for lewd conduct.
Roll Call magazine broke the story a month later about his arrest, and the truth would come out to set Larry Craig free. Because who really was Larry Craig, the Republican senator? Yeah, he was in that barbershop quartet called the Singing Senators, where he sang lead vocals with 4 other Republican senators. That's real.
My heart's on fire.
Oh, Jesus.
Elvira.
He also sat on the board of the NRA.
As many of you know, I have been on...
They're all gay. All of them. You do not do this unless you're gay.
He also sat on the board of the NRA.
As many of you know, I have been a life member and on the National Board of Directors of the National Rifle Association since 1982.
But the reality was that Craig was just a massive hypocrite.
And we won't let the Venezuelas or the Nigerias or the Saudi Arabias or the Irans jerk us around by the gas nozzle.
He had a long, extensive, girthy, thick, wide history of voting for anti-gay policies. For example, he voted in the military's Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, which, don't ask me about it, because I'm not going to tell you.
Policy was criticized for forcing military personnel into secrecy and for falling short of total acceptance of their ability and right to serve in the military.
He also voted to ban same-sex marriages, unions, and partnerships. This part I think is messed up. He even voted yes on a bill that wouldn't allow hate crimes to cover sexual orientation. So being caught with your pants down, cruising for men in an airport bathroom.
Cruising is what 2 men do in a public place to to initiate sex. It's completely anonymous. Rarely would a name be changed.
While you advocate for traditional family values, it was a bit awkward for him. So, left with no options, Larry Craig would come out and deny everything, with his wife at his side, mind you. Craig would open up his public denial with no Freudian slip by saying, "Thank you for coming out today."
Thank you all very much for coming out today.
Which I think is funny. Maybe you don't, maybe I do, I don't know.
I did nothing wrong, and I regret the decision to plead guilty that I was not involved in any inappropriate conduct at the Minneapolis airport.
That is a horrible, horrible cope. Man, the amount of like demons you'd have to have inside you to live a lie like that.
I am not gay. I never have been gay because I am not gay. I love my wife, my family.
So the Minneapolis police, they weren't too happy about Craig's public denial because this would contradict that plea agreement he had signed when he got arrested, which that document states the court will not accept a plea from anyone who believes they're innocent. So to counter Craig's denial and set the story straight, the police interrogation recording was released to the public. And it's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. You do anything with your feet?
Sup Richard, hope you are well. I remember that I was the one who was originally arguing with Sky about killing carnivores. After I saw your argument I can't refute it. Also I thought you and Sky were just arguing over semantics when it came to war.
Well, it was it was part of the moral issue of killing carnivores, because if you're going to, like, say, eradicating the world of Nazis using violent means is ethical, then I don't know how you could take the stance that killing carnivorous animals isn't ethical. So it was relevant to the discussion. We might have been arguing a little bit outside the bounds of that, but it was relevant. And he had some bizarre... it was so weird. He was making pacifist arguments, but then he would not fully commit to pacifism, and then agree that you do need to commit acts of violence. But like, again, he ended up like conceding to every point I made, but then wouldn't agree that he was wrong about killing carnivorous animals. And then he just always fall back on, oh, but we can't practically, put it into action. But that's not what the fucking discussion was about. But thanks for the donation, Riley.
Position them? I don't know at the time. I'm a fairly wide guy. I understand. I tend to spread my legs when I lower my pants so they won't slide. Okay. Did I slide them too close to yours? Did I look down once your foot was close to mine? Yes. Did we bump? You said so. I don't recall that, but apparently we were close. Well, your foot did touch mine on my side of the stall. All right.
Now, Craig claimed that his foot came into contact, or may have made contact with this undercover officer because he was a quote-unquote pretty...
Dude. What are the police doing trying to catch gay people?
wide guy. A comment that would haunt him for the rest of his life as Larry.
Is Futa gay?
Mike's
yeah, it's kind of gay.
experience with seeing women's cruelty what made me food a pilt.
Can it be?
Bro, I don't even know. It definitely is some kind of weird psychological damage. Because it's like, it weirdly also combines with my strange fascination with eugenics. Because the idea of Fuda is some kind of like alternative Ubermensch being also like sort of ties into the fetish. Because typically how Fuda are depicted is some kind of like superior mix of the sexes. Which is just, I don't know, it's kind of weird. That's why I always make I always get really annoyed when people try and confuse it with trannies. Because trannies is almost like the opposite of Fuda. where trannies are like an inferior version of both because it's a man pretending to be a woman, whereas Fuda is like some kind of weird magical or like biologically engineered super being that is like the best traits of women while also having like a penis and usually also a vagina. I don't know, man.
Imagine like if there was a human, like if there's humans that's born genderless, no pussy, no dick, but have the testosterone of a man, but got the body of a woman. Imagine that shit. Looks like a woman, testosterone of a man, no dick, no pussy. Urinates and shits out of the anal cavity. I think that would be the ultimate being. No pussy, no dick, testosterone of a man, but looks like a woman. So what you guys think about that species? No dick, no pussy, just an anal cavity, the testosterone of a man, the anatomy of a woman. How can you defeat that? There's something that you can't fuck through regular holes, could beat your ass but be sexy, and you would be forced to do anal. That's the thing, you don't reproduce. You can have those type of things, but you can't make them. Like, put it like this, you can have those type of things, but they can't reproduce. That would be the only fault. Really think about this shit. It technically is the next evolution of humans. All you scary ass niggas not
Jerking it to food.
You're the problem.
There's 3 rules to drawing arc content. Number 1, the slit, the gash has got to be juicy. Number 2, the arc has to look like they can physically dominate me. Like, I weigh 230 pounds. I'm a big guy, but I need a linebacker ready to fucking steamroll me on the field like Teddy Bruschi. And number 3, the girth has got to be there. I'm talking to girth. Like, put some human cocks to shame. That's what I'm looking for. Like in the clip, you mean? Like,
Magnificent. Thanks to $2. Too many Fudas.
I don't know what to think about all that. That gives me a lot to think about. Where's the fucking thing? Where did they put the saved videos? Shit. Your videos. That's not it. Where the fuck did they put the watch later? That's gotta be it. No, that's not it. What the fuck did they do here? I love how YouTube just makes everything more fucking difficult for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Twitter community's up to like 11K. Yeah, we'll probably do more shit on that.
Hello.
What? You got 2 seconds. What is it?
Oh, I'm gonna need more than 2 seconds. I think this is a very serious issue we need to talk about.
What's the issue?
I think you lied to me.
About which thing?
Just about everything. I'm gonna send you a link to a video that I want you to react to on stream, and I want you to tell me, why did you lie?
Oh, listen, it's not what it looks like, okay? In actuality, as soon as the camera went off, I started beating the shit out of all of these animals, okay? But whoever was filming at the time didn't record it. But that's the part that you're missing here.
Okay,
I'll find the rest of the footage for you, okay?
I think you're lying. I think you pet a nice kitty. I think you also pet a chicken, and you respected them and treated them nice.
Only because they let me have sex with him. Fuck, my Discord's lagging.
What the fuck? Oh man, he ran. He fucking ran. He fucking just fucked off. What a jackass. Dude, he literally just fucked off. I did not expect that sort of reaction.
How can you better gauge the integrity of a potential...
What a son of a bitch.
Wide stance Craig. Now, maybe you're thinking to yourself, maybe he did have a wide stance. He was a big guy. Maybe this cop who arrested him was out to make a quota. Maybe you believe Larry Craig is innocent. What if I told you that this wasn't the first time Craig was caught in a sticky situation? Craig has been denying he's been gay since 1982. 1982. Two 17-year-old boys from the Congressional Pages program, it's like an intern program for high school kids, make allegations of sexual abuse from the older members of Congress with the younger interns. Now, the FBI would step in to investigate these serious claims, and they speculated that it involved up to 15 members of Congress.
If you could put a number on the number of congressional employees that you may have direct knowledge of involvement in illicit activity, how many would that be?
Direct knowledge, 15 to 20.
Though these people were not named publicly. So here's a little tip. Generally, it's best to avoid making public denials about accusations, especially when the person that they are accusing is unnamed. But apparently Larry Craig never got that message, because he was the only congressman to issue a public denial.
Persons who are unmarried, as I am, by choice or by circumstance, have always been the subject of innuendos, gossip, and false accusations.
Now, there was only one problem. Those two boys whose tales of sexual abuse set off FBI investigations and Senate Ethics Committee hearings, a year later, had admitted to making up the entire story.
An FBI spokesman said today that so far the Bureau has not been able to corroborate charges that congressional pages have been pressured into sexual activity with members of Congress. And the spokesman said it's not a widespread, organized problem.
So Craig had denied something that no one had even...
If I can change through this, donated $2. My cousins who live in Egypt, Egypt announced their 4-year-old cat, Boondock, peacefully died in his sleep today. They suspected he died so early because they overfed him and his diet only consisted of meat and fish. Thoughts on Logan Paul? I like him and he looks hot. Well, hopefully an IDF drone kills your cousins. Or maybe a Hamas rocket that goes the wrong way. But, I think Logan Paul is not a good person. He's a scammer, very selfish. Don't really care how he looks. He's also an ex-vegan. Guess it's hard to say he was ever vegan in the first place, but yeah, I think he's a degenerate. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Have you heard about the cat torture group in China? Frown Feline Guardians is trying to take them down if you haven't checked them out already.
I've never heard of that, and hopefully they are found and then brought to justice, and they are hung, drawn, and quartered. Thanks for the donation, Leg Meg.
Accused them of that didn't even happen at all. Okay, now this clip is funny. In the 1990s, Bill Clinton was getting berated for the Monica Lewinsky scandal. So Larry Craig would go on air and say this about President Clinton.
Bad boy, Bill Clinton. You're a naughty boy. The American people already know that Bill Clinton is a bad boy, a naughty boy.
Sounds to me like someone likes to be called a naughty boy. But here's one of the craziest parts. So 1 month before he was arrested in that bathroom for cruising for men, the Idaho Statesman newspaper, the state that he was a senator of, was doing a 5-month investigation into over 300 accusations of Larry Craig having liaisons with other men. Some is going far back as 1967. But it gets even crazier. They'd even interviewed Larry Craig and his wife about all of these allegations 3 weeks before he was arrested. Oh my god, his wife. I feel bad for his wife. Now, one of the most credible accusations was a donor who had close ties to the Republican Party, and he said that he had witnessed Larry Craig with multiple unnamed men doing things I can't say here at the Union Station men's bathroom, which, if you didn't know, is quite the hotspot for cruising. And also, if you didn't know, Union Station is a few blocks away from the Senate. Now, of course, when asked about this, Craig would just openly deny it. He said, "I am not gay. I've never been in a restroom in Union Station having sex with anybody. I am not gay, and I never have been." Now, another man said that Craig had cruised him at an REI store in Boise, Idaho in 1994. Craig responded to this allegation, saying, "I've been in this business 27 years in the public eye. I don't go around hitting on men, and by golly if I did, I wouldn't do it in Boise, Idaho." Out of all the things you could say, why would you say that? I wouldn't do it in Boise, Idaho. Okay, dude. So with Larry Wide Stance Craig gaining national and even worldwide attention, he was just the laughingstock of the town in 2007. Late night comedians are ripping him apart.
So, sir, you really are serious about keeping your seat in the Senate?
Oh, absolutely. I still feel that I can be of service to the men and men of Idaho.
If you're interested in applying for an intern position with Senator Larry Craig, here is the official application announcement.
Be proficient in Microsoft Excel and PowerPoint. Have a distinguished brow, firm-set jaw, strong but knowing hands.
I think it should be called My Wide Stance.
My Wide Stance. And even Hassan's uncle, Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, ripped Larry Craig apart.
Now, Larry Craig says, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. The playing the footsies? I just have a wide stance in the bathroom." Wide stance Larry Craig.
He was Wide Stance Larry. And all of this scandal really came at a bad time for Larry Craig because he was up for re-election soon. So when you're getting hit from the left for being a hypocrite, you're getting hit from the right for not living his true traditional family values. I mean, Mitch McConnell even called his acts unforgivable. Imagine Mitch McConnell calling you unforgivable. It's gotta hurt really bad. So on September 1st, Craig would announce to the public that he was gonna resign from the Senate a month later on September 30th. You know, with sadness and regret and for the goodness of the American people. And everyone was clapping. Everyone's like, cool, you're gonna resign. But our story isn't over because just 3 days later, Craig had a change of heart. He actually withdrew his resignation and pledged to the American people that if he could get his conviction overturned, he wouldn't resign. I mean, this guy had no shame. So the day he made this pledge to the American people, he had an army of attorneys file a motion to withdraw that guilty plea that he had signed. Which also, mind you, it is near impossible to get a guilty plea overturned in the United States.
Idaho Senator Larry Craig looking to reverse his guilty plea in an airport bathroom sex sting.
Craig wants his sexting guilty plea thrown out.
He'd promised to step down. Now he's reversing course.
Senator Craig is refusing to step down.
He's changed his mind about stepping down.
But with a team of $500 hour attorneys and the senator's political pull, for sure, they can get this guilty plea overturned. I mean, that's what America's all about, baby. Get this thing overturned.
Idaho Senator Larry Craig has lost his latest attempt to withdraw his guilty plea following a men's room sex sting at the Minneapolis airport.
The guilty plea was still upheld. After spending $213,000 on attorneys and PR people within a month, he was still guilty of lewd conduct in that airport.
I wish I made enough money to spend over $200,000 so that people didn't know I was gay.
Airport bathroom. Now, Larry Craig said he was a man of his word, traditional values, that he was going to resign for the good of the people if he didn't get this conviction overturned. So would he resign from the Senate? Of course not. He would serve out the rest of his 15 months left in his term and retired on January 3rd, 2009.
Thank you very much.
And so Senator Larry Craig goes down.
But Craig's comedy of errors doesn't end there.
7 investigates found the former congressman was still spending campaign cash after his public service had ended.
Because a couple of years later, Craig was investigated and sued from the Federal Election Commission for illegally using campaign funds to pay for his $213,000 attorney bill that couldn't even fight off his guilty plea, and was told he had to pay it back because it was an ethics thing, which is one of the rare cases I've seen where someone actually gets penalized for some missing campaign money. Now, you may be asking yourself, what's Craig up to these days? He just couldn't leave Washington. He loved it too much. So today, he is a lobbyist for the lumber industry, where he advocates for the destruction of forests and Mr. Beast team trees all across the United States. And it's really the perfect job for any disgraced politician. Now, this story is ironic.
That is bizarre. Let's see, dumbass Greg.
Anyone that tells me that exercise is going to make it more difficult for you to lose weight, I'm going to make a video saying you're wrong. And so let me know in the comment section who makes more sense. Coach Greg, in today's video, we're going to go over the fitness myths that Mitchell Hooper has pointed out, and I'm going to tell you the ones that are most strongly resonating with me. Which ones did he get right? Which ones did he get wrong?
Point number 3 is that exercise helps you to lose weight. This is maybe the most controversial.
He's saying this is a myth. A myth. Exercise helps you to lose weight. Exercise, for certain, without question, helps you to lose weight. You're thinking, no, it doesn't. Exercise, what does it do? It makes you get fat? Hey, if it doesn't help you to lose weight, does it help you to gain? Think of it. If the goal for you...
New Frank vids to watch.
Let me see. Is there any new Frank vids? Oh dear God, there are. Let's watch his shorts first, I guess.
In the case of carnivore versus vegan diets and body composition, the absence of animal protein and cholesterol in favor of high carbohydrate, estrogenic plant foods are two factors that have absolutely
How are plant foods estrogenic?
nothing to do with the caloric content of the food. Two factors that will greatly influence your ability to gain or lose weight, fat, or muscle mass. SICO is debunked fairly easily on the basis that macronutrient composition in the diet matters just as much as calories. The protein, fat, and carbohydrate ratios you're consuming are just as important, if not more important, than the calories. If it was macronutrients in, macronutrients out, MIMO instead of SICO, we would have a more difficult argument, but we can still debunk that later.
That made no sense.
SICO is based around body input and output. Is your body's output, the metabolic rate, activity level, exceeding the input, the amount of food you're consuming? And is that really correct? We've seen carnivores improve their body composition without reducing calories.
That is not true. That is just obviously false.
Without losing or gaining weight. And we've seen vegans become skinny fat without increasing calories and maintaining their original weight. You'll even see people reduce their calories and they'll still gain weight, or follow incredibly calorically restricted diets and still have difficulties. So there has to be more to it than calories in versus calories out.
Yeah, Frank literally does not understand what energy expenditure is.
Calories in, calories out, aka SICO, is the conventional wisdom, what is generally accepted behind weight loss, and it's the first thing pseudo-intellectuals jump to when discussing weight loss. Whether it's telling you, just count calories, bro.
Make a healthy recipe that's just healthy because it's so low in calories.
Bodybuilders and keto dieters trying to make cheat meals, praising artificial sweeteners. Dude, it's low in calories. You gotta try this. SICO might help some people lose weight, but it will not make you healthy. The only way to be healthy is to optimize all lifestyle factors, and for diet, that involves restoring nutrient deficiencies and removing negative foods.
That was also a stupid video.
I have been motivated by my mother eating a romaine lettuce salad every day.
Okay, I think we've already seen that one.
What's up? How are you guys today? For this day of eating, I'm going to show you guys the prep side, more of like a grocery haul, everything that goes into the meal as opposed to me just sitting down and stuffing my face and complaining how much my liver hurts. So for breakfast, I've been doing the collagen pancakes that you guys saw in the previous.
That is so fucking retarded. He adds collagen broth to his fucking pancakes.
Day of eating. Those are going to be fried in some.
It looks like Frank is in costume.
Yeah, he looks like he's Trying to look like a tranny or something. Thanks for the donation, James.
Organic coconut oil, refined because I don't like the coconut flavor. We put a little bit of Frankie's sea salt in there. That's the salt. And the actual pancake is composed of Birch Bender's organic classic pancake mix, 50% of that, so half of it, and then half of organic quick oats. And I also put a little bit of vanilla powder in there. So the reason we use half oats and half pancake mix is just to add more soluble fiber, mainly for liver detox. And it honestly doesn't really taste that much different because just the white flour pancake on its own can be kind of dense. So to that, we add some glass bottled mineral water, about half water, and then half of our collagen broth. So that.
He doesn't even use like milk for his pancakes? Water and collagen broth. What the fuck is this?
That's the protein source for breakfast is, a few tablespoons of collagen that are just mixed into the pancakes. So great source of amino acids, very approachable.
That is
plain
fucking
flavor.
retarded. Oh my god.
All the pancake ingredients are available on the Foods website, but this is available on the meat website, frankiesfreerangemeat.com. So with the pancakes, I always have just organic maple syrup, and then the rest of the meal is just going to be some organic Honeycrisp apples. Supplement-wise, I always take the same stuff. So we have zinc, molybdenum, vitamin B1, magnesium, and also some mastic gum. So this is everything I take to keep my gut in check and balance out the copper toxicity. It's been working very well over these past few months so far. We'll definitely do some blood work soon. Depending on how I feel, sometimes I'll have water kefir and water kefir grains. Sometimes I don't. And then at the end of the meal, I'll have some more mastic gum powder, which is ground up, and then usually 1 or 2 activated charcoal. Depending on how I'm feeling for the day, I will usually take the glandulars. These are on organsupplements.com, as well as those other supplements. We got the male virility for testosterone. This is the third eye for brain function. And sometimes I'll take the thyroid and adrenal. Yesterday, I actually had some brains for breakfast. So these are just some local beef brains. Sometimes I'll have the veal brains too. If you guys want to get put on like a
What the fuck? Who the hell eats this?
fresh brain list, we're only getting like 1 or 2 a week, so I'm not sure if it's kind of feasible. So maybe I'll talk about that in the next meat vlog.
This
And one
is just-
interesting thing about
that is just psychotic.
the brains is that I lost my sense of taste since I've been sick last week, and it could be a coincidence, it might not be, but after I had that brain for breakfast, a few hours later I was able to taste my lunch. So is it, was it also because I went outside and got some sun for an hour or two? I genuinely don't know. So I would like to see if other people have lost their sense of taste.
I see he's still cross-eyed. His cross-eyedness in his left eye has not gotten any better.
Have some omega-3, like get some high-quality fish or have some animal brains, because it might be the omega-3. There might be some, bioidentical tissue in the brain that helped restore the... I can't say for certain. All I know is that after I had that brain yesterday, I was then able to taste food again. So it's very possible. Omega-3 is a pretty common deficiency that people can typically have that is often overlooked. But yeah, let me know if you guys have any experiences with that. That's everything for breakfast. So if you guys trying to get any of the stuff I mentioned, the websites, everything you can see.
He thought he lost his sense of taste because he didn't get enough sun?
On frank-safano.com. Always wearing my also Wi-Fi shielding hat too. We got the clothing on underneath, all that stuff. Protecting myself from radiation, even in the middle of the woods. But yeah, I gotta go do some work, but we'll be back for lunch. Just got back from work and I kind of just want to eat something and pass out and take a nap. So we'll show you guys real quick what I'm...
What types of brains does he sell on his website?
Let me see. Too bad he doesn't sell his own brain. He has milk-fed veal brain.
Good evening, VG. I'm so happy to see your face tonight. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Well, it looks like MAGA won't be able to bitch about Biden and Israel after CIG this news LMFAO.
I'll take a look at that in a moment. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. And he has grass-fed lamb head. Dude, what a piece of shit. There's, like, people have bought this. What the fuck? Like you see a photo like this, I want to buy that? What the fuck, bro? Thanks for the donation, though, James. Biden offering Israel top-secret intelligence detailing exact locations of Hamas leaders and their hidden tunnels to stave off Rafah invasion. President Biden said to be actively working to prevent a full-scale Israeli invasion of Rafah and offering Israel significant support, including top-secret intelligence to help pinpoint Hamas leaders. We'll see how that goes. It looks like Israel's just going to invade Rafah anyway because they want to completely exterminate all of Hamas, not just their leadership. Let's see. Penis donated $2.
Hey, no chewing. No chewing.
Wow.
What's this? These are keys. What's that made of? Metal. Can you say it better? What's this made of? Paper. What's that made of? Paper. No. Paper. That's made of metal. Metal. You want to step up? Fresh water. Fresh water. You want some fresh water? Warm water.
Wow.
What's this? That's made of, rock. Rock. Rock.
Wow.
Water. You want fresh water? It's glass. Glass? It's kind of like glass, especially since we're calling mugs glass. Maybe that is glass. What's this? It's part of the wall. It's made of glass. It's made of glass. What's that made of? Come on, you know that. Glass. Yes, that's right, made of glass. Good bird.
That's a very sweet parrot.
They charged me 5 gold for littering. Littering! I barely make that in a year. These fines are ridiculous.
Makes me glad I went vegan 35 plus years ago. Seems like there would be issues of disease and possibly other issues.
Yeah, you could have ended up like a retard. Like Frank. Thanks for the donation, James. Think you made a wise decision.
I do have a bed available for 10 gold a night. Would you like to rent it? Walk just up the stairs there, and it's the door on the right. Thank you.
Well, that's Oblivion.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. He despised you. You were an embarrassment to him.
That's impossible.
Look at little Skywalker Jr. Gonna cry?
That's a good one. My kind of music.
So, before anyone says that this is just some armchair expert talking about something he has no experience in, let me just say that I used to do martial arts, and I actually do have experience in this.
Shadiversity is a bit of a twat. A lot of people have criticized him for this video. Ask anybody who's been hit over the head with nunchucks. It's not fun. And one of the benefits of nunchucks is that they're faster. And you can do follow-up strikes faster. So this video is kind of stupid. Thanks for the donation though, penis.
Is this a game? More Frank to still watch.
What do you mean, is this a game? I don't know what you mean by that. Thanks for the donation though, James.
I'm having, and also just a few other things I've had for lunch the past few days. So the main starch source is going to be tortillas. These are made with organic white corn flour. I'm going to try to get this on the Foods website. Right now my current distributor doesn't have it. Before I was using the white corn flour, I was making the tortillas from the organic wheat flour that we have on Frankie's Free Range Food. So whether you use wheat flour, white corn flour, doesn't matter. Also, you could do like a little sourdough in the tortilla dough if you want. That's what I was doing with the wheat. So for protein, we have a porterhouse steak from Frankie's Free Range Meat. These are the local fresh steaks we're getting in from the farm every week. So if you go under the porterhouse section or the bone and ribeye section, this is what you're getting. Probably gonna put a little bit of steak sauce on that steak. The tortillas are gonna be dipped in our white bean puree, which looks a little darker than usual because this is made.
Dodo did do it. Yes, he did do it. Donated $2.
Hey everyone, this is All back once again with another food review. And this time, we're going to be trying out some plain cheese nachos from...
That food looks disgusting, and he looks disgusting.
Since GAC, which is an AMC network, is doing the GAC/Toonami The Intruder movie marathon all day today, and then tonight at 7 p.m. is the brand new episode of Mickey Mouse Black House, and then later tonight is the Murder She-Wrote.
Oh, Frankie, could be possible cross-contamination issues.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's making himself sick by, like, food poisoning and shit. Because he always talks about having, like, gut issues, diarrhea, vomiting, so I wouldn't be surprised. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Marathon. What would happen if Fraser, Niles, Carr, Joey, Christopher, Chelsea, Martin, and Daphne Moon Bigelow Crane all saw all of that tonight on GAC, which is an AMC network? And while they all saw all of that tonight on GAC,
This guy has a very weird channel. Fuck is this?
As I tickle her butt cheeks, slowly, slightly, and gently, and then I grab them and massage them slowly, slightly, and gently.
Okay.
hey everyone, this is All coming back to you guys with another food review today. And today,
That looks absolutely fucking disgusting.
this is going to be my second food review video for today and my last video for tonight, which is the delicious bowl of chicken Alfredo. And we are 5.10 out of 11.2 stars. So, and I hope you guys enjoyed this food review.
This guy have like one video that went viral? This is the most viewed video on his channel. It got 89k views.
The movie 2000's way theme song comes a hilarious.
Okay.
Made with demi-glace. So we got the organic demi-glace, which is basically like a really concentrated beef paste. That's on Frankie's Strange Meat as well, and that's just blended up with some of the organic artichoke spread and some of the organic cannellini beans.
He and Frank should get together.
Let's hope not. I think that combination of retarded and cringe might end the universe. Thanks for the donation, James.
Both of these are on the Frankie's Strange Foods website. And I did want to show you guys, we made a new batch of Vichy Soie. This is what I was having for lunch the past few days. So if you guys are unfamiliar with vichyssoise, it's a French soup made from potatoes and leeks. So it's an excellent, healthy carb source side dish. This is what I do. Like I was having this when I was sick. If I don't feel like having the wiping puree, and calling this a soup is kind of discrediting it, because you could probably dilute this by like double and still have a thicker soup than you would get in the supermarket. Look at the texture of that. It's, you know, it's pure mashed potato, pureed leeks, and collagen broth. It is basically like it's basically solid. And
That
if
is
you were
not
to
soup.
heat this up and warm this up into a soup, it's so thick and voluminous, and there's no cream, there's no butter, there's no thickening agent added to this. So to be able to buy this quality and density of nutrition for only $12 on the website, guys, this is a really, really special product. I'll say it again. You could, you know, put this in like 2 parts water and a little salt in there, and it'll still be.
Given millions of years and the right conditions, which animal would be next to gain sapience?
It'd probably be a great ape. So, like an orangutan or a chimpanzee or bonobo, I would imagine. Thanks for the donation, Guru.
Absolutely delicious. So this would go a really long way. And if you're eating it like this by the jar, which I do for lunch, it's a super, super concentrated source of nutrition. So sometimes I'll have this with like steak and rice, because this has a decent amount of fiber in it. Today we're just going to do the tortillas with the steak. And
Looks like the Kumar middle name was removed from your wiki. Did that and all the Richard Kumar Burgess donos annoy / upset you?
I don't know why they removed the Kumar from my name. I don't have anything to do with this wiki page, so, it doesn't bother me, so. Thanks for the donation, Tom.
And then the wiping puree on the side, because I've been eating this for the past few days for lunch now. It's a little dense. What I actually like doing sometimes is I'll have the tortillas with this instead of the wiping
Oh,
puree.
fuck, dude.
And the rest of the meal is the same as breakfast. Just some apples for dessert. We're going to have zinc, molybdenum, mastic, and B1 as a supplement, and then just some more mastic and charcoal after lunch. There's lunch, guys. White corn tortillas.
I think Jasmine got COVID or something, and she gave it to me. I was really sick yesterday, and I'm just not over it yet. I just want to fucking sleep.
Is wiping puree, warehouse all trimmed up with some steak sauce. Right,
Could be
guys,
bird flu, who
around
knows?
3 a.m. My schedule is messed up as usual. So we're just going to show you the ingredients for the udon noodles. Got my mineral water boiling there with some sea salt and coconut oil. We got the organic udon noodle.
Like, a friend of Jasmine's got COVID, so Jasmine might have gotten it and given it to me. Could just be, like, you know, just sick, who knows?
Hey Richard, long time no see, how goes the event? I posted a meme in your Discord, it's funny, look at it, blackened chicken. Also thoughts on Yael Shalia?
Just to make sure it's not porn or anything. I guess that is a blackened chicken. I don't know who Yale Shilia is, but thanks for that donation. Thanks, Toka. Timmy Turner donated $3.
Nah, form's going. Okay. That's it.
So Jeff Sides competing again?
For this.
It's looking pretty jacked.
See what, bro? Train some lower back. Yeah, that downline's fucking sick. All the way there. Right here.
It's not at his biggest, but still pretty jacked.
Talking to you guys, piss.
Yeah, that music he listens to is just fucking terrible. So it looks like he is kind of uploading sort of again.
I'm going to be training push day today, so...
Richard, have you seen this company before? Unfortunately it's not fully vegan as it has some goat's milk in some appliances. But it's a great company for vegan accessories, and it's environmentally friendly. It's called Eco Store New Zealand. Check it out.
Be funny if this is a porn site and you tricked me. Well, it looks like it's some gay store for laundry and dishwashing and other gay things. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Appreciate it.
Chest, shoulders, triceps, gonna be a good sesh. I upped the calories today, 2,200.
Start with like the bottom of the chest, work the way up. Start with this compound. I guess we're gonna be a big old stretch. Plus I gotta find the good angles and shit.
He looks bloated. What is the height and weight of the jacked BB we just saw?
Who looks bloated? How the fuck does Jeff's side look bloated? I don't know what Jeff's side's height and
You
weight
cork
are.
man, it's a meme within your meme channel in the Discord with SpongeBob. Go forth and commence. Also Milo G.S. Landing, could you look up Yael Shelby? She's hot ass. Kind regards Dr. Eventington Jones Yumper.
Let me... Oh, I see what you mean. Star Wars bad, kidnapping Jews good. Apparently Jeff's side is 6 foot and weighs around 205 pounds. What's her name? She's pretty. She's not really my type. She's way too fucking skinny, in my opinion. Yeah, she's pretty, but, you know, just not my type. Thanks for the donation, though, Finkstoka.
Bro's gonna win by default, still the most aesthetic man 8 years later.
It looks a little bit kind of fucking weird.
FrankieStrangeFoods.com. These are made with a special type of wheat that I can actually tolerate. We're going to take some of the grass-fed roast beef from the meat website and just trim the edges off, slice it up real nice, and just have some like thin pieces of beef in the udon noodles. And then the base of that sauce is the white bean puree earlier we showed you guys, which is just the cannellini beans that's pureed with the demi-glace. And we're gonna put a few tablespoons of the beef stock concentrate in there. You can see this is a little darker compared to the
That
collagen broth,
is
slightly higher in B
fucking
vitamins, a little
disgusting.
more flavor, more meat forward. Forgot to bring home more zinc, so we're just doing some masticum and B1 as the supplements for dinner with some more mastic and charcoal.
Zite looks like he is using C.
Yeah, he's probably on steroids, probably. Thanks for the donation, James.
Who do you think has a better physique / is more jacked? Jeff Zite or Brian Turner?
I'm not sure. I think Jeff's side might be a bit more jacked. Yeah, Jeff's side might be a bit bigger than him. Maybe. I think Brian Turner might have bigger arms, though. I don't know. I don't know who really looks better. They look about the same, roughly. Well, anyway, thanks for the donation, Timmy Turner.
At the end of the meal. That's dinner, guys. Big bowl of udon noodles. Show you supplements. Some apples again as well. So pretty consistent if you get covered all of them in my recent day of eatings. But if you guys want to try any of this stuff and support me, you can go to frank-safana.com where you will see.
Dude, Frank just sounds like he is constantly dead.
All of the businesses.
Every
meat,
time he
food,
makes a video, just
Wi-Fi
no
showing
enthusiasm,
naturals, and,
exhausted
check it
as
out,
fuck,
all the
and just
affordable,
dead.
Interesting, unique health products. But outside of that, as always, guys, thank you for joining me. Make sure to drop a like, leave a comment down below. Make sure to subscribe and check that notification bell. And I'll see you guys for the next video. I might post the next restaurant vlog on Sunday.
That meat looks uncooked.
Yeah, Frank tends to either not cook his meat at all or undercooks it, which might also explain why he feels so bad all the time. Thanks for the donation, James.
Food is to get leaner, to maintain single-digit body fat, or even a healthy body weight. You want to lose some weight. Do you really think that adding exercise, that's a horrible idea? Why would you want to add exercise? If you
So, I have done a video on this before and tried to explain this to Greg, but he's too stupid to understand. Ultimately, what will determine if you lose or gain body fat, that's going to be your diet. So you could say, oh, but if you exercise, 5 hours a day, that's going to burn so many calories and that's going to contribute to a deficit. But that's only assuming you're eating in a way that would achieve a deficit. So the deficit is ultimately determined by your diet, not how much you're exercising.
add an exercise, it's going to make you fatter.
But the literature again and again tells you that exercise is not helping you to lose weight.
And so apparently all the research in the world says that exercise doesn't help you to lose weight. Well, I haven't read this research. I don't know where I've been. Perhaps.
Okay, Greg, can you explain to me why strongman competitors who train, 3-4 hours a day, why they're so big and heavy and fat? It's because the exercise they're doing isn't helping them to achieve a caloric deficit. Again, ultimately, it comes down to your diet. Ben donated $2. What are your thoughts on my post I just made in the Tea Time channel on your Discord server? I would post it here, but it's too long. Have a theory about why a lot of woke people dislike veganism. Think it's because they don't like the implication of the idea that the majority of people are funding a Holocaust because it would be bad for their movement and it could potentially undermine a lot of their displays of tolerance that they have. No. They just want to eat meat and they're complete hypocrites. That's the only reason. None of them are thinking practically like that. They are all just selfish, lying turds who want to keep eating meat. That is the only fucking reason. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Have been living under a rock. I don't know what's going on. Apparently, all the research says that, doing bike riding, running, exercising, lifting weights, whatever, moving your body more than freaking last time, perhaps even going for a dance, going for a walk, skating on the park, all a horrible idea for helping to lose weight. I guess doing all that activity, maybe it makes you hungrier and you eat more and you get fat. And so if you want to lose weight, you should sit on the couch and shit in your pants and never move.
Like, notice the straw manning Greg does. That is not what he's saying. The Texas Weed Chronicles donate $2. Designed a hot box tent and a leaf blower, blows 20 joints into the tent. It's pretty crazy.
This has everything in it.
Wait, this joint has...
That looks fucking terrible.
Feel high? Fuck is just the hand. The rest of it. And down the street.
Yeah, that looks fucking terrible. Thanks for the donation, Texas Weed Chronicles.
Is this really the advice that we're giving right now?
Reason being, we have calories in, calories out. There's a growing movement that's not true.
I mean, in this house, as Homer Simpson once said, we obey the laws of thermodynamics.
Watch this on stream, my niggas of organ gorns. What are your thoughts on Mao Zedong? What are the top 5 events? Are you an event in human form? Or are you simply a human person event? I just jerked off to you.
Mao Zedong was a very bad person. Not Sigma at all. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps.
Do you tend to find that conservatives are easier to convince of veganism, not saying it's easy to convince them, and are more apt to admit they are wrong either on the spot or afterwards than liberals? Curious.
I haven't found any correlation between political affiliation and how easy it is to convince somebody of veganism. I've generally found that it's easier to convince women. Women tend to be more left-leaning, but like that's it. I haven't noticed that conservatives are easier to convince. Thanks for that donation.
KVG, did you see Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes yet? It's got mixed reaction, so calling it amazing, some saying it sucks and some in the middle.
I have not seen it yet, no. So I can't give you my take. I might see it later this week. We'll have to see. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics.
And so does Mitchell Hooper disagree with this? Is Mitchell Hooper going to say there's no such thing as calories in, calories out? Well, let's see.
That's not what he's fucking saying. Like, it's funny how Greg brings up thermodynamics. Well, guess what? The only way you're going to have an energy deficit is if you're in a caloric deficit. So why is Greg assuming that exercise necessarily helps for weight loss when it assumes you're eating in a state that, would maintain a caloric deficit?
Is true. That is the only thing that we can go off when we're losing and gaining weight. We don't materialize energy to store from nothing.
And so no, he's saying it's true. Calories in, calories out. That's how you lose weight. If you're in a deficit, you lose weight. And if you're in a surplus, you gain weight. And so
I didn't bother watching Oppenheimer because it's way too long. There's no reason that movie should be 3 hours, and it's not good. It's just not a good movie. Jessica donated $3. Let me see.
Is raw milk even safe?
No, please argue about it in the comments so that we can increase visibility to this GoFundMe. Mustafa and his family were displaced in Rafah for 2 months. They're trying to raise funds now to cross into Egypt. His 1-year-old nephew is ill and needs medical attention. Here's a list of the other family members that are trying to get to safety. It costs about $8,000 per person to make the crossing into Egypt. Several people in Mustafa's family have urgent health matters, including his brother who has cancer and his mother who's suffering from a back injury. Please, if you have the means to donate, link is in bio. Commenting, liking, sharing also helps too. I'll also be taking Operation Olive Branch, who has links to many other resources helping on the ground. They also
Gay. You know, it's funny how they don't stop to ask any of these people who are trying to escape, hey, do you like Hitler? Are you a Hamas supporter? Do you want, like, all the Jews to be murdered? I'd kind of want to know those questions first before donating to a Palestinian family.
I must warn you though, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is a long movie, about 2 hours and 25 minutes to be exact.
It's not too long. It's not like that bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, how is exercise not going to help us to lose weight? Because last I checked, exercise burns calories. How could it be possible that something that burns calories doesn't help you to lose weight? Think of it.
Burning calories can also drive up appetite. So that is one way in which increasing physical activity may not contribute to weight loss. On top of that, if you do purposeful exercise, especially if it's like very high intensity, vigorous exercise, your non-exercise energy expenditure also tends to go down, and you see that in research. That's why when you see increasing levels of physical activity, you don't see increasing weight loss. It's because your non-exercise energy expenditure is at odds with exercise energy expenditure. Thinks Toka donate tellers that Mao Zedong video slapped. Anyways, enough about that disgusting frog. What are your thoughts on there is only one solution, Intifada Revolution? Also watch This Young Man, Blackened Chicken Man. You didn't give me a link. Jews are always right, Palestinians are always wrong. That's my thoughts on that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Let's say you took a fat burner that boosted your metabolism. Let's say you took T3, a banned fat burner. Caffeine in pre-workouts or in coffee, something that boosts your metabolism. It makes you burn more calories. Are we now going to say that these things that help you to burn more calories are going to hurt your weight loss? Anything that helps you to burn calories helps you to lose weight. Don't care.
That's only assuming.
You know what's funny? For years feminists said the future is female. Well, in the case of this, the movie I'm taking about the future is primate.
Yes. Hopefully it's orangutans. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Again, this is only assuming you're eating to achieve a caloric deficit. You need to control your calories.
What you name the example. If it helps you to burn calories, it's going to help you to lose weight.
All of these things are increasing your energy expenditure, but what is consistently shown is that your appetite to input that energy actually starts to match.
No, Mitchell, it doesn't, until you get to a very low threshold.
That is not true.
Once you get shredded, once you're at single-digit body fat, yes. If you...
No, this is not true. Greg's literally just making this up. It doesn't matter what your body weight is, how much body fat you have, especially when you're talking about hard, vigorous exercise, that tends to increase your appetite.
suddenly add in a ton of cardio. Let's call it 1,000 calories. You go for a 1.5 hour bike ride, or perhaps 1 hour if you're Coach Greg. And so you burn an additional 1,000 calories going for that bike ride. And so yesterday, when I burn off 1,000 calories, my hunger increased enough to match that 1,000 calories. And why? Because my body's lean enough. My body's thinking, Coach Greg, if you get any leaner, it's not going to be healthy. You're at...
Thanks, Toka, donated to our sorry young man. Here's the video that I forgot to commence and send you the links, Dunk, of the blackened chicken man dancing I Love the Rump Green FN.
Na. אינו תרש כל יום אימון יו יעלי.
איך לעבוד ליקיד.
העולמי אבל? בעולמי?
לעולמי?
Na. אינו...
Yeah, I just find her too skinny. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Sub 8% body fat. We don't want you to get any leaner. And so because of that, my body makes me hungrier than last time. It makes me want to eat more. Why? Because if it didn't, I would keep getting leaner. I would lose body fat. I would lose muscle. Eventually, I'd be 100 pounds soaking wet. And I don't want that. Now, if you're trying to bulk up and get hungrier than last time, of course you can use hungrier than last time. Code Greg, 15% off. Click the link in the description. But for the rest of you, 95+% of you out there in the world, if you burn off 1,000 calories, your body is not going to increase your hunger level by 1,000 calories. It's going to be by approximately 50%, and the research does in fact support this. I don't know how Mitchell Hooper missed this, but he's overestimating how much more hungry you get when you burn off calories. For the advanced athletes, the triathlete, the marathon runners, the riders of the Tour de France, guys with single-digit body fat, yes, when you add in 3,000 calories during your Tour de France ride, your body makes you 3,000 calories hungry. That's how it works. But if you're a couch potato, if you're overweight, if you're, for example, a 325-pound world's strongest man at 25% body fat, or perhaps even a little more, or perhaps you use something other than Coach Greg's laser eyes and it said you're perhaps 18% or 15% or some ridiculously low number, which you are clearly not, then for those individuals, if you burn off 1,000 calories, your body's only going to replace 500 of those calories. You burn off 1,000 calories, you eat back 500 more. And so the net result is you're actually in a deficit. That is why doing a lot of cardio helps almost everyone to lose weight. How many guys in the Tour de France marathon runners at the elite level do you see who are morbidly obese? I don't see any. I see no one that does a shit ton of cardio that's having a hard time being lean. In fact, remember Ethan Supui? He was 400-500 pounds, started bike riding a lot, 6-7 hours a day. He lost half his body weight and or more. He was doing so much cardio, it was easy for him to lose weight. He was burning off so many calories. And so if you are doing 150 minutes of cardio, or perhaps even a little bit more, your body is not going to replace all those calories. Yes, you're getting hungrier. Of course you are. If you're eating 2,000 calories a day and you start going for a 90-minute bike ride every day, burning off an additional 1,000 calories, you're probably going to end up eating 2,500 calories. So you're hungrier. You're thinking, well, I used to get by on 2,000 calories. Now I'm eating 2,500. Why is that? Well, the exercise is making me hungry. Yes, it is. That makes sense. You burn off 1,000 calories, your glycogen stores are going to go down, your ghrelin is going to go up, and so you're hungrier. But not by 1,000. Because think of the math. Bear with me. Because if you eat 2,000 calories a day and you burn off an additional 1,000 calories, you need to eat 3,000 to be at homeostasis. If you eat 3,000 calories a day, you're going to maintain your percent body fat. But what happens in the real world is you only eat about 2,500. And so you lose weight. Now, eventually it stops. Eventually you reach a new homeostasis.
So last month we get detailed reports of AI-generated Hamas lists that Israel was cleared to kill 24 civilians per low-level Hamas and 100 per high. Now we have literal concentration camps. Moral army.
Let me see what the stupid shit is.
It's a place the Israeli military doesn't want us to see.
How many Palestinians are in there right now?
Who are you? Give me please now. Hang on, what is it that you want? Can I on my card?
But CNN has gained exclusive evidence of Palestinian prisoner abuse from multiple Israeli whistleblowers. At the Sedi Taman facility in southern Israel, we joined human rights activists amid growing public concern for the detainees being held inside. This is a protest by Israeli citizens outside a detention centre close to Gaza,
By the way, this is a military prison.
where we know hundreds of Palestinians have been held. You can see it's a closed military facility. It's behind a barbed wire fence. We're not permitted access. And there's hostility from passers-by.
We just had somebody drive past in a car and they shouted out to us in Hebrew, "You're defending murder."
Cheers VG, thanks for the stream. Quick question, is Control worth playing? It's on sale for like $10. Thanks.
Yeah, if you can get it for $10, it's absolutely worth playing. It's a really good game. Takes a little while to get going, but it speeds up pretty quickly. So it's a good shooter. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
Murderers.
No,
You're defending. What do you?
no,
how do you
no.
answer that
We're
criticism?
defending basic human rights.
And eyewitnesses are now speaking out.
So when does the IOF ever tell the truth? And when do Palestinians lie?
All the time. So, yeah, they're kind of known for lying, Palestinians. And the IDF is generally truthful.
I wonder how the feminists in the new Planet of the Apes movies felt realized that the future will not be female but apes, certainly not the future they were promised.
Yeah, it seems like, the society in the Planet of the Apes, it's, not only run by apes, but it also appears to be patriarchal. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo, and thanks, Jessica.
Hello Fat Man Jones, what are your thoughts on stones? Are you the Memphis Mumps? The Cremphis Crumps? Have you ever tried shit stain skids? What about soda stains? What would you do if I jizzed all over you?
Think I'd have to, take a shower.
This product cease. This is another public service announcement.
Yeah, it's weird how KRS-One isn't vegan and he's just a degenerate. I don't know if he's vegetarian or if he eats meat. I think I've heard a while ago that he eats vegetarian, but I think he does maybe eat meat sometimes. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Away from the military facility, near the beaches of Tel Aviv, one young Israeli army reservist agreed to speak about scores of detainees at Sedi Taman. He says are kept in cages or pens, constantly shackled and blindfolded, many for
Yes, that's what happens in military prisons.
weeks on end. We've hidden his identity and voice to shield him from prosecution.
We were told they are not allowed to move and must sit upright. They're not allowed to talk or peek under their blindfolds.
And what happened if they did do that? What kind of punishments were meted out?
We were allowed to pick out problematic people and punish them, having them stand with their hands above their heads for an unlimited time. If they didn't keep their hands up, we could zip tie them to the fence.
The Israeli military says detainees are handcuffed based on their risk level and health status. But the account tallies with photographic evidence obtained by CNN of Palestinian detainees inside Sedi Taman, and with hand and wrist injuries shown to CNN by dozens of Palestinians released back into Gaza. I was zip-tied and blindfolded, says this former detainee, and tortured in a way I never imagined.
Yeah, so I definitely don't support this sort of thing. I get why they have to have security precautions because a lot of these people are going to be Hamas members, but yeah, this is definitely not something I support.
One source telling us the restraints were so tight they had to amputate a man's hand.
The view that I've heard expressed is that, how do you think Israeli hostages are treated by Hamas?
This sentiment was voiced in the facility, but I think that if Hamas is so abominable, which I agree with, then why use Hamas as a bar? It's a descent into dehumanization.
A descent that's accelerated since the rampage by Hamas on October the 7th last year. The killing and abduction to Gaza of hundreds of Israelis
That is
provoked
so
outrage
fucked.
and a brutal response. Amid Israel's wrath, tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed and thousands detained for interrogation. Transported to facilities like Seder Taman, where one Israeli guard now tells CNN prisoners are routinely beaten. We've hidden his identity and voice too.
You can take them out and hit them maybe 4 or 5 times with a club. It's not done in the face, so you don't see blood. The detainees lie belly down, being hit and kicked, people screaming and dogs barking at them.
That guy's right, nunchucks suck balls compared to any other weapon like a long sword. I trained nunchucks for 4 years and realized how impractical it is. First thing they teach you is that it's completely impractical in self-defense and running is better.
You can beat the ever-living fuck out of somebody with nunchucks. Like, yeah, a sword is better, obviously, but against somebody who's unarmed, nunchucks are great. Thanks for the donation, Lee.
Richard the First, I'm wondering how would you defeat Ben Shapiro on transgenderism? Curious.
Like, it's... I don't know how to explain it to you, but like basically the position is that if trans women have the same set of traits as cis women, then why would you not grant them the identity of female? There's no reason not to. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
It's terrifying. Some detainees are taken away and beaten really hard, so bones and teeth are broken.
So you saw people who were subject to these beatings, who had their bones broken and who had their teeth broken?
Yes, it's a practice which commanders know about. They want intelligence, but they also want revenge and punishment for what happened on October 7th.
The Israeli military hasn't approved CNN's requests for access to Seder Taman. But at the gates of the facility, we challenged the Israeli guards.
How many Palestinians are in there right now? We don't know. Do you know if they're being handcuffed? Are they being blindfolded? No.
This is a facility.
As we leave, masked soldiers approach.
Hello, how are you? I'm filming this place. It's property of the army.
Oh.
So
Who are you guys? From CNN.
Give me please.
They tried to take our cameras.
Give me please now. Give me please now. Hang on, what is it that you want? My camera or my card?
Then order us to leave. Well, we're driving now to meet one Israeli with personal experience of the Seder Taman facility.
You mean like the women raping? Or the 40 beheaded babies? Or the human shield? For the El Shifa hospital as a Hamas base. Which there was no proof of any of those, by the way. But there's tons of proof that the Israeli occupation force have lied about all.
So, women were raped. Women have come forward saying they were sexually assaulted, and that includes some of the women who were kept as hostages. There's also like a lot of just weird circumstantial evidence. Like you'll find women who were burnt after they were killed. Like either they were set on fire while they were alive, or they were shot and then set on fire. But they have all their clothes on except for like their pants or skirts were ripped off, and they're naked below the waist, and their legs are spread open. Like it's just stuff that's hard to explain without, coming to the conclusion that, yeah, they're probably raped. The Israeli military never said 40 babies were beheaded. That story originated from somebody on Twitter. Hamas does use human shields. Every human rights organization admits they use human shields, including the UN. El Shifa Hospital was being used as a Hamas base. They found terror tunnels under El Shifa. There was video footage of Hamas using it as a base, and like 600 fucking people were fucking arrested around El Shifa. So you're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
It's experience that he says has left him shocked at the condition and the medical treatment of Palestinian detainees there.
He told us he treated Palestinian detainees with gunshot wounds fresh from the war zone in Gaza, but was appalled at the lack of equipment and expertise.
The problem is...
Well, he even showed a video of unarmed man beating the shit out of someone with nunchucks. Main reason why it's impractical is because it can bounce and hit you back, which is why it's never been used in medieval wars.
Well, it's a fucking wooden stick, so like you wouldn't use it in medieval warfare because it doesn't have enough power to like break through armor, and other people are going to have fucking longer, heavier weapons like swords and axes. And nunchucks don't bounce back and hit you. I've fucking used them before. I've used them on dummy targets and punching bags.
What are the similar traits between trans and cis? Sorry, I am fucking stupid and have only listened to Ben's argument. Obviously Ben argues there are different traits. Really sorry for sound like fucking transphobe. I don't mean to be like that.
What do you mean? I just explained this to you. If a trans woman has similar traits to a cis woman, why wouldn't you grant them that identity? So if they have long hair, if they look like a girl, if they act like a girl, dress like a girl, all this shit, I don't know why you'd not grant them the trans identity. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Can produce are easier to stop than so many other weapons because they have a whole area on their striking range that you can nullify if you're able to contact the chain, for instance, and so many other things that I'm
There's a fucking teenage kid who, like, doesn't know how to use them.
gonna be covering in this video.
Like, they didn't even fucking strike the person. They were just whacking at the air. Whatever.
Gazans who are brought in are labeled as terrorists, and it is very popular opinion over here that terrorists deserve to die, so they do not deserve the same medical care as everyone else.
Satellite imagery obtained by CNN shows how the Sedi Taman facility was expanded after the October 7th attacks, with detention facilities and makeshift medical bays being added after public hospitals in Israel refused to treat injured Gazan suspects. Eyewitness accounts describe a field hospital with 15 to 20 patients, virtually naked and blindfolded, with hands and feet shackled to their beds and wearing diapers. One eyewitness told CNN painful procedures were carried out by underqualified medics. Treatment the medical worker told us amounts to punishment.
In my view, it's the idea of total vulnerability. If you imagine being unable to move, being unable to see what's going on, that's something that borders, if not crosses, into psychological torture.
Well, again, this could all end if Hamas surrenders, so whose fault is it ultimately?
Sure.
The Israeli military says prisoners are stripped for security checks and that investigations are opened when there's suspicion of misconduct. Still, accounts from Israelis and Palestinians inside and the shocking images paint a disturbing picture.
Well, yeah, so I think there's definitely different standards that have to be applied when it comes to military prisoners. So you do have to have higher security. You do need to require a greater degree of, what's the word? Like, you do need to restrain prisoners more and have just overall greater degree of security. But yeah, some of the shit I'm hearing from here, like if they are being handcuffed the way they're being handcuffed, I definitely don't agree with that. Like where their wrists and shit are getting fucked up, like the circulation on their hands is getting cut off. Some of the punishments, like making them stand with their hands raised for like hours, like that's fucked up.
Matthew Chance.
Stasis. But think of this. If your homeostasis is perhaps 25% body fat, and you start doing 90 minutes of cardio every day, and eventually your body fat might get to 15% body fat, then it's stable. Then it balances out. And so do you not think that exercise is what helped you to lose body fat? If you preach that this is a myth and people believe you, they're going to think, why would I bother to exercise? Exercise is useless. I may as well just go on a diet. Because after all, if I start doing cardio like Coach Greg preaches, for example, if I do 90 minutes of cardio every day, burning off 1,000 calories, I'm just going to eat back 1,000 calories, not going to lose any weight. Thing is, it's not going to happen. Try it. I double frickin' dog dare you. I dare you to do 90-minute bike ride every day and see if you don't lose weight. And so imagine this. If Mitchell Hooper is 325 pounds and he starts doing 90-minute bike rides every day, how much do you think he'd have to eat to maintain that body weight? Do you think he would naturally just eat more? Oh, I don't have any trouble. I maintain my 325 pounds. Last I checked, remember Mitchell Hooper ran marathons? He is, in fact, a marathon runner. I brag up his elite level athletic ability. I'm freakier than almost anyone I've ever met in my entire life. I'm arguably the best athlete ever. Think of it. He's the world's strongest man. He used to do marathons. It's incredible. And so what body weight was he when he was running marathons? Have you seen his videos? Let's post a photo of him when he was running marathons. Now, look at that physique. He was exercising.
Yeah, do you think he was maybe eating less or controlling his calories and nutrition in such a way that he could maintain that lower body weight and body fat, Greg?
Running a lot. What happened to his body fat? Did it not go down? And so case in point, Exhibit A. When Mitchell Hooper did exercise, it cost him to lose a lot of body fat. And now that he's a strongman competitor, not doing as much exercise, he's lifting heavy axles, 1,000 pound, going for a walk.
What does he mean not doing as much exercise?
Not burning off as many calories as when he was doing a shit ton of cardio. And so what happened? Body fat went up. And where does he sit at? Perhaps 25% body fat. Certainly not single digits. And what about Coach Greg? Exhibit B. I was a professional bodybuilder on abusive doses of performance-enhancing drugs. I was trying to stay lean, trying to diet down for competition. And to do that, I had to eat from my cookbook all the friggin' time. I was having protein.
You're also missing that they're not even Hamas most of the time. You see the images in that video that they were just rounding up men and teenagers at random. Israel law permits the military to detain people for 45 days without any arrest warrant.
It's the United States does that too. Again, it's a different situation when you're talking about military arrests. So if you're in a war zone and there's people who fight without military uniforms, they deliberately do that, and you have men who are at military age, yeah, you have to detain them. If you don't, then you're going to have a lot of Hamas members that end up just going free. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
Apparently Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is planned to be the first in a 9-part film series.
That sounds like a lot of films. I don't think they're going to get that high. I don't think they're going to get that far, I mean. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This what you're supporting. Animals are bombed by the IOF. Don't you have cats and dogs? Vegans that support the Israeli colonizers are no vegans at all, and there will be at this point.
Yeah, so stupid. I don't know why I'd blame the IDF for this. This is Hamas's fault. Hamas sends in rockets that are completely unguided, and guess what? They'd also kill cats and dogs and other animals because they're not guided. They're just going into Israel, and they could hit anyone or anything, so... You're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Ice cream shakes, you know those ones over the head. Eating in bulk, low-calorie dense foods all the time to try and stay lean. But since that time, I've picked up doing cardio. I lift far fewer weights. And now, I eat more calories. And have you seen my body as of late? In the last 4 years, how often have I had above 10% body fat? Never. You know why? Because I do exercise, namely the bicycle. And so by doing cardio, it's increased my calorie expenditure. And so I burn off more calories, and so I get to eat more. Now, guess what? I don't eat as much as the calories I burn. And so when I average 1,000 calories a day on the bike, I only eat about 50% of those calories back. And so the net...
That makes no sense. Was Greg saying he's constantly losing weight?
Hey, Jessica. We're all wondering. What do you feed your cat?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she should answer that. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Result is I'm able to maintain single-digit body fat more easily because my increased calorie expenditure is not offset by my increase in appetite. And so if you're going to tell me that exercise doesn't help, then what you're telling me is that if I were to give up bike racing right now, stop doing cardio, that I wouldn't gain any body fat. And you know what would happen? I would gain more body fat than friggin' last time. Why? Because by reducing my calorie expenditure, I would then have to eat far fewer calories. How much? Well, if I'm burning off 1,000 calories on the bike and I stop, I'd have to eat 1,000 calories less. Problem is, I wouldn't want to eat 1,000 calories less. Perhaps 500 less. But then I'd be in a 500 calorie surplus. And so the reverse.
Okay. That's enough of that.
Who tries to eat any particular diet. I never tried to eat a carnivore diet. Now, once I figured out a diet of meat, fish, eggs, and dairy could give me all that I needed, my acne disappear. My long-term knee pain heal. However, I also started having this itching and burning on the back of my head.
Why does her, like, do you notice how, like, she does this all the time? Like, who makes this face when they're talking? Like a turtle or something.
However, I was getting blown up in the comment section every time I'd squeeze lemon on my sardines. And as I would do more interviews with guests, they would say things to me off camera, like, this is just getting a little bit ridiculous, this whole carnivore policeness thing. They would say, Lily, I will just film my food and then turn off the camera and stop recording and then add my seasonings and my hot sauce to my meats. And I was like, oh, so you hide and stuff. I just started seeing influencers try to one-up the other as to who could be the most carnivore. Like, I'm so carnivore, I'll eat my meats raw. And it just started turning into like a carnivore cult.
You are the kind of club-toting, raw meat-eating, me-Tarzan, you-Janing, big-ball bubblehead that can only count to 10 if he's barefoot or wearing sandals.
We have another ex-carnivore story, and this one is good. Lily Kane, who I've covered a couple times in the past for faking the carnivore diet, has quit the quote-unquote carnivore diet and now exposes the carnivore community as a cult. She's also a liar, too. We'll get to that later. Her video is kind of long, so I'll just cover the good parts.
During the pandemic, I read 50 books, one of which was called The Millionaire Messenger by Brennan Machard. It was after completing this book that I was inspired to create my first YouTube video, as even though it saddens me to talk about my childhood trauma.
Why is she tearing up? What about the trauma she caused to animals when eating them? Where was her tears then? I had childhood trauma too. My mom started giving me bottles of water in my lunchbox instead of Capri Suns. You don't see me getting watery-eyed thinking about it.
I knew by sharing my story of overcoming an abusive, toxic household, moving out of my home at age 16, and legally becoming an emancipated minor, my story could bring others hope for a better future, regardless of one's situation.
Nobody likes you, Lily. Not even your own parents. I don't blame them for shunning your ass.
Stupid kids. I just knew that through my videos, I wanted to bring more happiness and motivation for people to live out their best lives.
There is nothing happy about putting a knife into animals' throats. Her entire carnivore channel failed because she misled thousands of people.
I fucking hate her. I hate this person. She is such a dishonest, weaselly fucking cunt. And, I challenged her to a debate, and then she gave me this, like, stupid passive-aggressive fucking response, like, thank you so much for the offer, but I will decline. Like, fuck you.
To failure. After initially posting random videos, one day I decided to post a What I Eat in a Day video.
Hold on. First of all, why would anyone waste their time making a confetti popper when you can buy a pack of them for cheap? Second, Lily just littered. She's not picking up every single tiny piece that fell. And the last, whatever the hell this is, looks nasty.
I'm gonna go puke. As I genuinely just like to see what other people are eating to optimize their health, and so I decided I was gonna make one of these videos too. However, I am a minimalist.
A minimalist. Yeah, right. With a whole wall filled with books she never read taking up space. Smart people would never show a bunch of books in the background to show off how much they read.
It's a symptom of her low IQ. I know I got a lot of books behind me. This is just a set, okay? Plus rating is great.
Then you are not a minimalist.
I'm trans.
Yes, I am aware. Thanks for the donation on web.
You ever heard of a Kindle? Plus, she has to say reading is great, indicating she wants the audience to know she does great things. Very narcissistic of her to say that.
She cares more about herself.
I'm not someone who tries to eat any particular diet. In this video, I'm going to share why I stopped saying that I eat carnivore. I know that my family and my friends, they even are confused. They're like, when we see you, what are you going to eat? All you eat is meat. And they think that I eat carnivore. And so I know if they think that, then many more people are confused too. So I just want to really emphasize and explain the 10 reasons why I don't say that I eat carnivore.
Here's where Lily starts gaslighting everyone. She says she's not on the carnivore diet, but her family
How
and
Hitler would have sounded in English, I'd quite people think he would have high-pitched voice. There was a normal recording of him in a train where he had very deep voice. His stage shouting voice was different.
Yeah, Hitler had an extremely weird deep voice.
Du meine Arbeit für richtig hältst, ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet. When, as the leader of the strongest party, I was entrusted by the deceased Reich President von Hindenburg with the office of Chancellor, Germany found herself foundedness unknown to the Germany of today.
Yeah, sounds about right. Thanks for the donation, too.
Richard, who would win in a hypothetical war, Israel versus Afghanistan, also Israel-Russia. Also, have you seen Dr. Ramani YouTube channel? She is a psychologist and seems pretty smart, and maybe somebody could convince her to go vegan.
Dr. Ramani?
Narcissistic person goes no contact. No contact is a big topic, and it's coming up more and more for people.
I might watch some of her stuff later. I don't know who she is. Israel would probably win in both of those circumstances. The big disadvantage Israel would have if they were to go up against Russia is just sheer numbers, but like if you look at how Russia's doing in Ukraine, that would give you a good idea how war with Israel would go. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
Followers are confused. Why? Could it be that her stupid thumbnails have the word carnivore, making people think she's on the carnivore diet? This clip that I found was taken from a video before the other videos with thumbnails using the word carnivore. Lily's intention is to confuse everyone.
In this video, I'm going to share why I stopped saying that I eat carnivore. I'm not someone who tries to eat any particular diet.
Then someone tell me, if she said she stopped saying she was carnivore and said she doesn't eat any particular diet, why the hell did she title the video we're reviewing called Why I Quit Carnivore?
Oh my god. You are so fucking stupid. It's amazing.
I never tried to eat a carnivore diet.
You're a dumb bitch, and I'm not being rude or inappropriate for saying that.
I was just simply looking at foods and saying, okay, what meals could I make?
Assuming you've seen this already? Did you already watch Greg and Fresh and Fit on Jubilee? Also, is Israel still a democracy after banning news outlets that challenge their narratives? Don't think so.
I can't watch Jubilee videos on my live streams because they make copyright claims against other channels, so I haven't seen Greg set on Jubilee. I don't know if I've seen this. What the hell do you mean Israel bans news outlets that are critical of their own government? They don't do that. They have their own press that's self-critical.
We'll do what we have to do to go after Hamas to avoid civilian casualties, something that we have successfully done. Out of that Hamas number that you just gave, more than 14,000 are terrorists that we took out. There's more than 25,000 Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists taken off the
How many
back.
civilians do you believe you've killed?
We don't have exact figures, as you know, it's the fog of war.
But you've got
and
exact
we don't-
numbers
we
for
don't run
Hamas
to the
terrorists
media.
you've killed. Why wouldn't you know how many civilians you've killed?
Because obviously our focus is to go after the Hamas terrorists, and
Hang on, I mean, that does imply that you're putting a bigger premium on killing Hamas terrorists in terms of numbers and accountability.
Yes, why wouldn't they?
Than you are on innocent civilians. That can't be right,
Yes.
surely. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed. Otherwise, you're prioritizing the lives of terrorists over innocent
Yes, I don't know why they wouldn't.
people.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000. Whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians
give me
will
a
look at.
ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you've told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't seem to have any idea how many civilians you've killed. I'm just bemused. Why wouldn't you keep count of both?
This guy's just a bad debater.
I don't have that information to give you, Piers. If I did, I would.
You've literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
No,
We've done it successfully.
I'm sorry to push you on this. That's quite extraordinary. You're an official spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea how many civilians you've killed. I thought you just told me that you were particularly careful about not killing civilians. But if you don't know how many you've killed, how can you say that with any certainty?
Because even if you were to go by a ratio of the Hamas figures, we would still be far ahead of any Western army.
That wasn't my question. You know it wasn't my question.
I don't have the information.
Well, you literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
Yeah, whatever. This guy just wasn't prepared for the interview. Who cares?
Make that have a lot of protein, healthy fats, vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. What foods are easy to make, cost effective, taste yummy, and make me feel great? And it just so happens, meat, fish, eggs, and dairy hit all of those buckets, though I promise you, if hot Cheetos and donuts hit those categories, I'd be eating that.
Isn't that interesting? She mentions all animal products fit the criteria for being healthy, but doesn't mention plants. Yet she has videos where she eats fruits.
I ate fruit. I didn't notice a significant increase in energy levels. My sleep may have improved, but I also...
Base plant-based Nutella low. This guy says anyone who judges people based on looks is a loser. Lol, the irony.
Hey guys, as requested, I'm going to be...
I suppose we can take a look at that. Vegan baboon. Huh. Wouldn't have figured a baboon would just move an insect out of the way. That's a very big, I think that's a locust or something. Oh my god.
Are you babies? Are you the babies? Are you a precious babies? Are you a pretty baby? Are you my babies? Say, I love Daddy.
That's a really good dog. My god. Wow, they grab with their noses. Hmm. Wow. They have really good noses. Oh my god. They're friends. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation-based plant-based. We'll check out the spherage video later. Axel Fuzz, $20. Hi VG, I need to get a car. Do you think it would be better to get a car privately for cheaper or pay more and get a car from a dealership? And do you think financing is worth it, even if it's like 8% interest? I don't want to throw away a lump sum. 8% interest is fucking insane.
I fucking hate it when people don't debate properly or aren't prepared. It pisses me off. Like for example, if a pro-Israeli gives poor arguments as you said before, and then pro-Palestinians start running fucking victory laps. Shame on that guy. 999,999,999,099.
Yeah. And then they say, oh, look how bad and evil Israel is because one fucking dude was an idiot who wasn't prepared for a debate. Thanks for that donation, Riley. Yeah, dude, 8% interest is fucking insane. After like a 4 or 5 year term, you're going to be spending like what? Like around 20 or 30% more than the actual car is worth. If you can finance with a cheaper loan, go for it. But yeah, 8% interest is fucking nuts. If you're going to buy a car privately, it has to get looked over by a mechanic because most people don't maintain their cars properly, and they're probably going to sell it to you with like a leaking transmission or a blown gasket or something. So if you're ever going to buy a car privately, it has to get looked over by a mechanic. Never, ever, ever buy a car from somebody who says, oh yeah, it's running great, no issues, low miles, and then buy it from them, because chances are you're going to have to spend like an extra $5,000 on repairs. Thanks for the donation though, Axel Fuzz. Appreciate it.
Also didn't notice any increased acne or bloating or joint pain. I didn't gain any weight. In fact, I lost a little bit of muscle, though I would say that's not because fruit makes you lose muscle. It's that I was lowering my protein. After the gym in the morning, I would have a banana with my raw milk. So that was about 9 a.m. And then I would have the other piece of fruit for dessert at around 6:30 p.m. When I had 2 pieces of fruit a day, then my scalp had some issues. My scalp was flaky, dry, I had more dandruff, and it was not, I don't like having dandruff.
Did she ever think it was animal products like raw milk that was causing her to have dandruff? Here's the reason why I say that. She's made multiple videos after this one where she still consumes fruit. Why would she still eat fruit if it causes her dandruff?
Okay, I'm getting some Greek salad because it just looks really refreshing and tasty. This is like a fruit salad essentially because it's got tomatoes, olives, cucumbers, and it just looked really refreshing.
You fucking hypocrite. Now, once I figured out a diet of meat, fish, eggs, and dairy could give me all that I needed, and I started eating this carnivore-ish diet, I immediately saw my acne disappear, my long-term knee pain heal, my sugar cravings vanish, my period became regular for the first time in my whole life, and I was no longer getting sick multiple times a year.
Now, once I figured out a diet of meat, fish, eggs, and dairy could give me all that I needed.
If animal products gave her everything she needed, why did she start including fruit into her diet? Obviously, she thinks fruit is worse than junk food because she'd rather eat that since she didn't
Buy damn in sheet, donate $2.
Any treatments, any vitamins gonna work, doctor? You get everything you need from food. Don't believe in that BS. Just expensive urine. If you take supplements. Can you prescribe me any super doses of ascorbic acid or any IVs?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to get everything you need purely from food sources. You need to take some sort of supplementation. Like if you look at the rates of like vitamin D deficiency in the United States, it's like it's in the neighborhood of like 60-70%. So no, that idea is just dumb. Thanks for the donation. Biden in sheet.
bother to mention plants. Is anything she's saying making any sense?
No, not even in the slightest.
However, I also started having this itching and burning on the back of my head. And we'll talk more on this later, but my head started itching when I did start eating a high-fat, low-carb, animal-based diet.
Oh, her head was itchy on an animal-based diet? Itchy like she had dandruff? I thought she said it was the fruit that was causing this.
when I had 2 pieces of fruit a day, then my scalp had some issues.
What? Also, I began eating this way during COVID, and I was very stressed during this time. We had a lot going on in our personal life, so either it was one or the other, but something along the lines of stress stimulated an itchy head.
Lily, if stress caused your itchy head, then you can't but blame on the bananas, you stupid beaver-looking twat.
This whole YouTube channel is really about bringing people more happiness.
You cucked my dono nigga, Johnny Tellers. Watch the whole thing. What the fuck?
Any treatments?
This
Any
guy
vitamins
just
gonna work,
fucking takes such long pauses.
Doctor? I'll see you in a week when you feel better.
Illmatic. Vitamin C not that great for you. It is probably the single most important thing you should be taking every single day is vitamin C. That's number one. If you take anything at all away from anything I say or do, it's that ascorbic acid will prevent the oxidization of your blood vessels while in the bloodstream, and also it kills cancer cells. I'm not really going to go deeper into area like heroin. 5,000 units of A, along with 1,000 milligrams or a gram of vitamin.
We got D3, we got C.
So a guy who says don't take vitamins takes vitamins. That's the gist of it.
I'm going to throw it out here, guys. Try massive doses of vitamin C.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
All right, get it together, stay focused.
Makes my insides cringe.
3-ish years ago, I was making quote carnivore content as I was eating like the Kelly Hogan, Laura Spath kind of carnivore diet, where back then, if you had seasonings and they didn't cause you any issues, go for it. If you had coffee and it doesn't bother you, sweet, I'm rooting for you. If you like mustard on your burger patty, cool, whatever, it's no big deal. However, gradually the carnivore diet started becoming more popular. And over the years, more people started creating videos saying things like, if you're not doing carnivore diet perfectly, then you ain't doing carnivore right, and you can't say that you're carnivore.
This is exactly how the entire carnivore community acts. Very militant in their beliefs.
Hey, dairy, that doesn't count. Coffee, what? Forget about it. You flush that coffee down the toilet. You want to put seasonings on your steak? What are you, a vegan or something? Don't even look at a plant.
Lily is so bitchy all of a sudden. But I'm okay with that because she's exposing what it's like being part of a group that eats animals.
You became a double agent?
And I was getting blown up in the comment section every time I'd squeeze lemon on my sardines. And as I would do more interviews with guests, they would say things to me off camera, like, this is just getting a little bit ridiculous, this whole carnivore policeness thing.
Fuck Zionism. Fuck the IOF and fuck Israel. Vegans that support Israel are also supporting the genocide of Palestinian humans and non-human animals. Vegan that are pro is not real are no vegans at all. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Palestine is getting fucked up. That's all that's gonna happen to Palestine. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
They would say, Lily, I will just film my food and then turn off the camera and stop recording and then add my seasonings and my hot sauce to my meats. And I was like, oh, so you hiding stuff.
Here is where it gets good. I wonder who these other carnivore influencers could be. You know, the ones that are cheating off camera, eating plants? Could they be Sean Baker, Kelly Hogan, Anthony Chafee, Maria Emmerich? It could be anyone, which means if you follow a carnivore influencer, there's a high chance they aren't even on the carnivore diet. They're all lying to you. What does Lily gain from saying this?
Yep.
Accept that you've been conned.
I just watched an Instagram reel this morning where someone was like, for the last X number of years, I've been eating mostly red meat and animal products. And I was like, mostly? Since when? You would have said only if it was only, as you've said this in the past. So what is it now that you're eating? You know, why aren't you showing people? There should be nothing to hide.
And I was like, mostly? Since when? You would have said only if it was only, as you've said this in the past.
Lily isn't the only one who gaslights. Other carnivore influencers are gaslighting too. See, I'm not making this up or twisting words. She admitted carnivores say they are on the carnivore diet, but then change it up and say they are mostly.
Hey Richard, do you know how I can get the most taste and best texture out of soy chunks? Somehow they never really absorb the spices and end up being sponge-like. Thanks, man.
Soy chunks are kind of harder to cook with. You're probably better off using soy curls. You have to soak them in whatever sauce or spices you're using for a fairly long time, and you have to make sure to drain as much of the moisture out as you can before you cook them, or else they'll just be like soggy and sponge-like. Thanks for the donation, though, Wolfed.
Carnivore.
You gotta believe me.
I just started seeing influencers try to one-up the other as to who could be the most carnivore. Like, I'm so carnivore, I'll eat my meats raw. And it just started turning into like a carnivore cult.
There it is! An ex-carnivore, openly admitting the carnivore diet is a cult.
I told you!
I had looked up to certain influencers and certain doctors, and then once I got to speak with them one-on-one, it was kind of like a Wizard of Oz moment where I pulled back the curtain and I was like, oh, you're just a human. You're not this benevolent, all-knowing being. In fact, they cuss, they gossip, they say mean things, they don't have all the answers to my questions.
I guarantee you the cult leader that was harassing Lily for not being a strict carnivore is Bella, aka Steak and Butter Bitch.
She'll kill you!
I know Bella and Lily are good friends, or at least once was. I'm sure Bella shunned her since she quit the carnivore cult. You're probably wondering how I know it's Bella who is the one being nasty to Lily. We do know that Bella forces her beliefs onto others, and she doesn't care if it kills anyone.
Oh, Palestine will be free, all right. Free for grabbing more land. Lol.
Yeah, and, like, it's funny, too, Destiny brings this up a lot. Like, there's these idiots who keep chanting, Palestine will be free, la-di-da. It's just encouraging more of these Palestinian idiots to try to wage war with Israel, and it's just gonna result in more Palestinians dying. It's going to hold back their ability to actually negotiate peace for land, and it's just going to ultimately be a benefit for Israel because they're just going to get more international support, more weapons, and they're going to be able to take more land from Palestinians. And you're, like, again, if it keeps going like this, where Palestinians keep getting encouraged, oh, Palestine will be free, just keep fighting. Well, if they keep fighting, they're just going to lose more and more and more, and then it's just going to be a one state, you know, of Israel, and then you're probably going to have, like, for a few generations, Palestinians being denied full Israeli citizenship. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage. Base plant-based donated $2. Let me see.
You know you was wrong for what you did.
What I do?
You know you were hella wrong for what you did.
What are you talking about?
Really?
What did I do?
Nah, it's fine. Look.
You said correct.
That is kind of funny.
Regular conversation with you, and you're just it's not even the fact. A regular conversation with you, and you're just it's not even the fact. A regular.
That's pretty funny. No, not the Pikas. Let me see. Oh my god.
A wolf in rabbit's clothing. The collared pika. She has a lot of work to do and not a lot of time. She's got to collect pounds and pounds of flowers that grow in tiny gardens among the boulders.
Wow.
Her hay pile needs to be 40 times her body weight to get her through the dark days of winter. A lot of work for a gal who lives by herself.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
But the pika has a dark side. On stormy nights, migratory birds get blown off course and die.
This is for any pro-Palestinians that are watching your stream right now, so they can have a brief understanding. You might like this as well.
I'll look at that in just a minute. Thanks for that.
In the ice fields. She collects the dead bodies and stashes them in her.
Hey Richard, could you once and for all making a video about on how all fucking pro-Palestinians are Nazi sympathizers? Fuck Hamas. If you support Palestine, you support Hamas. I've seen the videos of pro-Palestinians saying kill the Jews. Fucking twats.
I don't know if I'm gonna make a video on it, but I'll keep talking about it on stream until it's over. Not sure if I'll make a video, though. I am still planning on doing the video, like Islam Exposed. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
In her storm cellar. Then, in the depth of...
Well, they're just collecting dead animals. It's not a moral issue. Nick Fuentes donated $2. What's your thoughts on Nick Fuentes' Twitter reinstatement by Elon? Well, I think it's more proof that Elon Musk is a Nazi. I don't know why you'd have any interest in platforming a Nazi like Nick Fuentes. So yeah, like we all know Elon Musk hates Jews and he's a massive anti-Semite and just a general all-around bigot. Thanks for the donation, though, Nick Fuentes.
I want to talk about all of the protests that are going on at all of these universities. Actually, scratch that. I just want to talk about all of the protests that are occurring in America in general. And hear me out. It is everybody's constitutional right to protest. You can make your flags, you can make your banners, your posters, you can go out and you can chant, do whatever you want. But at what point do you all realize that while you're exercising your constitutional rights, you're not making a difference? You see, the only thing that has come about from all of the social media posts and the protests is awareness. And if your goal is to bring awareness to the situation between Israel and Palestine, then I guess you've achieved that. But if your goal is to see Israel change their approach, if your goal is to see a shift in U.S. policy, if your goal is to see the United States denounce its allyship to Israel, then you're failing. And sure, the Free Palestine movement may be winning the social media war, but unfortunately, the Palestinian people's governing body is getting their tails kicked. And because of the choices that the governing body of the people of Gaza have made, their people are suffering. None of these protests call for the eradication of that governing body. None of these protests call for the freeing and the releasing of any of the Israeli hostages. No, they're all, U.S., we have to stop funding Israel. G-Side Joe has got to go. As if the United States dictates Israel's approach. As if the United States dictates Israel's policy. Netanyahu does not want the United States involved. Him, his war cabinet, and other officials in the Israeli government have made this very clear. And the United States is not going to shy away from its allyship of Israel. They are our allies. And with or without United States funding, Israel would continue to do what they have been doing. They don't need U.S. money. They don't need U.S. weapons to do what they are doing. Israel's military is one of the most powerful, equipped, and technologically advanced in the entire world. They don't need the help of the United States, and it's not like the United States is actually sending troops to go fight for them. And as a matter of fact, I hope you guys get what you want. I hope the United States stops sending them weapons so you guys realize that with or without American weapons, they'll continue to do what they're doing. So again...
Can we react to the new Jubilee with Greg and Myron?
No, I can't because Jubilee copyright strikes channels for using their content, so I can't react to it on stream. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
You guys may be winning the social media battle, you might be bringing attention or awareness to it, and if that's what you're trying to do, great, I have no problem with that. But again, when it actually comes...
Well, it's like again, Destiny has pointed this out, all of the worldwide social media support for Palestine, it only emboldens Hamas, it emboldens Hamas support, it emboldens Palestinians to fight this forever war with Israel because they keep getting gaslit into thinking if they just fight for long enough, they'll get what they want. So if everybody turned on them and nobody showed them any support, they'd finally give up and just, look for peace deals.
When it comes to making a change or doing something that's actually impactful, you guys aren't doing...
She has also been caught emotionally abusing her partner, and I would even go as far to say, probably physically hits him off camera, but I don't have proof of that yet. Check out this interview between the two of them, and you'll see how Bella acts.
This video, we can talk about what we eat in a week because I know this month you're doing something different than you typically do, and then I just think and I think it'd be helpful too for people to hear more about how you're doing, how you're feeling, but also I know a lot of people associate you and I with eating very similarly, and while I think we obviously have a lot of staples in common, I know we have a ton of differences from you eat 1 meal a day, I have 2 meals a day.
Okay, I have to pause it right there. Look at her face. As soon as Lily said she had differences, that triggered Bella so hard. She's gritting her teeth, forcing a nod of agreement. If you do not have the exact same lifestyle as the butter bitch, she'll rip your head off.
She's dangerous. I used to watch videos and think, well, they're speaking with so much confidence that surely what they're saying must be true. And then I'd go and fact check them, and I'd be like, oh, hey, well, some things kind of slip through the cracks sometimes.
What Lily said right there is the epitome of the carnivore community. It's all anecdotal testimonies, not science. But isn't she guilty of doing the same thing? When did Lily ever bring up studies proving an animal-based diet was healthy?
Not once.
Who cares if you have a little bit of seasonings or a little bit of something, but when you hide and you don't show it, it creates a false reality for people, where then I have clients one-on-one who are genuinely concerned that if they have a cucumber, then it's like game over, and they're nervous to have something else because they think they're going to be considered unhealthy.
Can we guess who within the carnivore cult is causing this fear-mongering over healthy vegetables?
Does any other food you see it as poison? Why do you see other food groups as poisonous?
You know how when we go out to eat and sometimes they bring me a steak or some type of dish that I ordered with plant toxins on it? Something even as little as pepper, when they bring out pepper.
But what if there are people who are just like, I don't even care if I get fat? And they actually do not care, right?
Wow, that's a very big concern.
Well, but who are you to judge? Let me ask you this then, if carnivore was pretty much logically the only option, why is it that every single culture, first of all, their foods are so different, right? You go from Asia to Europe to America, North America, South America, all very different, right?
Yeah.
And none of them feature an exclusively protein catalog of foods that have been in the making for centuries.
Well, then let's go back to our ancestors. They were literally carnivores to start with. And then all of the food industry started taking over and wanting to make money and brainwashing us that we need to eat sugar and carbs and oatmeal every day.
So you're saying that the only reason non-carnivore foods and dishes exist is to make money. But there have also been a lot of times where I've had cheat meals with like a salad or something like that.
Why would you cheat for salad?
I mean, if there's one general consensus among the people who I've interviewed, it's avoid eating processed junk foods as much as possible and stick to eating real whole single ingredient foods.
Do you think your guest Bella would agree with you adding apples, broccoli, and pistachios into the carnivore diet?
So there was a period in time where I felt eggs were causing my head to be more itchy and have more dandruff, and so I didn't eat eggs. Similarly, my husband, if he has some oregano seasoning of all things, he'll have more heart palpitations.
Has anyone ever heard such a thing? Heart palpitations from oregano? No, what her husband really suffers from is a weak heart for being a little bitch.
This is the beauty of a carnivore diet, a true no plants carnivore diet, as when you eliminate a ton of variables and go very basic with your diet, then when you reintroduce something like condiments or coffee or celery, then it's easier to identify which foods may be causing you an issue.
Then it's not the carnivore diet anymore, you stupid idiot. Once you start introducing plants, that proves the carnivore diet fails because you shouldn't need to add fruits and vegetables if you can get everything you need from eating animal products. If a vegan promoted adding eggs or dairy in their diet, wouldn't the carnivore cult use that to prove vegans wrong?
That's a damn good point.
When I first started on YouTube, I was eating a carnivore-ish diet, meat plus or minus seasonings, condiments, stevia, little things, and I quickly realized I should avoid using the word carnivore to describe how I eat.
More gaslighting. That's all she's good at doing. If she quickly realized she shouldn't use the word carnivore at the beginning of her channel, why did she make so many videos with carnivore in the title and thumbnails as time went on?
You lying bitch.
So as of August 2021, I started incorporating a serving of fruit, which not only helped me from undereating, but also improved my sleep. As I started noticing when I was doing more strict carnivore that I was waking up like 2 hours before my alarm would go off. I also started having more eye twitching from not holding on to my electrolytes, and I was also noticing my performance in the gym was getting slowly not as optimal, and when I incorporated a little bit more carbohydrates, I was able to push it more in the gym and have more strength.
She just threw the entire carnivore community under the bus, and I'm all for that.
Hell yeah.
So 2.5 years ago, I posted a video with the 10 reasons why I don't eat a carnivore diet, which I watched that video back this week, and I still agree with what I said back then. I thought it was pretty spot on. Now, all that said, I was still eating a fairly carnivore-ish diet.
Yeah, she doesn't eat a carnivore diet. She eats a carnivore-ish diet, but she still put the word carnivore in her thumbnails and titles without quotes.
Stupid bitch. So essentially from August 2021 to August 2023, I had mainly just been eating meat, fish, dairy, and a piece of fruit. Keep in mind, this whole time my scalp has still been itchy, and because it's itchy, then when I scratch it, things will flake off. So now it's more like dandruff. And then when it's more dandruffy, then it stresses me out, and then I have more like psoriasis or kind of like dermatitis. So that's kind of where my scalp was at this point, and I got my blood work done August 2023.
It's the animal products that's causing her itchy head. How does she not get that? If she thinks it's the one piece of fruit, then why does she continue to eat plants?
This makes zero sense. My blood work showed that my ferritin levels were elevated, which ferritin is the storage form of iron, so slightly high in iron, and my copper was a little bit on the lower end, and my thyroid, while my thyroid numbers were still in range, my thyroid still wasn't as optimal as it could be. And having dry skin can be a sign that someone has maybe some thyroid issues going on.
That is what I like to call pure carnivore deterioration.
I went over my lab work with Dr. Sabrina Salt, and she had said that I may benefit by having a little bit of broccoli.
You gonna laugh your ass off.
Let's see, Jack wants to have a call with me right now.
And feeling.
See some of the comments. Dude, how do people not understand why you use hypotheticals? Oh my god, the amount of people who are like, you're talking about fantasy situations. Oh my god.
I had randomly would have like grilled onions or some carrots maybe here or there, but for the most part over the last like 3-ish years, I really didn't have any vegetables because, well, I always remembered them not tasting very great. They're also low in calories and low in nutrients.
A diet rich in vegetables and fruits can lower blood pressure, reduce the risk of heart disease and stroke, prevent some types of cancer, lower risk of eye and digestive problems, and have a positive effect upon blood sugar, which can help keep appetite in check. Eating non-starchy vegetables and fruits like apples, pears, and green leafy vegetables may even promote weight loss. Their low glycemic loads prevent blood sugar spikes that can increase hunger.
Take that, bitches. Vegetables do have some nutritional value, just not as much as like we've always been told that like vegetables are like nutrient powerhouses. Yeah, not really.
What a fucking idiot.
Anyway, so in September 2023, I bought broccoli, and holy smokes, it was so delicious. I was like, wow, since when did broccoli ever taste this good? My body must have been missing something that I wasn't getting, because this broccoli, I'm telling you, it was more delicious than bacon.
Vegetables do have some nutritional value, just not as much as like we've always been told that like vegetables are like nutrient powerhouses. Yeah, not really.
Cunt! At this point, my feathers were so ruffled about the whole scratchy, itchy head, dandruffy, psoriasis scalp situation, and I'm telling you, I tried everything. No processed foods, no fruits, no vegetables, no seasonings, no condiments, super strict carnivore, no dairy, no eggs. I tried buying $100 silk pillowcase. I tried laundry detergent, a shower filter. I tried washing my hair with videos, washing my hair with outside vinegar, washing my hair with tallow, not washing my hair at all. Currently, wash my hair once a week. I tried putting coconut oil in my hair. I tried castor oil. I tried supplementing vitamin B1, colostrum, iodine, selenium, copper. So I've tried a lot.
She tried everything except a healthy, whole foods, plant-based diet.
God damn it, lazy ass whore. That come the end of December, I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to eliminate dairy yet again, because I was like, you know, it might be milk. And so I gave it a try again, no dairy for 2 months, and again, I still didn't see any improvement whatsoever with my scalp.
She has had this itchy scalp issue the whole time and will do anything but eliminate meat.
You're the town dumbass.
Then we got Bryce's blood work done, and his blood panel also showed that his ferritin was slightly elevated, so his storage form of iron was a little bit high, and also similar to me, his copper was a little bit low.
Oh, you weak man.
So to help bring our iron levels lower, we could either donate blood, have more copper, as copper can help metabolize iron, or have less foods high in iron, aka eat less red meat.
Hey, moron! Duh! Look at me! I'm the one with waterboard, duh! I got a wooden spoon!
But we did start supplementing with copper and having less red meat.
So much supplementation is needed when you consume high amounts of dead animals.
I need my pills.
Now that doesn't mean no red meat, we still have red meat, we just don't have it every single day, multiple times a day. And so instead of beef, we've been having more turkey, chicken, salmon, cod, mahi-mahi, oysters, and sardines.
Here we go again. She's going to continue to have carnivore deterioration, and she'll blame everything except the rotting flesh that's going into her body. And yes, the second an animal dies, the flesh starts decaying.
Well, that ain't good.
Moral of the story is I decided I am going to try doing a higher carb diet approach, and I started having 150 to 200 grams of carbs a day.
Hey, idiot. Why are you trying a higher carb diet? Where is Lily getting these carbs from?
I need to know!
Anyway, my carbs were coming from the 2 cups of raw milk, the 1 cup of yogurt, and the 1 piece of fruit that I normally have, plus now another piece of fruit, potatoes, and white rice.
When I had 2 pieces of fruit a day, then my scalp had some issues. Now, once I figured out a diet of meat, fish, eggs, and dairy could give me all that I needed.
I think she's confused.
So the first couple weeks were okay, but then things got ugly, and my skin got so bad. I looked like I was a teenager again. I don't usually wear foundation, but I had to cake on the makeup for these YouTube videos because my acne was so bad.
My name is Brian Turner, and I am someone who is extremely passionate about acne because I've gone through extremely bad acne. Now today, I want to talk to you guys about a very specific type of acne that's called dairy acne. And this is an acne that is, obviously like the name entails, caused by an intake of dairy. The reason that when you consume dairy of any type, you actually have pimples pop up is because of a mechanism in your body called mTOR. When you intake dairy, it increases the amount of mTOR circulating in your body, and mTOR increases the amount of sebum production that you produce, and when you produce sebum, that's the oil in your face, that's what causes acne. It's basically acne fuel.
Anyway, my carbs were coming from the 2 cups of raw milk, the 1 cup of yogurt.
Then I was 10 days late on my menstrual cycle, and I was like cry and super mood swingy, and I cried for 3 days in a row, and Bryce was like, what's wrong with you? And then I was really bloated, and my abs were disappearing, and I was like, I'm not about it.
And she loved her Louisiana foods, especially cheese, Cheetos. Catherine said, you know, there's something wrong with me. She started gaining weight, and she developed a condition called endometriosis. Is that a familiar word? Your stomach hurts, and it especially goes with your period, with your menstrual cycle. Her doctor said, Catherine, I know you wanted to have kids. You're not going to have kids. A friend of hers said, you know, dairy's got hormones in it, and why don't you try a plant-based diet? Catherine said, let me give this a try. She went totally vegan. Medical science works in wonderful ways. She lost weight. Her endometriosis disappeared. She's got 2 kids. And she's now one of our Food for Life instructors. She goes around sharing her story and letting other people know that it's worth seeing if asparagus can help.
Then I was 10 days late on my menstrual cycle, and I was like cry and super mood swingy, and I cried for 3 days in a row, and Bryce was like,
why in the fuck hasn't this girl just like tried eating a vegan diet? Family Path, $22, very handsome. Let me see. Wow. That's a nice moosh. Oh my god. That moose is really fucking adorable. Oh my god. That koala loves her baby. Koalas are very nice. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness. That's a nice cow. Oh, the cow wants on your bed. Oh my god, look at his ears. That's a nice cow. Ooh. Aww. Guinea pig loves just sitting on the piano. Oh my god. Look at that chunk. Wow, he's got a melon helmet. Whoa. Those are some handsome sheep. That's fucking good.
Drake or Drake's friend Kendrick?
I'd say Kendrick, since Drake seems to be a predator. Thanks for the donation, Nkindu. Yeah, what's up?
Hey man. Hold on, just let me set up my live stream. I'm just using OBS too, so I just you're live streaming right now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Cool, cool. Alright.
So what video did you want to react to?
Well, I actually did a debate yesterday with this Instagram troll guy. He was alright. He wasn't much of a troll, but he commented on one of my Instagram videos saying I'll destroy you in a debate. So I asked him to come on for a live stream. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to watch it in the future, it's up to you. I wouldn't mind you reviewing it, but hold on. I will start live stream before I discuss it too much. Is my audio all good for you?
Yeah.
Cool. Can I just test your audio?
Hello, hello, testing, testing, hello, hello.
Cool, cool. All right. All right. I think we should be all good in a second. Yeah, so hold on, just make sure your face is all good. Essentially, I brought this guy on yesterday, and he, oh fuck, hold on. Still learning all the live streaming stuff, man. Yeah, he it was a bit of a fuck around, to be honest. Like, he was, if he's watching this, I'm just gonna have to offend you a little bit, man, but you're a smart, dumb guy. You know what I mean, Richard? He's just like, you know, they just have all they sound intellectual, but really he's just talking absolute crap the whole time. And it turned my brain to mush, to be honest. Like, I was just like, he kept going back on his word. Like, one minute he agrees with human rights, the next minute he doesn't agree with human rights, and then the same thing with animal rights. Like, he wants a sanctuary in the future, but he doesn't care enough to be vegan. Like, he cares about the well-being of animals, but then he says taste justifies murder. And then I said, would you say the same for humans? Yeah, in some circumstances I would justify murdering humans for taste. So it's just like, okay, I didn't know where to go. Anyway, I got some critique from James Aspie this morning, and it was good. He just said, to be honest, man, you should have shamed him a lot more. You know, you should describe what happens to these animals, and if someone says they don't care, well, shame them. And I did to a degree, but not really. I will take that on board. I do completely agree with that. But anyway, he brought up one ethical dilemma, where he he said, would you save? Who would you save if you had to pick either? Sorry, man, I'm just making sure the live stream's working. Yeah, it's all good. Said, who would you save, 20 chickens or one human? And normally I would say, look, I'm not worried about the ethical dilemma. I would just say both, because that's what you can. You're the, it's the vegan option. But I went along with it. And I wanted to actually decide on it, and my immediate thought, because I haven't thought about it deeply, and that's what I want to ask you about today, was, well, that's 20 rights violations over one human. And we're not getting into the specifics of who this human is, but we could just say it's a vegan. Because if it wasn't a vegan, well, then I would probably pick the 20 chickens straight up if they're going to a sanctuary. But But yeah, I said 20 chickens. But then James said this morning, I was surprised by that. I don't know if that's the right answer or not. And I don't have an answer for that. So that's what I want to ask you today. How do you evaluate sentient life? And what would you have
Sure.
said in that situation?
Yeah, there's no right or wrong answer. It's entirely really personal preference. Like you said, the answer would be, without clarification, would be depends on the human. There are
Yeah.
vegans that I absolutely can't fucking stand who I'd definitely save a chicken. What's his fucking name? Like grumpy vegan or cranky vegan. I can't stand that
Okay.
cunt. So it really just depends on the human. Like if it was between 20 chickens and my wife, I'd probably choose my wife. If it's any random person, I don't generally like people all that much anyway, so I'd probably choose the 20 chickens. If it was you, I'd probably choose you over the chickens. So
I appreciate that.
kind of depends, unless you'd want I guess if I had an opportunity to ask you, I'd say, would you rather me kill you or save the 20 chickens? But and I'd respect your decision, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
There,
Okay. So what you're saying is it's completely subjective in terms of what your biases are, who you prefer. Like it's based on preference. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's entirely subjective, and it's entirely a personal preference. There's no right or wrong. Like a question like
Yeah.
that, it doesn't really negate the idea of granting animals the same rights as a human being, because again, if you have an option to save a bunch of people or like switch tracks, it's not really a rights issue. It's really just an issue of personal preference and what you value more. A question of what you value more or what you value less. It's not really a question of rights.
Sure.
So regardless of what you answer, it's just a question of personal preference, not a question of whether or not animals should have the same rights as human beings.
Okay. Is there a way of evaluating sentient life in general anyway? So like yeah, I mean, is that a thing? So is that something that we need to consider? Like how do we evaluate in terms of the hierarchy of sentience, the total life expectancy of a chicken versus a human? Like is that even something we need to think about?
Yeah, so you can evaluate this into your decision. So, if we're talking about like an 80-year-old man versus a 20-year-old man, who would you rather save? That could be, equated into your decision, because if you're 80, you could literally die at any moment of like a stroke. So versus the 20-year-old, they're probably going to live another 60 years at least. So on that basis, you could say, okay, well, I'd prefer to save the 20-year-old because chances are if I save him, that will generate more overall well-being in the world. You could make that same sort of decision with the chickens. I don't know what the life expectancy of a chicken is. Like maybe it's 10 years. So
I think it's a lot less if they're a rescue chicken, but
maybe.
yeah, I don't know, probably around
Probably somewhere between 5-20 years, something like that. So I don't know if you're going by like 20 chickens. So between the 20 chickens, that could be anywhere from like, I don't know, 50 to 100 years of potential well-being. But you could also weigh that against the amount of well-being that a human can have, their impact on society. Obviously, a chicken isn't really going to have an impact on society, and for the most part, they're only really going to be able to influence their own lives, basically, and like the lives of the chickens around them. But like a human being can like save other people, become a doctor, contribute to like art and science and all these things. So these are all things that you can weigh out, but again, there's no right or wrong option. The way I could view it is, okay, well, most humans are fucking assholes. I don't like most people. Most people are carnists. Chickens just be chickens, and I'm gonna save the chickens. And when it comes to like a vegan activist like yourself, like I could say, okay, well, you're young. You're probably gonna live like another like 60, 80 years. You're trying to help so many animals, and you're probably going to turn so many people vegan, so 20 chickens might die, but you might end up saving thousands of animals throughout the course of your life by turning people vegan. Those are all things that you can take into account, but again, there's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting. I do appreciate hearing that because that was kind of my perspective too. I think it's a subjective thing. Like, I don't think it's as simple as just saying one life is more valuable than the other. And but I guess then for those who do say that you have to, in these situations, the ethical thing to do would be to evaluate the depth of sentience, like the depth of their subjective experience, the length of their life, etc., etc. For those who do say that, and I was thinking of this hypothetical. So let's say there's an alien species, right, that are more sentient than us. Okay, they come down, and then the ethical dilemma is between one of them and 5 of us. For those who say you have to evaluate sentience, and then let's say we did calculate sentience, and their sentience is 10 times more deeper than us, and they're going to live to the age of 200 on average. Well, then, let's say in this calculation, their sentience outweighs ours. So then these people would essentially say that you have to choose the one alien over 5 humans.
Yeah, you don't have to.
With it,
Here's the thing
yeah,
that
right,
trips
and
people
that
up
your
about
answer is
these.
you don't.
Well, here's the thing that trips people up about these moral dilemmas. I think intuitively people think there is a right or wrong answer. We like the way we kind of conceptualize meaning. Things like morals, things like right and wrong. It's like this idea that's beyond us. That and like most people believe in God, and that like they think these sorts of senses come from a higher power. They don't. Nothing matters. The only thing that exists is nihilism. Nothing matters. Nothing has any meaning. There is no reason behind existence. There is no, objectively, no such thing as right and wrong. Nothing you do matters. You will just die and get eaten by worms, and the cycle of life continues. So whenever you think of these things, don't think of it as like, morals come from some higher power or it's beyond me. It's all in your mind. It is all existential. So when you're thinking about these things, like, okay, would I be okay with sacrificing 5 humans to save a super intelligent, super sentient alien that will live forever? There's no right or wrong answer. If you're going to make the claim that like sentience matters, like how long you can live matters, like obviously you're going to have a harder argument when it comes to justifying killing the alien versus saving like the 5 people. But if you have the personal preference to save the human beings just because I like them more. The aliens look funny. I don't understand them. It's not a wrong answer. It makes it harder to justify if you're claiming these are the things you value. But there's no right or wrong answer. You can try to justify it whatever way you like. Like, again, I don't know. I like chickens more. I don't like people. People harm things. This and that. But there's no right or wrong answer. Go with...
Especially in these situations. Like, this is such a... I would say it would result in such an irrational choice often. Like, yes, you could try to come up with some close to... well, this would be my next question. Is there an objective truth, though? I mean, I've watched a little bit of Sam Harris, and he says there are kind of like objective ethics. And from what I'm hearing from you is that you're saying it is... You think he's wrong about that? Okay,
it's all existential nihilism. He's totally wrong. There's no such thing as
what is your
objective moral
reasoning
values.
for that? I guess
the reason why morals aren't objective.
Yeah.
So just think of the question. Objective means independent of a mind. So when you ask the question, is there such thing as objective morality? What you're asking is there such a thing as a moral principle that exists independent of any mind? How is that possible? A mind is like, is there such thing as beauty without a mind? right? Is there such thing as happiness without a mind? Is there such thing as pain without a mind? Like, these are all values that are dependent on a mind. So you cannot have morality that exists outside a mind. A mind is what is generating these feelings of morality. Morality is nothing but a set of preferences, just like beauty.
Okay. Think I understand your position. Maybe just for clarity, maybe you could explain Sam Harris's point of view to me, and then I can at least have both of those perspectives in my mind.
So, Sam, I had a pretty crazy mushroom trip lately, and I was watching Sam
I was
Harris.
going to ask you
so,
about that because I was like, this would be perfect for a mushroom trip
So,
conversation. But go on.
I think what Sam Harris is getting at, you really have to ask Sam Harris because I can't know for sure what he's actually thinking. But I think what he's trying to argue is that these sort of moral preferences or intuitions that we have are sort of like a product of evolution that has to happen in any kind of intelligent social life form. That's what I'm kind of thinking. And he talks about like a moral code of the universe where you generally see like society becoming more empathetic, becoming more understanding, and working towards this goal of reducing suffering and maximizing well-being and living a longer life. I think that's kind of what he's getting at, but and again,
So you're saying well-being is some type of universal truth?
Yeah, like it's something can be universal, but that doesn't make it objective, right? So if you say all sentient creatures want to experience well-being, all sentient creatures want to eliminate suffering and live for as long as they can, those things can be universal, but it doesn't make them objective. So it's a very different thing that you're arguing from. And again, like the idea that Sam seems to be trying to get across, like that's the sense that I'm getting, is he thinks that there is some sort of moral code to the universe where, like, when consciousness arises, it just starts developing these understandings, and it's sort of like something that naturally happens through the course of evolution, that we just become more and more empathetic, and we're moving towards this ultimate goal of eliminating suffering and like maximizing well-being.
So why the hell isn't he vegan? I'm so confused by this.
He's a jackass. He's just a fucking
Oh my
hypocrite.
goodness.
Like, that's it. But I kind of get that. Like, I kind of get that sense. People have also brought up the is-ought gap to him, where if you don't understand the is-ought gap, it's basically a form of non sequitur where you can't come to a normative conclusion from a set of purely descriptive premises. So if you say something like P1, conscious beings avoid suffering, P2, conscious creatures try to maximize well-being, therefore well-being is good, suffering is bad. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense. There is never any normative claim in the set of premises. It just doesn't follow.
Can you just explain to me non sequitur? What does that mean?
It just means it doesn't follow. That's basically what non sequitur
Oh,
means.
sure. Yeah. I've got someone here in the comments saying morality is objective and it's based on the golden rule. I mean, you've probably already explained your position quite clearly, but what would you say to that?
Yeah, so the golden rule, I'd say, is a good principle. Treat others the way you treat yourself. I think that is a good moral principle, but it's based on a set of subjective preferences. So you might have the preference
upon the mind.
Yeah, you'd have a preference for how you're treated, and you may have a preference for the way other people are treated. But it's, again, this moral principle is created by your mind. How is that preference objective? If a mind did not exist, where is the golden rule?
Okay. And just coming back to Sam Harris's point, I do remember him explaining one thing where it's like, in all cases, and I don't know how this relates to it being objective, but he has the analogy of like, no matter who it is, there is a level of suffering that is always going to be bad, and you can turn that up, like you can turn the dials up, and it's just an objective truth that that well-being will decrease, and from there you can only gain well-being, and that's his explanation for objective.
Yeah, so we could say pain exists. We can get into some like weird word games here because pain is a subjective experience. It's dependent on a mind, but it is true that minds exist. We can say at least our own mind exists. So within a mind, it would be objectively true that a mind is experiencing something like pain. But that doesn't mean the moral value of suffering being bad, well-being being good. It doesn't mean that is objective.
Okay.
It's just that your mind
Interesting.
perceives it that way.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate you explaining that. I think you answered that original question I had quite quickly. And that was kind of my position anyway. I think that's a fair point to make. Maybe I could ask some other people too, get their opinion as well. But how long, I mean, do you want to just get back to your live stream? If not, I have a few more
That's cool.
questions about different topics. Cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
I mean, I wouldn't mind going past, so I've come up with a different type of method when I'm debating outreaching people, and it's kind of based on name the trait, but a bit different. I would like to get your opinion on it. I mean, you could just review one of my recent videos where I've done it and I turned some, I mean, you never know, but this guy said he would go vegan within 3 minutes, and he seemed fairly honest, so you could watch it at some point if you like. But what I've decided to do, so we can use name the trait, and I think it's a very effective way of exposing logical inconsistencies and contradictions. And then from there, I often find that if you get them to admit that they're just living a hypocritical life, which actually happens quite a lot, especially when street debates, when people aren't really thinking too deeply, they just admit, yeah, I'm a hypocrite, blah, blah, blah. And then from there, I'll kind of go, so why do you think you've been conditioned to be a hypocrite? Like, why are you comfortable living your life like this? Like, what is the conditions that led to this point in your life? I think that's kind of a good way to go from there. But I've come up with a different type of method, which is I get them to, I ask them, are you in favor of human rights? Most people would say yes. Most general people would say, yeah, I am in favor of human rights. And then I want to go a little bit deeper. So I ask them, why should we be in favor of human rights? Like, why would it be wrong for the human to violate their rights? And essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to the point where I get them to understand and actually answer it for me. Well, the reason we respect human rights and we would say it's not preferable to violate a human is because they are sentient, fundamentally. We have the capacity to suffer, and we also want to live our life freely. And they agree to that often. And in this case, in this one, and I've done it twice now, they agree that yes, that is fundamentally the reason we want to respect the rights of humans, because we don't want them to suffer as much as possible, and we'll understand that we want to live our life freely, generally speaking. So then I'll ask your opinion on this after, but then from there I then say, for that same reason, would you also then grant animals rights because they're sentient, they suffer, they want to avoid suffering, and they have the capacity to live freely? In this one example where this guy turned vegan quite quickly, he said, 100% I am in favor of animal rights. So then I ask, and I say, like, so, and it's for that same reason, right? I try to clarify because this is the important part. It's kind of like name the trait, but you're actually spelling it out for them.
Yeah.
And then they say, yes, for that reason, because they suffer and they want to live their life freely too. And I say, so it's not because of social class, it's not because of intelligence, it's not because of skin color or the way they look. Yes, that's right, it's because they're sentient. And then I asked him, in this case, so how long have you been vegan? And then he's like quite caught off guard. And then it only took a minute after that for him to say, well, yeah, you're right. Maybe I will go vegan. It tastes good, but I don't think that's a justification. So it worked really well in that scenario. What do you think about that method? Have you thought of that method before, or would you still say name the trait is the better one?
It is literally name the trait, only you're getting them to name the traits first without asking the question. So they're naming the traits that they value, and then when you test their values against animals, they're either going to have to come up with some other sort of traits that animals are lacking. But yeah, it's you're basically running name the trait with them naming the traits ahead of time without asking them.
Yeah, because I guess from that point, if they come up with some other reason why they wouldn't grant animal rights after admitting themselves that it is because humans are sentient, they don't want to suffer and they want to live their life freely, and then they come up with some other reason for animals, well, then they're immediately contradicting themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can point that out and go from that point onwards. Well, it's like, what, you just immediately contradicted yourself. So why are you being speciesist, essentially? Like, what's your reasoning for this? And is that a hypocritical existence?
Yeah.
Well, then the next question. Yeah, go on.
That could be a more effective tactic in some ways, because you're immediately catching them with a contradiction. So yeah, that might be better. I'll try it out with some street activism.
Yeah, man. Would you try it in like a live stream debate?
Yeah, I have a debate coming up.
Yeah,
I
cool.
think on the 17th. I might try that.
Yeah, man, give it a go, because I tried it with this guy yesterday. It would probably be interesting if you watched it first, but generally he just kind of like, he did agree to it eventually. Like he says he's an abstractionist, so maybe I could ask you about abstractionism, but he said he is, but he still fundamentally agreed that he would be in favor of human rights for that reason. And then when I asked him about animals, I actually can't remember what his answer is, but he was all over the show because apparently he's an abstractionist. Have you come across people that identify as an abstractionist?
What does that mean?
well, that's funny then, because I searched it up. I'm a little bit confused by it. Essentially, it's just like, oh man, I actually don't know, to be honest. I'm a bit confused. I did do a little bit of research on it. An abstractionist, so here, I'll just quickly. It's the theory that the mind obtains some or all of its concepts by abstracting them from the concepts it already has or from experience. One may... Does that make any sense to you?
Not exactly. I'd need to read more about it.
Yeah, to be honest, it's probably just a massive cop-out. You don't have to answer things clearly. You don't have to be logically consistent, because I'm an abstractionist. I just think it's a massive excuse to continue living in a way that's not, because he did admit later on that he's comfortable not being logically consistent. And I guess that would be the next question.
That sounds
what do you
like
say to...
he's a literal anti-realist.
Okay. That
where,
probably
like,
could be
anything his mind
analogous to
believes is true.
abstractionism. Yeah, that's probably what aligns with abstractionism then. How do you deal with people like that?
Who claim they're like a full-on anti-realist where anything they believe is true even if it's a contradiction?
Essentially, because that's kind of what this guy was doing. He was just like, look, I realize that I want to build a sanctuary in the future, but I just don't care enough right now. I don't care that I'm not living a logically consistent life. Essentially, the just I don't care argument. He was also doing the nirvana fallacy quite a lot as well. Like, how do you deal with people like that? Like, what would be your initial tactic to deal with someone like that?
Yeah, so again, somebody could claim they have the moral value that they don't care, but I would just point out that they do clearly care. It's just that they kind of want to, I don't know, put their head in the sand, because like look, if somebody said if somebody was arguing with them that, oh yeah, like I rape kids or something, they wouldn't say, oh well, you know, I guess that's cool, you know, whatever, your values are your values. They'd probably shit a brick, call the police, freak out, this is horribly wrong. So they apply different standards for themselves than they would for other people. And again, if they were to go to like a slaughterhouse and see this, I don't think they could say they don't care. They clearly do. He's just trying to run away from the problem. And I would just make it like, I'd show him slaughterhouse footage and shit and just make him confront the issue. with animal ethics, because
I
like
agree.
again,
Yeah.
most people, they buy their meat from a grocery store and shit, and they don't really have to think about it, you know, out of sight, out of mind type of thing. So I would definitely try to show that the person like that slaughterhouse footage.
Yeah, I agree. Aspie said, yeah, you probably should have shamed him a lot more. And I think in that sense, like actually show him what he's paying for. And the reason I didn't is because it sounded like he was already aware because he wanted to make a sanctuary in the future, but it would have been a great opportunity to do that. But essentially what I did is that I think I kind of said that I just don't believe that you don't care. And I just straight away put him in the victim's position. It's like, would you be saying the same if you were in the victim's position? What would you want your oppressor to do? Would you want them to go vegan or just kind of go on with life just saying, I don't care? And I'm pretty sure his answer would be, well, yeah, to go vegan, you know?
Yeah.
So I think immediately you're getting them to admit that that's not a good excuse because you wouldn't want that. You're just copping out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so because yeah, you come across these people, and I've come across them quite a lot recently because when you use these effective tactics, such as like name the trade or the method that I just described to you, you can get them to admit that they're a massive hypocrite and they're living a contradicting life. Immediately from there, it's like the only solution they have if they're not willing to go vegan is, I'll live life as a hypocrite. And it's kind of like a roadblock.
Yeah, you're just going to meet a lot of people who will stonewall you like that and say, I don't care. Unfortunately, you can't kill them. That would be the best solution, just like culling carnivores. But you like this is just the issue with nonviolent activism. You're just going to have to accept that you can't turn people vegan on the spot, and you can't let it get to you. Again, if people stonewall you, don't waste your time too much. If you just keep hearing, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, whether it's online, whether it's in person, spend, 5-10 minutes trying to get them to care, but you're probably not going to change somebody's mind in, in just a matter of like a few minutes within a conversation. Give them like a card, tell them to watch like Earthlings or Dominion or something.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But that's just the unfortunate thing with activism. You can't change everybody's mind right then and there. So you kind of have to just accept that.
Yeah, I do generally agree with that. Like, and with experiences, like, and I always tell other activists this: yes, you can go into a debate and outreach with the goal of turning them vegan, but it's rarely ever going to be the case. And I think that's a great end goal. And even further, turning them activist, that would be the best end goal. However, it's extremely unrealistic. And I think fundamentally what we need to do when we're going into these conversations is there's the general phrase, planting a seed, yes, educating them, providing them facts, whatnot. But agreeing that they are a hypocrite and the life they're living is a hypocritical and contradicting life, and that if they were in the victim's position, they would want their oppressor to go vegan as soon as possible. If they admit to that, that is a massive achievement because this person was going to live their entire life, possibly, if not encountering another activist, that their life is completely fine and they're going to be comfortable doing what they do to animals.
Yeah.
And if you could get them to agree to that, and that is actually fairly easy and is very realistic to get somebody to agree to that fact that they would want their oppressor to go vegan and that they're a hypocrite. I would say that's a major achievement. What do you think about that?
Yeah. It's at least the first step towards turning them vegan. I think
Absolutely.
I think at the very least, if we could convince society that they're doing something wrong, that would be a massive, massive win if most people would admit and recognize that they're doing something wrong.
Yeah, and going back on that case of like when they just act like, I just don't care, not an issue, blah, blah, blah. I do think, and I've seen Tash do this quite a lot, and I'm sure you probably have too. Like, she has this ability to just, like, the switch goes off, well, shame on you, animal abuse, and she'll start yelling. And I remember originally I used to always get really uncomfortable with that. But I don't know, I think sometimes you will get to that point with certain people where you do have to publicly shame them. In the same sense, if someone was a human abuser, a dog abuser, like things that we generally accept as being horrible, horrible things, and they just say they don't care, I'm just going to keep doing it anyway, I think we have the the privilege and the ability to do that. I think we should be doing that.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Like, should we, in these examples, like publicly shame them and actually raise our voice and say animal abuser with facts? Obviously, I don't know if we should just go straight out ad hominem. I think we can call them what they are.
Yeah, shame is a very powerful tool, and if we collectively start calling these people out for being abusers, it'll make them a lot less comfortable to say these things and hopefully do these things too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man. Well, I think that definitely covers that aspect. Maybe I could move on to another thing because I watched your debate with Rafaela.
Yeah.
Debate. Sorry,
Well, not
interview.
debate,
Interview.
interview.
Yeah. Really enjoy that. I
I'm going to
thought that was
debate her
awesome.
though,
She's
on
fucking.
Tuesday.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Cool. Well, you're probably got a debater on the topic I'll probably ask you about. I'm not sure. She's awesome. I think she's great. We did some activism with her in Germany. She was actually inspired. She says 50% of her activism can be attributed to Tash, which is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
She's got so many views. Like, I think on YouTube, 140 million plus views, like in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Like, fucking hell, it's unreal. So we've been inspired by her in terms of like creating the type of content, and that's got to reach a lot of people. You discussed that, like creating viral content and how these shorts are, you can see them as little seeds, clicks in terms of trying to convince somebody to go vegan. That's awesome. But one topic that came up was horse riding. And now I know I'll just ask people to go watch that interview and get your perspective on there, but maybe the people that are watching this aren't going to go watch that full thing and find it. So maybe you can just discuss your position on horse riding and whether it's ethical in which situations. And I just want to hear that.
Yeah, so animals need exercise, so that's why you take your dogs on walks. You take them to a park, let them off leash, let them run around. Horses also need exercise, and in the wild, they would normally travel many miles each day. They'd also have to run away from predators, and especially males, they'll like fight each other for, like dominance, resources, stuff like that, access to mates. So they get a lot more physical activity than they would in captivity. So you normally have horses, I don't know, on like a square mile or so of like paddock space that's fenced in. They don't have many opportunities for vigorous exercise, and they're kind of naturally lazy animals. They'll just eat grass all day. Sometimes you'll see them run around and play with each other a bit, but they're not like dogs where they'll just go at it for 20 minutes, rest, go at it for another 20 minutes, rest, go at it just all day long. So in order to get them to do vigorous exercise, riding is pretty much one of the only ways that you can, one of the only practical ways you can get them to really run and get very heavy, like strenuous exercise. There are like people have sent me videos of like a girl on rollerblades riding down a road, running her horse. Again, you're not really going to have many opportunities to do that, and you also have to have a well-trained horse that isn't going to just spook, run off, crap like that. Somebody on Instagram told me that there is a way of doing jump training with horses where you ride them around on a leash. Again, I don't know how practical that is with every horse and every type of person, but just normal, casual riding where you get them to go into a trot, have weight bearing down on them. It's good, vigorous exercise. And if you can do it in a way where you give the horse consent to be ridden, there is consent training. Horses are extremely intelligent animals. I would say they're, at least in some ways, more intelligent than dogs. They can give consent. And if you don't use pain compliance devices like bits, crops, whips, spurs, it's a win-win. So they're doing something that they actually want to do. They get to have fun. They get vigorous exercise. That's good for them. So they'll live longer. It prevents obesity. So in those circumstances, riding can be a good thing.
Okay, so just to clarify what you've said, you're saying that generally most horses, domesticated horses, adopted horses, preferably, obviously. Like, I'm sure you're still in the position that they shouldn't be forcibly
Yeah.
bred into existence
Yeah, they shouldn't
for
be
the same
bred.
reasons.
They should. Yeah, you
Yeah,
shouldn't
they
breed
shouldn't
horses.
be there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would, yeah, okay. But in the cases that they are, you're saying that generally as they become an adult, now but maybe I'll clarify everything first, but then I will talk about maybe what I sent you on Instagram as well, and we can talk about that. But generally, as an adult horse, they're going to be fairly lazy. That they need the exercise for overall well-being to like improve their well-being, strengthen their bones, and keep their muscle tissue obviously very active and strong. And because they're lazy, they're not going to do that naturally. What you're saying, they're not
Yeah.
going to just run around and do what they need to do to be healthy enough, fit enough. Okay. So in that case, you would say that we should do that it would be the right thing to train them to give consent first, ideally, to then ride them in a way that doesn't use any type of pain compliance, to then overall give them the fitness. So that would be the ethical horse riding you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would add to clarify that?
Yeah, they also have to be old enough to be ridden. So if you ride them when they're like 4 or 5 years old, their spine hasn't developed yet, and they're just not large enough. So if you ride them when they're too young, it can give them really serious spinal deformities. But I think once they're 8 years old, around there, that's when they can be ridden safely.
Okay. So, okay, a few questions to try to push back on this. And look, I've never really had a formulated answer to this, if there would ever be a form of ethical horse riding. Because generally, I would say what the position of most vegans would be, animal rights activists, is just that, first of all, you can't get consent. So I can question you on the whole consent training. First of all, you can't get consent, and therefore it would be unethical for that reason, because you don't know whether they actually want you on their back. Secondly, you have to, like, people would make the argument that you have to break them in order to actually get them to want you on their back. So how would the breaking in process come into this, like breaking their spirit?
Yeah, you don't have to break them in. When you're capturing like wild horses, yeah, you would. Domesticated horses, no.
So you're saying that domesticated horses don't have to be broken in any circumstance?
No, like the spirit breaking thing, no.
Okay.
Like
So
again,
that's
wild yeah,
horses.
so like wild horses who aren't used to human contact, who don't like, they have this like fight or flight response. Yeah, that's kind of like an old school kind of thing where people would just jump on their back, basically force them to be ridden, and basically force them to accept, having somebody on their back. When it comes to normal domesticated horses, you don't. They might be reluctant to, get saddled, but again, there's ways of doing that with positive reinforcement, with just giving them food. You just slowly introduce them to things like, putting a pad on their back and a saddle. You just give them a reward for letting them, get strapped into all these things. And then you can work on just consent training where, regardless of what they choose, and they can give you cues that they don't want something, sometimes they'll even like bite you. And then you just give them a reward for whatever they choose. So I think Jasmine showed me a horse trainer doing this. Basically, she would go up to a mounting block, which is just like it's like a step, so that you can just like step onto the horse easily. The horse will come over on its own, and then you'll like touch its back, and then if the horse doesn't want to be ridden, it'll either walk away or it will turn its head away, and then you just reward it for like not being mounted, and then you just unsaddle it, and then if it doesn't want to be ridden, again, it'll give you a cue, and then you reward the horse, and then you go on about your day.
Okay. Have you seen this in action yourself?
Yeah.
Like, have you?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, I'll get Jasmine
essentially
to
what you're
send me
saying
some
is
videos
that
and I'll send them
yeah,
to
go
you.
on. Okay, I would be interested to see this because I don't have like this is something I'd have to think a lot more about, and I appreciate hearing your perspective on this. So when it comes to the long-term health, like you're saying this, if and well-being. So the fundamental reason that you are doing this is because it's actually improving their overall well-being and their overall health from what it would be otherwise. So let's say now, what would their health be otherwise, and what would be their well-being otherwise if they didn't even take part in any of this type of ethical horse riding?
Yeah, so it's basically like a person who doesn't get any vigorous physical activity. They're going to age a little faster when they get older. They're going to be slower, have less muscle mass, be more prone to injury, have more chronic pain. They're also more prone to obesity, and obesity is a lot more dangerous for a horse than it is for a human being.
So would you say that you could objectively measure their overall well-being and happiness, like if it was to be studied? I don't know if it's been studied. I don't know if you're basing this off any particular research, but like,
I don't know about well-being necessarily, but hard health outcomes, like how long they live, how much muscle mass they have, like clinical pain outcomes, things like that.
sure, yeah. So I guess the reason I'm asking you all of this is because I want people to hear this, and I want people to take this in without any type of bias or preconceived notions of what is vegan and what isn't. I want people to learn from this and actually research it and try to understand it themselves. But I guess what I would say from there, well, I mean, I think you've clarified everything in regards to this. Is there
Yeah,
anything else that I could
just
try
think
to
about it
push
like
back
any other
on?
animal. Like if you didn't
Oh yeah, that's
take
what I
your
was going to
dog
say.
out for
Yeah, I was going to
walks,
say that.
same kind of thing.
That's
Like,
right. That's
your dog is going to
I
be
was going
more
to say,
prone
like,
to obesity.
imagine.
Things like that.
Yes, I was going to say trade equalize a human in this example, right? The same intelligence as this horse, the same awareness as this horse, and the same needs and everything. Let's say that human you could guarantee, in this case, so there's no other option. Like that they've been forcibly bred into existence. They're in your care. They're on your paddock. I'm taking all of this for granted, and but like they're going to be lazy. They're not going to want. They're just going to sit around and just walk around and do
Well, think of
not
it
too
like
much. And we can get onto the.
You don't even need to trade equalize intelligence. Just think about it like a child. Like kids will just sit around and play video games. You're gonna have to like kind of encourage them to go outside and play or play sports. Like same reason you'd want like a kid to do physical activity like ride a bike. You're gonna want a horse to like get some sort of exercise in some way. So that you could have like there are horse toys that do get them to move around a bit. But again, for hard, vigorous exercise, which seems to be the most beneficial type of exercise, riding seems to be like one of the few, if only, practical way to get them to do hard, vigorous exercise.
Okay. Well, then this brings me on to what I sent you via Instagram, which was this horse that we met. Just I'll give some background for people listening. So I met this horse. The name's Milan in the UK at a sanctuary of my friend Juliana's. Some people living and watching this from the UK would probably know of her and maybe know of this horse already. This horse is quite young, but this horse has never been ridden, I believe. And we spent some time with her, the horse, and she runs around like crazy. Like she's jumping and bucking and sprinting, and you only have to run alongside her and she'll chase you and sprint alongside you. Really playful and super fit. Now I sent this to you and you said this would be the case in most baby horses. I'll just finish explaining this scenario.
More common among, it's just like how kids are hyperactive, right? Younger kids tend to be more hyperactive.
So then I guess the question would be then, would there be a point, and we would be able to see this obviously in real time, it would be interesting.
Yeah,
would this horse at some point slowly stop doing this?
Yeah, so first of all, it's probably too young to be ridden anyway. But if it kept up that level of physical activity, there may not need to be any point to riding it.
Sure. So I guess this is kind of like an individual basis now,
Yeah.
like horse to horse basis. So if you come across this horse and they're past this age of where you would say it wouldn't be ethical to ride them anyway. So the age of maybe 8 years old, and they're still doing this behavior, still running around, still super fit, super strong. Well, and you say it wouldn't be right to do any type of consent training and then trying to find a
Yeah,
way.
probably not.
Okay. So I guess then the question would be, would a good course of action be trying to find out ways? So if you were to adopt a horse and they're maybe young and they can still be trained in some way to stay physically fit throughout their entire life, using toys, certain training methods where you don't have to ride their back. Maybe you can use weight training as well. I heard Rafaela talking about that. That would be preferable if it was possible. Like if there were ways to train a horse to stay physically fit and healthy and be happy that way without hopping on their back via consent training in your case, without any pain. Pain
I don't even
equipment,
know if
whatever.
you could say it would be preferable necessarily, because the idea would be that you're not harming the horse in any way. You could.
In your case, yeah. Okay.
So it would just be another option.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think that covers a lot of what you discussed, and it kind of fleshes it out a little bit more. And I want people to hear that, and because this is, and this is one of the things within the vegan community where we can become sometimes quite dogmatic on something. And I'm not saying that I've formed an opinion on this, but it is so important to stay open to concepts and not become extremely dogmatic, because it's not always black and white. And you're actually coming at this from the perspective of the rights of that animal and the well-being of that animal, and you're trying to think about what would actually be best in this circumstance from a vegan perspective. So take this on board, and if anyone has any questions in the comment section, I will ask you, but if not, I will probably move on to just another topic. So the other question I have was actually in regard to, this has come up quite a bit, like I know, so this is to do with the culling the carnivorous animals kind of thing, but when it comes to like your broad statement that killing spiders is always going to be the best solution, even if they're in your house, like what is the justification in this particular scenario with spiders? Because maybe the argument could be made that if you make a blanket statement that just kill any spider you see, because generally that would be the better, more ethical solution in terms of the amount of animals they're going to violate in their life. How can we know for sure and make such a statement without knowing the effect that this could actually have on the ecosystem, that this could actually lead to more rights violations if we make such a broad blanket statement?
Yeah, so spiders do kill mosquitoes, and mosquitoes are horrible for humans. They kill more humans than literally any other animal, but I don't live in a... I don't know how many people have mosquitoes just all over their home.
Yeah,
like again,
they're fucked, yeah.
if you're killing spiders in your home, you're probably just preventing a few, harmless houseflies from getting killed. I don't think I'd advocate for people going outside and just smushing any spiders they see. But yeah, when they're in your home, I don't see the ethical issue.
So okay, so you wouldn't make the statement that people should just, like go out and kill any spider they see for that reason. You're not confident in that would result in less violations of animal rights. Okay. But in a house, you're still holding the position that you should just kill that spider if you know they're a carnivorous spider, because I'm not sure. Maybe I think there are some type of fruit spiders or whatever.
I don't see them. I don't see a spider in your house doing anything but just maybe killing a few fruit flies or something.
Interesting. I mean, like, because people will probably push back on this and just say, and I know we've discussed this in our previous interview, that we should still respect these rights of these animals and do what we can to... Well, okay, here's a question, because you said you wouldn't be, at this point, maybe in favor of going out outside your home to just squish any spider, because they might actually be controlling other harmful animals.
They could be killing other insects that are violating rights of other animals.
So
or
in that
rights of
case,
humans.
would you not then say that putting the spider outside would be a more preferable thing?
Yeah, maybe. Could possibly be more preferable. I just don't see it making a big difference.
I guess the reason I ask that is because if you are going to say at this point that spiders outside is probably a more preferable existence, even coming from an animal rights perspective, if that's the position you're going to take at this point in time, putting them outside would you're still giving that spider their life, but actually it's still going along with the ethical framework that you have with them probably killing other carnivorous animals or other harmful animals.
I don't know if it would reduce rights violations or not. I'm comfortable
Okay.
saying that the less spiders inside my home, the better.
Okay. Sure. I think based on those points, I would, and what I would normally do is I would put them outside. Mostly because here in Australia we have huntsmans, and thank God I don't come across many huntsmans. But fuck me,
Yeah,
they
I've seen
scare the
those
shit
big,
out of me. There's
gigantic
been
fucking spiders that are like a plate.
oh,
I'd get like a shotgun for those things.
I have picked them up and we put them in like trays and put them outside and stuff like that. But oh man, they do creep me out a lot, and I think I probably got that from my mum. Like she came from New Zealand where they don't have they do have very small spiders, but they just don't have anything like we have in Australia.
Yeah.
So she came over here with a massive fear of huntsmans, and it's been instilled in me from a young age. And fuck me, they are scary looking guys. I've come across a few of them, and we were at an Airbnb once, and this was like kind of in a forest. And on the frame of the bed was a huntsman on my side of the bed, and this was at the very start of the trip. And we got the spider out and stuff like that, but I could not sleep comfortably every single night because I had this fear that a huntsman was going to crawl on my face, and it's
Those
just oh
things
man,
are gigantic. I know they kill like mice and stuff like that. I don't know. You're probably better off just killing them. Yeah, I just
yeah,
fucking
well,
kill them. Fuck them.
Look, I know we've gone through the whole culling carnivorous animals argument, and I'm getting to the point where, from a more principled perspective, like if we can guarantee that they are going to violate more animals' rights, if not, that would probably be the more principled position to take. However, it's like, I maybe you could say I'm still taking an irrational, contradicting perspective as an animal rights activist if I'm not going to kill that animal.
Well, I think the only responsibility you have is not to violate the rights of another being. So, if you want to take the
right, yeah.
If you want to take the safe approach, like you can just put spiders outside if you want, but I'm not gonna fucking try to pick up a huntsman. Like that thing's just getting shot with a BB gun.
Have you seen you've seen the real big ones, like the images? You know,
Yeah.
I know that you're not a fan of this guy, but Durian Ryder actually breeds them.
What a fucking
Yeah.
weirdo.
Yeah, he actually breeds them. I'm pretty sure I saw a video of him having them, like, yeah, and he gets all their babies and shit like that. So that
What the fuck?
Yeah. Enough said there, really. Yeah, man. I don't really want to get too deep in it because we've already gone over the culling carnivorous animals, and I saw your discussion with that other guy the other day, Vegan Sky.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. That's another topic I would love to talk to you a little bit more about then, because he was watching my discussion with that ethical hunter guy that I had that you watched, and I just happened to stumble across his live stream and was reviewing my debate. And he hated when I said that I'm kind of erring on the side of not seeing bivalves as sentient. He was like, "Fuck you, Jack. Fuck you. You know, how can you come up with that? Like, how are you the arbiter of that knowledge? You know?" And I was just like, I don't know, man. Like, based on what I've seen, I am kind of erring on the side that they might not be sentient. So, what would be the argument you make to vegans who get, well, that are defensive
Yeah.
of the fact that they are most likely sentient and you shouldn't do that?
They don't have a brain. They don't have a nervous system. There's no type of structure or structures they have where you could say a consciousness exists. They just have nerve ganglia, and that's it. So, in all likelihood, they're not sentient. I would say that with a very, very high degree of confidence.
So you wouldn't even be taking the precautionary principle at this point.
No. Again, it's basically, if you're gonna say bivalves are sentient, you're gonna have to come up with like some sort of argument for why, if you were to like chop off your finger itself would be sentient. Like, where is the sentience located in your finger? All it is just a collection of nerve ganglia. There's nowhere where you could reasonably expect a consciousness to be located.
Someone's saying that lobsters only have nerve ganglia too.
Yeah, lobsters only have nerve ganglia. They have much more nerve ganglia than bivalves do. It's arguable whether or not they're sentient, but there's a bit more evidence to indicate that they do have sentience. They have a large cluster of nerve ganglia, where you'd kind of expect their brain to be located, and they have other large clusters of nerve ganglia around each limb. But again, if you read some of the literature on it, on like crustaceans, most scientists seem to say there's a very good likelihood that they're sentient. When it comes to bivalves, though, they're much, much more simple creatures.
Oh shit, hold on, man. You're frozen on my live stream, but you're not frozen to me right now.
No.
I don't know what's going on here.
And turn off my camera and turn it back on. Is that better?
No, you're not frozen to me, but on the live stream you're frozen. Can I just quickly call you back?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Don't know if they could hear you. Let me just listen. Because if they can hear you, we can finish up soon anyway. I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about that. Oh, damn, your audio was gone too.
What are you using to capture?
OBS. To capture the actual screen, I'm using the HD 60X. But no, it seems to be frozen as fuck. What the hell? Okay,
it's still frozen?
Maybe it's my streams, the actual capture. Let me just re-add that. This is still gonna fuck up. I don't have to bother. Okay, no, it should work now. I just had to re-add you in there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, I also want to ask you about Joey.
Carbs run?
At some point. Yeah, at some point after this. If you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright. Okay. I think this should be fixed for everybody. Thank God. That was weird. You just froze on my live streaming. So there was something wrong with my actual the actual OBS. Don't know what that was. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, in the case of lobsters, so yeah, nerve ganglia, and people just let me know if this is all good now. But yeah, so they have a nerve ganglia. It's much more, and it's more centered around the brain. But man, if you look at the behavior of lobsters as well, like I've seen footage of them being,
Well, yeah.
boiled and stuff like that, and it's.
Well, they seem to be like they exhibit much more awareness of their surroundings, and they seem to have like reasoning capability. So again, more signs that they're sentient. They don't have a brain technically, but they do have a very large cluster of nerve ganglia. They have several clusters around each of their limbs. But even though they don't have a brain, it does seem that they are likely sentient, so much higher plausibility than a bivalve.
But when you do look at bivalve behavior, some of it seems very complex too. And if we're going to say that for lobsters, could we not have some type of precaution for the bivalves who exhibit some quite complex behavior?
No, so there's some really interesting research where they take a collection of single neurons, and you can actually train them to perform very complex tasks. If you just Google neurons playing Pong, you'll come across the paper. Scientists actually got a collection of neurons, and they trained them to play Pong. So are the neurons sentient? Are they aware of anything? Probably not. If you're going to claim that bivalves are sentient, you're going to have to make an argument that like even single neurons can be sentient. And as you increase the amount of neurons, like a being just becomes more and more sentient. It's a weird argument.
Then,
I don't think that's plausible.
It then kind of leads into the question of like, what is your cutoff point for sentience?
Well, I guess it wouldn't necessarily just be sentience. Once a being has the ability to experience well-being or suffering, I think that's when I'd give it moral value. So, like if a being could only experience suffering, I'd have an inclination to want to exterminate it because the only thing it can experience is suffering. If a being can only experience like the color blue, that's not something I really care about. But if it can actually experience well-being, where it can be like happy or experience pleasure, then that's something that I'd grant moral value.
And what would be the characteristics that you look for to understand whether someone is experiencing well-being?
Well, you can just look at behavioral intuitions. Like you can look at lobsters eating. Like when we eat, that's something that we generally consider as pleasurable. When like you can see like it's just an intuitive thing. So lobsters can do things where it seems like they're enjoying certain activities, whereas in some other situations they can look like they're stressed out, like when they're fighting or trying to evade a predator. So, I'd grant lobsters moral value on that basis that, again, the general evidence, despite them not having a brain, seems that they're sentient, seems that they're able to experience pleasure and pain. When it comes to bivalves, I don't really see that. They're very simple creatures. There's nowhere in their body where it would make sense that, okay, sentience is located in this particular area. They're just a collection of nerve ganglia.
Sure.
And again, there's no indication that they're really feeling anything or have any sort of preference for anything.
Yep. Okay, that definitely clarifies that up a little bit. I have a few more questions. Are you still interested in continuing?
Yeah, sure.
About some other topics? Okay. Just let me go piss, everybody. Because I can't hold. I've been drinking coffee and I really need to. So
I'll just answer some donos on my stream.
Would you consider these impersonations of Americans are based? I always roar out loud whenever I see these Crips laughing on the floor laughing raw.
Some looks like Americans are getting ready to play. I don't suppose they'll have any problems seeing the ball with their big American eyes. Yeah, good thing they had those big eyes so that they don't have to rely on that amazing American intellect. Oh, you said that stings. That's a zinger. What you call white American person with a PhD in physics and math? I don't know. Right. Stupid American. American.
That's pretty good.
Hey, Bobby, look, I'm American. I think I'll use my credit card. Do you guys have anything non-dairy? Anything gluten-free?
That's pretty fucking good. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
What about me, Rich? If you had to kill me or 20 chickens, would you save me?
I really like
I have a
chickens. I
question.
think I'd save the
I don't know.
chickens. Thanks for the donation, Scare Theater. What's up?
Oh, so I have a few questions. I can just kind of list them out. I have one about depression. I think it's really important. I do want to talk about that.
Sure.
Your experience with that. Mike Israel. Maybe that, because that was kind of leading on from the sentience question, because I watched your debate with him. I did enjoy that. I think it's pretty impressive that you even had the debate with him, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't have expected him to be the type of guy that would agree to do it, but that's pretty awesome that he
He'll
did.
actually do videos with a lot of people. He's done a lot of videos with smaller channels, so if you reach out to him, he's likely to do it with you.
Awesome. I might try that, but I think you covered a lot of bases there, but I could probably lead on from your discussion. I haven't watched it in a while, but I think the main catch point in that discussion was kind of like his hierarchy of sentience and him having this particular cutoff point. You know, that was kind of like he said, certain animals, I just don't think it's worth it enough to not kill them. Am I right in saying that? Is that kind of like what his argument was? Like, maybe you could kind of summarize what his reasoning is to not be in favor of veganism and going vegan himself.
It's been a while since I had that debate, so I don't know if my memory is totally clear, but like the whole debate was really just spending like a good 2 hours to just get him to bite the bullet on killing mentally disabled people. That was really it. He just reluctantly agreed that, yeah, I'd kill mentally disabled people and turn them into burgers. So, yes, as far as I understand, like that's basically his position, that there's a level of sentience and intelligence where he's okay with raising, you know, severely mentally disabled people, and then killing and eating them.
Yeah, right. Because he had the perspective that there is a certain level of sentience where he would say it's okay.
Yeah,
to
that he's comfortable
kill
with it.
and eat them. Yeah. And what would be, I can't remember your exact rebuttal to that, but like, what is your rebuttal to that, to someone saying that I think there is a certain level of sentience, and it's kind of going on the whole lobster question, like, do they have enough well-being? So it's like, are they experiencing enough well-being that we should grant them their right to life? What if somebody like him saying that for fish and chicken, he doesn't think that that's morally valuable enough?
So, like, again, if somebody has the position that they're okay with, I don't know, killing lobsters or killing chickens or killing chimpanzees, like, somebody might have their own personal cutoff. And again, there's no right or wrong answers when it comes to morality. I'm a moral anti-realist. Like, morality is subjective. So you can have that take. And if somebody's going to be perfectly morally consistent, and he bit the bullet and said, yeah, I'd be fine with killing like a human being that had that same level of intelligence or sentience. That's really the end of the discussion. I don't know.
So essentially what you're
beyond...
trying to do there is get him to have a position that the general population would see as disgusting.
Yeah, like, yeah, that kind of is and isn't what you're trying to do. Like, I think the goal in any vegan debate is to test logical consistency, at least when you run name the trait, and show you either have to agree that it's wrong, or if you bite the bullet, you're okay with taking away human rights. And some people will bite the bullet and agree with taking away human rights. But
Yeah.
I think most people are going to find that to be morally objectionable. Some people aren't. And if somebody isn't going to agree to some sort of fundamental value about human rights, where, okay, if you're like mentally retarded to the point where your mind is comparable to like a chicken or a cow or a lobster or wherever you put the cutoff, then some people are going to think that's morally objectionable. Some people aren't. Like again, if you're going to deny human rights on that sort of basis, then there's not really anywhere else you have to go to argue.
Yes. Okay. So maybe you could just kind of summarize then, and what is the main goal when you're going into a debate? What is your end goal in that debate if you have one?
Yeah, it's to either point out a logical contradiction where they either admit that that they're a hypocrite, or they're doing something wrong. So they say it's okay to kill animals, it's not okay to eat people. It's okay to kill and eat animals, it's not okay to kill and eat people. I try to point out a logical contradiction. Once that logical contradiction is pointed out, like the goal is for them to either, again, agree that what they're doing is wrong and say, like, and admit that is a logical contradiction, therefore what I'm doing is wrong, or bite the bullet and just say, then yeah, I'd be in favor of taking away rights from human beings. That's really the goal, and again, like that's when the debate stops. So if they agree that it is morally wrong, well, then you've won the debate. If they don't agree and they say they're okay with taking away human rights, I don't know if you can necessarily call it a win, but it is a win in the sense that you are proving, in order to eat meat, you are going to have to take away human rights, which is something that most people aren't comfortable with.
Yeah, so in the conversation I had yesterday, the debate, he ended up saying, because he was all over the place, which was really frustrating, and maybe if you do want to watch it or not, it's up to you. It's an hour and a half. Obviously, your review is always valuable to me, but he essentially ended up taking that position that he was in favor of human rights at the beginning, and then generally in favor of animal rights to some degree, but then he backed up on that and said it would be okay to murder humans, etc., in some circumstances, and not circumstances where it's justified. Like he just wasn't in favor of human rights. So I tried to spell that out to him, and then he had the position to say that, well, as a vegan, you're still logically inconsistent because you could be living a life that is even more logically consistent with the idea of veganism, like by not driving your car, just kind of not doing anything. The appeal to futility, I imagine, or the nirvana fallacy. Like, I don't know which of them it would be.
Well, it
what
sounds
do you
more
say
like
to
a
people that like that?
It sounds more like a tu quoque fallacy.
Okay.
But you'd have to ask him if he's going to claim that your life is contradictory or what you do is contradictory to your values. You'd have to ask him to point out the contradiction.
Yeah, I was saying, well, I am logically consistent. I don't. Did he point out the contradiction?
Like he's going to have to point out a contradiction with your values. So if he's going to say driving a car because you might like run over an insect or something, like that's contradictory with veganism, then you're going to have to get him to clarify that and then explain why it's not contradictory.
Yeah, okay. I think he may have. I'm not too sure, but let's just run through that then. Let's say that that's what they're saying, and then they say, well, you have the choice to drive your car. You're taking into account that when you do drive your car, the chances of you, will say the word, incidentally killing somebody is likely, and you know that. And by not driving your car, you know you're not going to incidentally hit someone, would that not be the more consistent position to take as a vegan? What are your thoughts on that?
I
No.
don't see how that entails a contradiction. I think you have a right to travel. And yeah, there's a risk when you travel. There's a risk when you walk down the road. You could step on an insect
Yeah.
unintentionally. You could run into an old lady, like, whatever. You can trip into somebody. But I consider it to be a right to travel. So I don't see how that entails a contradiction.
Okay. Yeah, keep it as simple as that. I do agree with that. I think it's very straightforward because no matter what you do, sitting in your room, you could, well, I don't know, maybe sitting in your room probably involves the least amount of harm possible, but you could say that using electricity in your room is going to
Yeah.
result in incidental death somewhere else. There's no way around it.
Yeah, it's only if you're like a utilitarian where you could maybe claim that you're contradicting your values, but I'm not a utilitarian.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not either. So literally just coming from an animal rights perspective, driving your car, sitting in your room, using electricity, whilst we acknowledge that they're not harm-free, they do result in harm to others. It's just not a violation of somebody else's right because we've granted ourselves the right to be able to use power to drive our cars. And from an animal rights perspective, that's consistent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That I think that covers that. Generally then, like when it comes to debates, what advice would you have for people that are learning to debate? Someone either in my position, maybe I could say I'm an intermediate debater. I'm not sure if I could rank myself as compared to someone like you or Avi, or ask yourself, someone, let's say starting out, what would you recommend for them to get better at debating? Like I would say outreaching is a kind of a different skill. It's very similar, like there's a lot of overlap, but there's some differences, I would say. What would you recommend for somebody that's learning to debate?
Yeah, so just learn some very basic things in philosophy. So at least learn what an informal logical fallacy is. So things like tu quoque fallacies, appeals to nature, appeals to tradition, things like that. That's a huge help. You should also just practice debating. You're going to quickly find where you have holes in your knowledge gap, and then where you have gaps in your knowledge, and then for the next time you can learn, research, and be more prepared for the next time. There's not really any way of knowing what people are going to say, and you just, over time build up a base of knowledge just from arguing. Like before I did YouTube, I was arguing with people in the YouTube comment section for like, let's say a year or two at least. And just from arguing with people in the comment section, I would hear like, a bunch of arguments about health, nutrition, and I wouldn't have an immediate answer for it. But then I'd just learn, I'd read up on things, verify if what they were saying is true or not, and then I'd have an argument ready. And, if you, like, no matter where you're debating, if it's in a YouTube comment section, if it's doing activism out in the street or doing, like, online debates, you're going to learn where the gaps in your knowledge are, and then you're going to,
Sure.
learn for next time. So those are probably the two biggest things.
So it's like coming into it, so learn some fundamental knowledge around debating and animal rights. Like I always say that it's so important that the main thing you get right is that you understand the animal rights message fully, because there are so many vegans that potentially don't actually understand animal rights fully. Like, for example, them calling Peter Singer the father of animal rights couldn't be further from the truth. That's because people don't actually understand animal rights and saying his position on that. So it's just like, be super clear with what you mean when you say that animals deserve rights. Actually fully understand, because that's only been something that I've probably come to knowledge of since, I would actually say, watching your debates. I went through a period of time where I was binge watching your debates, and that's where it started to click to me, because in a debating scenario, you have to go deep into your understanding of what you are actually saying, because I would say that this is where it differs to outreach in a street, is you rarely have to go that deep with most ordinary people. And that's why outreach is a really good starting place, I would say, because it's a great place to learn. Sometimes you might not be filming yourself. Ideally, you do film yourself because that's how we actually learn a lot quicker. But then what you would say after that, then, so I would say, yes, understand the core message, but then practice. Like, practicing is so important. You have to do it. You can't just watch other people, because I watched a lot of yours. I've watched a lot of debates before I was an activist. And you think it should be pretty straightforward watching other people do it, but then the moment you put yourself in that situation, you learn your weak points. You do. And that's why I would say filming yourself, or even just recording audio, if that's what you want to do. If you can't get somebody to film you or set your tripod up, record audio, listen to it back, because that's a super powerful way to learn. So if someone that is starting out, learn the fundamentals, learn like some particular method. I learned the AV method when I was doing outreach, and I want to ask you about the AV method if you're familiar with it and your perspective on it. Go out and just bloody do it and record yourself and get better with practice over time. Would you say that that's a general way that would be a good recommendation for a beginner?
Yeah, you absolutely have to do it. You can learn some techniques and learn how, debates go in a general sense, but when you're actually doing it, it's a much different thing experiencing it. And again, just learning some basic philosophy things, like what informal fallacies are, understanding like what a contradiction is, that will go a long way.
Yeah, man, and like, since putting myself in, so I've been doing outreach for quite a while now, and I would say I'm fairly confident in my outreach ability and actually getting somebody to admit they're a hypocrite and ideally actually going vegan. I've done that quite a lot. The moment you step into a debate, it's a whole different thing. And like I said, I've watched a lot of yours, and it's not until you're in there that you realize that it's difficult. And I would say the hardest part, and I'd like to get your understanding of what like the most difficult parts of a debate is, but for me, it is staying focused and on topic. Like, it is actually understanding your line of reasoning and where you need to go and how to stay on topic. And like, when you're dealing with, I'm going to say, quote unquote, smart, dumb people that just use word salad, like the equivalents of Jordan Peterson, like it throws you off. It honestly throws you off. And the reason they do it is because they don't want you to understand their convoluted reasoning. And that fundamentally, when it comes to animal rights, most people are absolute hypocrites. So they just use word salads to get themselves out of it. So the hardest part for me often is staying focused and staying on track and understanding where you are in that conversation and what you've already got them to agree to. What do you think of that? And what would you say are like the hardest parts when you're actually entering a debate and staying focused in that debate?
Yeah, so the hardest thing is staying on topic. This was even an issue for me the other day when I debated Sky from Vegan, of course. If you watch that debate, I should have just asked him directly what constitutes, like, we're debating whether or not it's vegan to own pets. What I should have done is just asked him directly, what is exploitative when it comes to owning pets, and whether or not like a vegan adopting pets matches that description of exploitation. So even if you're an experienced debater, this can happen to you. You can kind of get caught up in the moment and let somebody lead you on. But what you should always remember is you want people to ask certain questions or answer certain questions, and you want you kind of want to lead the conversation. So if somebody's deviating from something you want them to answer, just again, make them answer again. Just imagine how you want the conversation to go in your head and lead the conversation in that direction. Don't let them wander off, ask you something, then you answer, then the kind of topic slowly drifts off. You want to make sure they have a clear position and that your position is also clear, and you want them to answer a specific set of questions that lead to a particular conclusion.
Yes. I actually I've done this quite a few times, where you just draw out a mind map of where the conversation should go logically. So you have like the initial questioning, what you want them to agree to. You want to get their position on certain things. I've done this with outreaches. Like, if I have a particular line of questioning that I want to do for this video, like, should it be legal to kill animals? So if that's your initial question, write that initial question, and then, where it says yes or no, right yes, right no, and then what would be the next question after that? And you can eventually find your way down to where you want the conversation to lead. And you can do this with any starting question if it's a good starting question. You know, I did it with I don't know if you saw Tash and I do the dolphin meat one, the fake dolphin meat. I did the exact same thing. How will that go before you're in that situation? Because it's all based on improvisation, really. So you need a general framework, even if you're improvising, so you know what is the goal of this thing. Like, I'm selling fake dolphin meat. You could get yourself into a really shit scenario where you just get someone to agree to eating dolphin meat and then they walk away with that. That's dangerous, but you need to have somewhere how you're going to turn this conversation, and it's important to draw out a framework.
A debate is different than a conversation. Like, if you're just talking with friends, you know, you can start talking about like smoking weed, Legend of Zelda, what cars you like that's kind of how a lot of people talk and communicate. You don't want to have a conversation, it's a debate, and debates are much more directed towards certain topics.
Absolutely. And actually, that is important because there's going to be so many times when you're having a debate with somebody and they want to talk about a different topic because they don't want to talk about animal rights because they know they're probably going to lose it, right? They're going to be exposed. So that is a very common thing, especially on this topic, is that they will bring up a whole bunch of shit, a whole bunch of irrelevant shit. And it is so important to realize when something is becoming irrelevant to the conversation and very tangential, and you need to bring it back. Say, okay, wait, no, this doesn't relate. This is unrelated. Come back to the important questions because you're here to debate animal rights as an animal rights activist. You can go off on these small tangents if because sometimes you don't know. You actually don't know if this slight tangent is important for the conversation or not. So you need to be quick to realize that this isn't important and it's a deflection and bring it back. So that's another important skill, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything else on debating? Like anything else that you would recommend to people that are getting into debating? Because if not, I want to actually ask you about the AV method.
No, not that I can think of.
Okay, so the AV method is something that really, really did help me when I was first starting outreach. Well, not first starting it, but actually it was about 3 years ago when I started making outreach videos. It was only really after I learned that method and I found it very, very effective. Are you familiar with it, and what are your thoughts on it?
No, not familiar with it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I could literally just run out the questions. So Paul Bashir, I know you know Paul Bashir, and
yeah,
you kind of agree with it. You like AV and stuff like that. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So he has the AV method. I don't know if he personally created it or not, but first question you would ask somebody once they've seen the footage is, are you against animal abuse? Do you think animal abuse is wrong? The reason you ask that first question is because they're watching animal abuse right in front of them, and most people, you could probably just estimate 90% of people would say, yes, I'm against animal abuse. You know, most general people, the public, and then you kind of just lead on from there because anything they say after that, that's pro-carnism is going to be a contradiction because they just said they're against animal abuse. Now, I know that it seems like a welfarist question to ask, but you could... I think depending on how you define abuse, you could probably say abuse and animal exploitation. I think I would probably, are you against animal abuse and exploitation? I think that's kind of more aligning with...
You could say abuse is exploitative. You could also say murder is abusive. So you can use the terms interchangeably.
That's right. Yeah, I agree with that. I would say that's still in alignment with rights because you're violating someone's rights if you're going to abuse them, and fundamentally... If you're going to confine somebody in a farm, you're going to forcibly breed somebody into existence, and then you're going to murder them in a slaughterhouse, I would say that's all abusive. It's misusing your power for personal gain. So yeah, it kind of starts with that. And then, do you think there's any way of consuming animal products without abusing them? So that's a really good question to dive deeper into what they actually think of that. Because at that point, some people say, well, yes, I do think there is a way of doing it without abusing them. Free range farming, euthanasia, whatever it is. They'll come up with all these different ways. And then you can essentially start questioning them. And then, well, do you not think that all of those methods you just described all come with a form of abuse? And then you can describe the industry practices. Then that's when you get into the wheel of excuses. And then so it's just after that, they're going to come up with every excuse to justify consuming animal products because they don't think in certain circumstances it would be abusive, or they think there's certain justifications. You get through all those questions, and then you come back to it, and then you're essentially saying, well, look, you said originally you're against animal abuse. We've come to the conclusion that there are no way of consuming animal products without abusing them fundamentally, unless in certain circumstances. And I say animal products, I say that kind of just generally speaking, because I know we talked about bivalves earlier and stuff like that, but just kind of generally speaking. And then essentially just getting them to agree that they're a hypocrite. If you're in the animal's position, what would you want your oppressor to do? Would you want them to go vegan straight away or at some point in the future? Pretty much everyone would then say straight away. So then what's stopping you? Nothing's stopping me. Well, here you go. Here's the tips and tricks you need to go vegan after this conversation. So that's generally the framework. There's a PDF that I could send to you if you want to look into it more deeply. What are your thoughts on that as compared to just going straight into name the trait in a street outreach situation?
I think you're going to have to get into name the trait to really argue with some of these things with people who aren't immediately kind of on board with things, because I've done AV outreach, and I would say like half the people I've come across will say, okay, well, that's not the entire industry. Like, there's ways of killing animals where it doesn't look like this violent and stuff. I've even come across some people who grew up on farms and shit who killed animals themselves, and they said, okay, well, we never did this. Like, I've shot cows in the head with like a rifle; they're just dead instantly. So, when somebody's apprehensive like that, or when they don't recognize that killing itself is wrong, you're going to have to run into a name the trait kind of argument, whether you use name the trait specifically or not. But in any case, you're going to have to argue for why, animals should be granted the same rights as human beings. It's a good template for people who aren't used to debating, and for people who are like completely new to activism. It's a fine template, but I don't think conversations usually go that simply.
Yeah. What I would say is that in that scenario, so when they're talking about, and this often comes up when you do this line of questioning, is that there are ways of consuming animal products without abusing them if you did it in a pain-free method. And I always just say, like, look, there is never going to really be a pain-free method. Like, you're talking about euthanasia, right? The reason, why do you think we don't use euthanasia? And you get them to explain it. Well, it's just too expensive and too ineffective.
I think that whole conversation is just a waste of time. Like, again, you're doing animal rights activism, so whether there's a way of doing it in a pain-free method or not, it just seems.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. I'll get to that. Yeah, because from there, then you would say, do you think even if there was a pain-free method, do you still think that it's not abusive to steal someone's life against their will? Like, essentially, do you not still think it's abusive to violate someone's right to life? And when I ask that question, most people will then say, no, you're right, that would still be abusive if you put it that way.
Yeah, I still think you should just skip the whole welfarist aspect, and just like assume we're talking about the most ethical, practice, like, oh, the cow's happy in a field, grass-fed, free range, organic, all this bullshit, and then it's like killed in a pain-free way. Like, again, the discussion is about animal rights, not about how, we could treat animals better in a slaughterhouse. So if you're going to be doing animal rights activism, I would skip the whole welfare stuff about, talking about how the industry is normally run, how like the majority of farming is factory farming. I want to get people on board with the idea that any type of, murder, whether it's done in a pain-free way, is wrong.
What I would say is that it's not. I wouldn't say it is welfarist to do that, because essentially what you're saying is I would say if you phrase it this way, it is equivalent to name the trait, because you're saying even if it was the highest welfare standards.
Well, yeah, I understand.
Would
that,
it not?
But, like, I've seen Joey
Would it still not
Carbstrong,
be a violation of their right to life, and you wouldn't do the same to a human?
I know, but like, I've seen Joey Carbstrong do this, where you have a lot of people who are on board with the idea that, standard industry practices are wrong, but he'll never bring up the fact that like killing itself is wrong, and he'll like go on this, long tangent about how like when you buy like nuggets from McDonald's, you're supporting like all this horrible shit that's happening in factory farming. But he'll never really make the argument that murder itself is wrong. Like breeding these animals into existence just to kill them is wrong, regardless of how it's done. And I don't think people are given like a strong animal rights message, and they're left with just this welfarist message that I don't think is as powerful. So I would just avoid that whole discussion entirely when we're talking about abuse and standard industry practices, and I'd move straight towards that actual argument about rights.
Okay, interesting.
I think you can I think you can put yourself in a trap if you go to that first step about welfarism, because you might just be stuck in that welfarist conversation if they immediately kind of get on board and agree with you.
Look, I am personally leaning into that method that I discussed with you earlier, with getting them to agree with the human rights and why we are in favor of human rights, and then passing that on to animal rights. I actually think that is more effective at this point in time. It's what I've been doing more often. I'll release a couple videos soon of where I'm doing that in a public outreach setting, and it works just as effectively, and you get straight to the point. So I will agree that I think there are ways that are probably more effective in that regard, less wasting of time, more efficient. So yeah, I can agree to some degree to that. But we mentioned Joey, and I said I wanted to just talk about Joey real quickly. Now, when I had my last interview with you for my YouTube video, I had people reach out to me saying that I don't know why you would associate with Richard to any degree, give him any public attention, because he said Joey should kill himself. I wasn't familiar that you said that, so this was following the Tristan Tate debate. You weren't happy with how he did, and you said that he should kill himself. Now, people weren't happy that I am actually associating with you after you saying that, and saying that we shouldn't give you any time of day because of that. Now, I had to look into the video where you said that. I'm not too sure about the pre-context, what you're actually talking about, but I heard the part where you did say that. Now, I was kind of taking it as a figure of speech. Like, you were so upset with him, you were so pissed off that go kill yourself, Joey. Like, what can I hear your explanation
I
of
can't
that?
remember exactly what I said, but I think I said something to the effect of, if you're going to do this, you might as well kill yourself. Something to that effect. But this is coming after Joey threw AV under the bus. I've covered this in videos before if anybody wants to know more. But yeah, basically, Joey was getting funding from the same donor that AV got its funding from. And that guy is also funding a lot of other animal rights orgs. He was funding Toronto Cow Save, or the Save movement. And he was getting pressured by them to take away funding from AV because they're very apolitical. They don't support like intersectionalism, feminism, and crap like that. So this donor was trying to find some like weird excuses to not fund AV without admitting that he just doesn't like their political stance on things like feminism. So he was trying to argue that AV is misappropriating funds, and he basically used Joey to promote that message that they're misappropriating money. And Joey just completely threw them under the bus. Like, what Joey should have done is just step back and said, look, what you're doing with AV is none of my business. I'm just going to take a step back from this. Hope you understand. Like, that's what he should have done. But instead, I think he felt pressured because this guy's giving him a lot of money. And he's given me money before, too. This guy is a mega millionaire. He was giving the Save movement several millions per year. He was giving AV several millions per year. That guy commissioned me to make a series of videos, and he gave me $10,000. He's also giving Joey money. And again, if I had to guess, he's probably giving Joey somewhere in the neighborhood of $5,000 to $10,000 regularly to make, certain content. So I can understand why Joey would be motivated to go along with what this guy says, because in his mind, if he doesn't, well, that's a huge, significant amount of income that he isn't going to see if he rubs this dude the wrong way. So he basically threw AV under the bus, saying publicly, oh, they're doing like really shady things with their funding. I don't really trust them. when he knew that was bullshit. So I was really pissed off that Joey did that. And then he goes and does the Andrew Tate debate, which wasn't really a debate. It was more of just, again, him trying to get social media clout, agree with everything Andrew Tate says, because he thinks that if they become buddies, he'll get some of their viewers and followers. He absolutely shat the bed. He didn't make one single argument for animal rights, and he just made the movement look stupid. So I was super pissed off, and I said, look, if you're going to throw other activist orgs under the bus, if this is what you're going to do when you get an opportunity to debate on these big platforms, kill yourself if this is all you're going to do.
Okay. I don't want to get too nitty gritty into into all of the things that you did say, because I don't know enough personally. But I will grant what you've said so far. That's what you've
yeah, and I mean, if you don't like
that
I said that, you know, whatever. But you know, I don't think what I said was inappropriate.
Well, I guess what I would then say is, do you mean that literally? Would you actually prefer?
Yeah. So
if
Joey is going to throw other activist orgs under the bus, and whenever he has an opportunity to go on big platforms to make animal rights activism look stupid, yeah, he's better off dead. But I
will push back to a certain degree, and I'll say that overall, Joey is having a massive positive impact.
Yeah, and I like a lot of what he does. I think with the latest documentary he did, Pignorant, he did great. So he does a lot of good things. But again, if he's going to do nothing but bullshit, like he did for those few months, then you know, I stand by what I said. If you're gonna harm other activist orgs, and you're going to make vegan activism look fucking stupid, kill yourself. You're not worth it to anybody. But I wouldn't say Joey should kill himself. I think overall he's probably doing a good job for activism, but you know, I stand by what I say. I was super pissed off at him. And yeah, if he's going to completely shit the bed like that with activism, then yeah, kill yourself. Like if I was doing something like that, if I became mentally disabled or deranged and I was talking shit about other activist orgs, or if I was useless in debates and I couldn't make a single argument for veganism, I'd kill myself.
So, but would you apply the same to another vegan activist that's potentially learning how to do these things and they don't do it well enough?
No,
you wouldn't say kill yourself to them.
No, so it's a different thing when you're talking about somebody who's just learning. I'm sure there's plenty of well-meaning activists who are learning and might not do too well in a debate. Joey knows better. Like, that's the problem I have. He absolutely knows how to debate. I've seen him debate people. And he's debated much smarter people than fucking Tristan Tate. And I know he deliberately didn't make an argument because he thought it would be better for his social media opportunities.
What I would say, man, like, wouldn't you say the better thing to do in this scenario, and then instead of just saying, kill yourself, that's the position I want to take, if you're going to do this, just kill yourself, whether you meant that literally or not, would you not just be, I want to have a discussion with Joey, I want to say, bring him onto a live stream, and I want to see if I can help him. If you disagree with his methods, the things that he's done, help him to agree that what he is doing is wrong.
So look, I offered to have Joey on my channel and have a discussion also with AV to kind of clear the air and see if anything can be resolved. He declined. And I don't see any point in reaching out to Joey and saying, hey, here's how you could have done better in the Tristan Tate debate, because he knows how to debate. He could improve some of his debate skills, sure, but he knows well enough how to debate that I know he deliberately did a bad job. So I don't see any point in doing that, but I've tried to reach out to Joey and try to resolve things, and he's refused.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's your account of things, and I will, you know, I'll grant what you've said on your part.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't have the reverence for life that a lot of people do, and yeah, I'll tell people to kill themselves or die if they're doing things that I consider shitty. If anybody has a problem,
that's why I kind of took.
Yeah, if anybody has a problem with me telling somebody to kill themselves, Sure, I just don't have the same reverence for, like, look, and I've personally dealt with really severe suicidal depression my entire life.
Yeah.
I just don't have the type of reverence for life that a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people get triggered when I say something like that. I just don't care like other people do.
Yes. And look, that's why I took it with a... Hold on 2 seconds. And that's fine. Sorry, it was really distracting. There's a vacuum going right next to my door. That's why I took it with a pinch of salt. Like when you did say that, I understand. That's kind of what I was coming at. I didn't think you meant it truly literally, and I don't. Maybe you did, but your
No, I meant it
perspective on
literally.
life.
Like again, I was
Okay, okay.
serious. If
Yeah,
Joey is
yeah.
going to completely shit the bed every time he has these interactions with other big activist orgs, if he's going to shit the bed every time he has, an opportunity for big outreach, yeah, he's better off dead. But I don't think he should kill himself. I think overall his activism is good. I think overall what he's done is good. But again, if you're going to deliberately harm activism over and over and over again, yeah, you're better off dead.
Yeah, look. Well, my personal position is that I wouldn't say that. I would think I think that's a harmful thing to say. I think there's better things that we do, and I know you tried to reach out to him and debate and stuff like that. But look, that's your personal belief. But I guess the reason I took it with a pinch of salt is because I understand that your reverence for life is very different to other people. You have a very different perspective when it comes to life and how you evaluate it, and I do understand that, and that's where it kind of wanted to lead into the discussion of depression and mental health.
Sure.
If you don't mind,
Yeah,
because I've watched videos of you and you're discussing your depression, and I've seen you post about it, and yeah, I think it's quite upsetting, to be honest, especially when you see an effective activist like you that's done so much good, and then you're struggling with depression. You're trying to do well in life, and I know depression's completely unfair. It's not, and it must be so difficult to live with. And I've had bouts of poor mental health, and I get it daily. Like, I question my activism all the time, and I'm really, really critical of myself. I don't have depression. I'm not saying I have depression, but I know what bad mental health can be like, especially as an activist with the type of people we deal with every day, that the animals that we see suffering every single day. It is easy to get into a really dark hole, wondering whether you're doing enough, whether you're good enough. Like, can be really fucking hard sometimes. So I want to understand your perspective, like your experience with depression. What triggers it, and what are you doing? What helps, if anything?
So you've seen my last mushroom stream, right?
I did, yeah, and I wanted to ask you about that too.
Yeah, so I've suffered from suicidal depression since I was probably like 4 or 5 years old, and I almost killed myself when I was about 5 or 6. And I've had suicidal depression pretty much my entire life. I've been trying to understand the source of the depression. There's probably like a genetic aspect to it. There's a few people in my family that have committed suicide. I have mental health issues on both sides of my family, where there's quite a few people who've had schizophrenia on both my mom and dad's side. So there's probably a genetic aspect to it. But I've used psychedelic mushrooms to try to resolve some of the problems that I have, and I think the last mushroom trip I did, I had a really huge breakthrough. Now, take this with a grain of salt. Like, I did mushrooms. What I experienced or felt or discovered could be completely wrong. Like, it is drugs at the end of the day. But I think I found the root of it. And I've always had a sense of life being unfair. I've always wanted, I don't know, there to be some sort of end goal, some achievement. I've wanted things to go my way. I felt like I've deserved things. I felt like other people deserved things that they didn't get. And, you know, the life just throws things at you that are completely unfair. And I just could never get a hold of it. You know, we're all just aging and we're all going to die, and what is any of this for? Do you get like some sort of achievement at the end of the road? Do you win anything? No. There's just a lot of suffering, a lot of aggravation. There's a lot of things that just piss you off, and you get absolutely nothing for it once you reach the end of the road. And I think I've always had the sense that just life itself is unfucking fair, and I could never handle that unfairness. And I realized when I was in the mushroom trip that life doesn't owe you anything. And a lot of the suffering that you experience is self-imposed. You know, you can encounter like a Karen at a grocery store that's like annoyed at you for parking in like one spot, and you could you can fight with people about animal activism. You can run into fucking dickheads that just throw their cigarette butts out on the street that are inconsiderate. There's a lot of things that you can come across that annoy you, but it all comes from this expectation that things should be a certain way, and you just end up getting frustrated that they aren't. And if you just learn acceptance that, again, life doesn't owe you anything, it's all a pointless fucking game that you can never win, and you just learn to accept the things that come at you, you're going to be a lot happier, and you're going to spare yourself a lot of misery. And if you just learn that the anger and hurt and pain inside that you have all the time just comes from within, it's not from anyone else. The way you react to bad situations, it's entirely your fault for feeling that way. If somebody cuts in line, if somebody cuts you off on the road, you can either look at it as, why the fuck did that person do that? Why did they do that to me? Why is this happening to me? It should be this way. Or you could look at it as, wow, people are stupid. That's funny that they did that. Like, there are so many bizarre people doing bizarre things, getting upset for no reason, and you learn to just laugh at it. You're going to be a lot happier. And I've just learned in that last mushroom trip that, again, nothing matters. Nothing matters. Life is a stupid, pointless game that you can't win, and the only way you can win at life is to just learn to enjoy it. And there is a lot you can enjoy. Literally just staring at a wall. If you stare at it for long enough, you will see shapes and colors and start thinking about things that are funny, that are interesting, that are entertaining. And just ignore anything that bothers you, and don't let that hurt and pain and frustration boil up. It's all a matter of perspective, and it's something that's very fucking hard to learn. I've taken probably close to 100 grams of magic mushrooms total. I started experimenting with magic mushrooms like maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. After all of those psychedelic trips, and after trying meditation, after trying therapy, I think I finally cracked the code to my depression. And since last week when I did that mushroom trip, I felt pretty damn good. Like, I'm not going to say that I never
laugh. Oh my god, man, it was great.
I'm not going to say that I don't get frustrated at things. Like the debate I had with, what's his name? I did get a bit frustrated, but it was a different type of frustration. I was enjoying the frustration.
Yeah.
Again, it's life is a game. Life is a fucking game. Your life doesn't matter. Everything around you is stupid and pointless, and you can try to rationalize things to mean something, to matter. Nothing fucking matters. Just learn to embrace nihilism. Learn that nothing matters. Nothing, even your life. If you fucking die tomorrow, it doesn't matter. It's not a tragedy. It's just something that fucking happens, and you're going to have to accept all of these things that happen to you. And if you just look at it from that perspective, you can just learn to fucking laugh at it. Laugh at, you know, a nail getting driven into your like the amount of pain that I've experienced. Like I had a circumcision as an adult, and the stupid ass doctor didn't give me the proper like sedation for it, and it hurt like fucking crazy. That was the most painful experience I've ever had.
Oh.
Learn to laugh at it, okay? Pain is a tickle from the universe. Like, even just thinking about physical pain in a different way. I think people let their thoughts kind of run, and rather than just getting driven by whatever feelings you have, learn to think about what you're feeling and analyze it. Even the physical pain you feel, even if it's tremendous, you'll learn to laugh at it. I've experienced horrible childhood abuse, and all the pain and frustration from that, it is gone. I don't care anymore. I don't care that my parents didn't love me enough. I don't care that I was lonely as a kid and didn't have any friends growing up. I don't care that I was bullied, that I was pushed into like hockey and screamed and yelled at. That's fine. The people who did that to you, they were abused too, and there's the cycle of abuse that has caused them to be this way. They're as much victims as you are, and you can just learn to break that cycle of abuse and violence and hate, and just learn to laugh at the universe, because again, nothing matters. Everything is fucking stupid. There's no point to anything. There's no victory to be had. You're going to fucking die. And why are you mad? Why are you getting pissed off that you can't pay the rent this month? Why are you being anxious about it? Whether you pay the rent or not, you're going to fucking die. So just be happy that you were able to live in an apartment for as long as you were. So like that's I don't know how to make people internalize that. I think it's something that you have to actually experience for yourself. I'm not saying psychedelic mushrooms are good for everybody. They're probably not. There is a big risk of suffering permanent severe psychosis and developing schizophrenia. But that's what I needed to like finally realize all of this, and my life is so much fucking better because of that. And it's so hard to fully internalize nihilism. It is really fucking hard. We're taught, and I think it's just something evolution and biological in us, for us to think anything matters. It doesn't. Just try your hardest through meditation or whatever to fully embrace nihilism and just realize nothing matters. And I think people who suffer from chronic depression like I had my entire life, if you just learn that and fully internalize nihilism, you'll be so much better off.
I really appreciate you saying everything there. I agree with essentially everything you've said. I've been very interested in Eastern philosophy, particularly Buddhism, for quite a while, since a teenager. I'm so glad that I was, because it's helped me in so many ways that I take for granted, because I did it so young. I started meditating around the age of 15, maybe 16. I started the philosophy journey with like Alan Watts, Taoism, Buddhism, and started reading a lot of books from that point onwards. And I can't, and it aligns with everything you've said. Everything I've learned via that is in total agreement with what you've said. And it couldn't be closer to the truth. It's like fundamentally, like you said, it's realizing life is it's technically an unfair game. There's no technically objective right or wrong. I mean, we can live in a way that, you know, maximizes the well-being of others, and I would say that's a very admirable thing to do, and I think it's something, well, maybe we should be doing, you know. That's why we're living vegan, and we're trying to live logically. But fundamentally, life is tremendously unfair. You know, I think we have this idea that nature wants the best for us, nature is right, and nature doesn't give a fuck. It's got nothing to do with all of this. It doesn't care about you. There is no actual purpose. But that doesn't take away that there is so much joy to be had, and it all comes within. Like you said, And like a Buddhist monk will trap themselves in a tiny room. They'll trap themselves in a concrete fucking cubicle and they will experience enlightenment, you know. And that doesn't get rid of suffering. It's just that you don't identify with the suffering. You're not a person that is suffering anymore. You're just one with all. I know that sounds so cheesy, but we can have
it's acceptance. It's
yeah,
acceptance of the
total
suffering.
acceptance.
And
Yes, it's acceptance.
again, people let their thoughts run their mind. Your mind can run your thoughts. And again, think of it. Sam Harris put this really well. If a nail is driven into your knee, that could be one of the most painful things you could ever experience. But like, think of the moment before somebody injects like morphine to take away the pain, and that feeling of relief you get. If you're just mindful of what you're experiencing and think of the pain, think of the substance it has, a lot of that pain just goes away and it's not as bad.
That kind of goes against his belief of objective morality right there, because fundamentally you're saying that you can achieve a type of existence where you're still living a high well-being life, a life with immense well-being despite immense suffering being there too. So it's kind of like, I don't know, but I do agree with that. I do agree that, you know, fundamentally we aren't this, all of it, like you said, all of it comes from within. We can't look external, blame the external. We can't we can't look for our solutions and answers to life externally, but we can't also blame the external. Everything comes from within and all the answers are within. I mean, fundamentally, that's kind of what I think this stems to. And there is no right or wrong answer, but all the joy that you need in life can come from within. It is there. It is sitting right there. Don't look
right
externally.
There. Happiness is right there, right next to you, and you just can't see it.
Yes. Stop looking externally for it. I mean, we can interact with our environment and find ways to connect with it, but fundamentally, you could be in a dark room and you could be suffering immensely. You can still find it. And I know that sounds crazy, and I'm not willing to do that because I don't know if I'm at that point yet, but it is possible. And I think that's a great perspective to have because, well, I guess then, do you feel that you're on your way out of depression? Do you think you're kind of getting there? You're getting better? What do you think?
I haven't felt depressed since I took those mushrooms and came to that realization and just fully internalized nihilism. And again, like all of the baggage I was carrying with like childhood abuse and trauma and shit, it's just all gone. I'm not bitter or mad at my parents or anybody anymore. I just don't feel that weight on me anymore.
That's massive, man. That's big. Have you had moments like this in the past where you have taken some type of psychedelic before meditation experiences?
In the moment, I've had that relief, but it was only temporary. Now it feels like it's actually permanent. Like I've actually achieved a higher understanding rather than just in the moment, just because I'm on drugs, I don't feel it anymore. Now
Sure.
it feels like I actually understand it and I can control my thoughts and feelings.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's awesome, man. I really, really hope that persists. Do you think you will take part in non-psychedelic experiences to keep that going, like meditation and stuff like that?
I've been doing meditation for a while. I actually started
Awesome.
meditating after I had a near-death experience in the hospital when I had an E. coli infection.
Yeah.
I'm actually really good at it.
Awesome.
So yeah, but I only was able to get there with mushrooms. And again, I'm not recommending anybody take psychedelics. There are big risks in taking them.
Yes.
And I think if you're kind of like a dumb person, they can be especially dangerous because I think some people just aren't able to tell what's real, what's not.
Sure.
Like, I'll give this as an example. 2 weeks before I did that mushroom stream, I took mushrooms, and I was in a state where I thought I had to kill myself. But I was able to tell myself, like, look, you're on drugs. You don't need to do it. Just chill out. Wait for the drugs to wear off. There are people. It's rare, but there are people who have killed themselves on psychedelics. So it is serious, and it's something that should be taken with reverence if you do decide to take them. So they're not completely safe, and they're not like
No, they're not.
The experience is entirely different each time you take them too. So you never know what you're getting. I think each time I've taken them, they have been good for me, but that's not necessarily the case for everybody. You can experience extreme anxiety and terror from taking them.
So you mentioned family history and genetics and stuff like that before. It's the same in our family. We have extreme anxiety. Definitely on my mum's side. I can't probably mention names on a live stream, but we've had psychosis, drug-induced psychosis, schizophrenia, suicide from depression. So I think it's in me too. I've been very sensitive to drugs. Haven't done any psychedelics, well, other than edibles. And even then, I'm very, very sensitive to that. So I'm very wary because I do know that drug-induced psychosis is a fucking serious thing. Living with somebody in psychosis, man, oh man, like that is, it will blow your mind. I was 11 when someone close to me and my family went into psychosis, and it's impacted me in so many ways. I think living with that for years and years after that, up until this point, literally to this point. It's a very serious thing, so it should be taken seriously if you are considering psychedelics. And there are ways, I think, of getting to these realizations without psychedelics. But for some people, I think it's a real kick to get them, force them into these ways of thinking and perspectives. But it's something that shouldn't be taken lightly.
Yeah, if you have a family history of mental illness, you probably don't want to take them.
Mm-hmm. But you've taken that risk, I think. I guess what it sounded like.
Yeah.
You're willing. Yeah. Thank you so much for talking about all that. That was, it was really eye-opening and really interesting. And I'm really glad that you're on your way. It sounds like, and I know I'm going to touch wood. It sounds like you're on the mend. It sounds like things are getting better for you, and that's really, really good. Look, man, I really... is there anything else that you wanted to discuss whilst we're chatting, or...
No, unless you have any other ideas.
I'm sure there's plenty, man. I'm sure there's plenty, but look, maybe we can leave that for another live stream, because I really enjoyed chatting to you. Thank you so much for coming on to my live stream and talking about all this stuff. I always have questions, and I really appreciate your understanding of things, and I think you think deeply about things, and that's pretty awesome. So yeah, thanks so much for that, man.
Yeah, no problem. Take care, dude.
All right, take care.
All right, let's get to the donos.
Usually I only microwave the perfect poop of white men, but yesterday I tried Negro poop and it was horrible. Sorry Richard, but white men have tastier poop than you collard green munching mandingo criminals. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Niggers be spreading.
I wonder if black people's poop tastes different. I really don't know. I don't know if race has really any impact on the way your poop tastes. Guess you'd know more than me. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Negro Poop.
Covert action literature could help beef up your geopolitics, like Killing Hope by William Blum, NATO's Secret Armies by Daniele Ganser, The Political Economy of Human Rights by Chomsky and Herman, The Jakarta Method by Vincent Bevins, and much more.
Chomsky is a fucking whack job, and he has some of the most stupid fucking takes on Israel-Palestine. I don't really know if I trust anything he says politically. He's a actual fucking lying nutcase. when it comes to Israel-Palestine. He's promoted ideas that the Palestinian people are like being starved by Israel like decades ago. He's a fucking jackass. But I don't know about any of those, but I'm not fucking reading anything by Chomsky. He's just a fucking psycho. Thanks for that donation, Nadia.
Thanks for bringing us on your date with Higgs J. It was fun seeing two men fall in love and bore the fuck out of everyone. My dick has sucked back into my body cavity and back out my ass. It was that annoying. I'm committing seppuku now. Sweet release.
Okay, well, glad you enjoyed that convo. Thanks for the donation. Never do that again.
You didn't watch the whole video, so I decided to send you this clip of those same Asians impersonating Americans. Rate these impersonations from 1 to 10. Priest, would you say that these are accurate to us raw?
Okay, sure, I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. Okay, I don't know if somebody subbed or if I missed a comment.
I fucking hard people who say I don't care. And then ask them, so would you be okay with me killing Jews, and they say your choice. What fucking pieces of shit they become to defend their beliefs.
Well, they're fucking just lying cunts. No one thinks that way. So, you know, when I start hearing shit like that, I end the conversation with them because they're just so bad faith. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
American? Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I really want that. That looks good.
Hey, let me
That is 10 out of 10.
try. Let me try.
I'll use my credit card.
Yeah, these are all.
Do you have any non-dairy creamer?
Yes! Y'all coming back now, here? You
Yeah, that's fucking good.
What's wrong with you? And then I was really bloated and my abs were disappearing. Anyway, my carbs were coming from the 2 cups of raw milk, the 1 cup of yogurt.
You don't call retarded people retards. It's bad taste. You call your friends retards when they're acting retarded.
Firstly, I just really can't.
Ways. She lost weight. Her endometriosis disappeared. She's got 2 kids. And she's
And I was like, cry and super mood swingy, and I cried for 3 days in a row, and Bryce was like, what's wrong with you? And then I was really bloated, and my abs were disappearing. Anyway, my carbs were coming from the 2 cups of raw milk, the 1 cup of yogurt.
You don't call retarded people retards. It's bad taste. You call your friends retards when they're acting retarded.
Firstly, I just really can't stand the acne, so I stopped having as many carbs. Also, I think my acne improved because, well, summer came early for us here in Missouri, so I've been laying out and tanning more in the sun, and I think that's helped. And
Oh yeah, good. You'll get wrinkly and skin cancer all that much faster.
then also I've been using a red light face mask. I know it looks a little silly wearing the mask, but I do really recommend it, and I'll leave a link in the...
Do you use a VPN? If so, what kind? Do you know any good free VPN or cheap ones?
ExpressVPN is good. I don't know of any free VPNs that are any good, but I would say ExpressVPN, probably one of the better ones. It's not too expensive either. I think it's like $100 per year.
Although I hate Amazing Atheist react to this anti-SJW content hilarious.
Well,
This is 7 years ago, dude. Maybe we'll watch this. If it's good, then we'll keep watching. If it's bad, we'll just go back to the other video. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
I've answered
And
questions
thanks,
from
Vegan Ninja.
women and from black people, so why not answer questions from Asian people as well? This video is from BuzzFeed Yellow. Yeah, they posted the Asian video on BuzzFeed Yellow. That's pretty racist by your standards, BuzzFeed. Very insensitive. Anyway, the video is called 26 Questions Asians Have for White People. I'm a white person, so I'm going to answer.
Why do you think every Asian person is Chinese? That's like me saying to like a white person, hey, you're English.
I am English. You can already see that this one has a bit more of a sense of humor about it.
7-year-old anti-SJW video, not worth watching.
the video description if you want to check it out. You can also get 15% off
Sorry,
using code
but
Lily
it's-
on all of Fontarge's products.
And there it is. What could have been an innocent video about Lily quitting the carnivore diet and explaining how she honestly feels on a personal level to her audience. She had to slip something in to help sell.
She's a greedy and unscrupulous woman.
150 to 200 grams of carbs a day. I was so bloated. I looked like I was pregnant. I was farting up a storm. I was pooping 4 to 5 times a day. Pooping became my part-time job.
I do not trust my butthole at all. When I feel fart coming on, I'm like, oh, this could be a disaster. I've had rocketing diarrhea.
From meat. That's
from all meat, yeah.
At this moment, if I even think about beef, I just want to throw up. My poop this morning was straight liquid diarrhea.
Plus, Bryce does all of the cooking, bless his soul. And he used to spend like 2 minutes making some ground beef, and then boom, we would eat. And then now he was spending like 30 minutes to boil the rice and to make the broccoli and to chop up the onions and to have the avocado. He was spending so much of his day in the kitchen cooking, and we do clean together. And we were cleaning all these different pots and pans and knives and unloading the dishwasher all the time. To me, it's just not worth the time investment when I can just eat like a bowl of beef.
I don't know a single vegan that spends hours cooking and cleaning in the kitchen every day.
One thing you're going to want to look out for is carpal tunnel syndrome. It's recommended that you take a 10-minute break from typing every hour. For your circulation, you're going to want to get up out of your chairs and move around about 10 minutes every hour.
Yes, good.
Your computer screen can be a big strain on your eyes, so it's also recommended that you step away for about 10 minutes every hour.
Wow.
What do you say when a NetEt interlocutor appeals to the Sorites problem of vagueness to argue that they don't know where the line is between sentient beings okay to exploit and not okay to exploit, but that doesn't mean there isn't a non-arbitrary line?
I mean, again, if you run name the trait, like all our values are arbitrary to some extent. You might not be able to have some sort of hard line for what you think is okay and not okay, and there might be like some gray zone. But if you ask them to run name the trait, it at least lets them to make some sort of comparison between humans and animals, where they might be able to identify some animal that's lacking traits, but again, if they apply that in the human context and they say, no, that wouldn't make it okay to kill the human, well, then you're establishing some sort of line that you think is being crossed. Like, yeah, you're always going to run into some sort of weird moral gray area or something, but like, if you're talking about the food you eat specifically, then that's where the discussion's going to be. I don't think anybody's eating chimpanzees generally, or like most people don't eat whales or sea cucumbers or whatever. So like, again, name the trait is just asks them what traits do they value, where if they were lacking in a human, you'd be okay with killing the human. They don't have to have some like good answer for like where they draw a hard line for anything. It's just whether or not in the human condition they'd be okay with killing the human. So they should be able to give you an answer of some sort. Again, if they know they value human life, but they don't value certain animals' lives, they should be able to give you some answer. Thanks for that donation, Curious. Hope that answers your question.
Check out Joey, this cat is obsessed with me. Look at this display.
Oh my god. Whoa. Look at him. So sentient. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Hi. Oh, you ran so fast to get to me.
Oh my god.
You just make me so happy. Oh, I love you too.
That's a good fucking kitty. Holy shit. Just look at him looking around. Oh my god. Well, thanks for the donation, even now. Appreciate it.
That time really adds up. That's like a half an hour every hour.
Take them at the same time.
I'm not trying to be animal-based. I'm not trying to be low carb. I'm trying to be healthy.
Sweetheart, you're never going to be healthy. All the decisions you've made so far clearly shows you know nothing. Why your dumb followers believe you know anything about health and nutrition is beyond me.
You are all a bunch of idiots!
My animal-based diet for years was meat, fish, dairy, and a piece of fruit.
I'm not someone who tries to eat any particular diet.
And then lately, I've also been incorporating another piece of fruit, so 2 total servings of fruit a day, because I wore a CGM for a month. And when I was eating my animal-based 60 grams of carbs a day or less diet, my blood sugars were going too low at night.
Now, once I figured out a diet of meat, fish, eggs, and dairy could give me all that I needed.
In the past, I did randomly have vegetables here or there, but just now, so I think I'm more open-minded to really having like some grilled onions or broccoli or a potato or something random when I feel like it or when it sounds like it tastes good.
Why would Lily now be open to eating vegetables? Health isn't about taste, and she is all about choosing the most nutritious foods for her health. If my memory serves me right, didn't she say?
Vegetables do have some nutritional value, just not as much as like we've always been told that like vegetables are like nutrient powerhouses. Yeah, not really.
Of course, I should just go to a dermatologist and see if they have any suggestions. The reason I haven't seen a dermatologist yet is because I just assume they're going to offer like medications in more of a band-aid approach, and I would rather get to like the root cause rather than have to take like steroid drops or medications for the back of my scalp for the rest of my life.
Oh my god, Lily's a dumbass.
Like, but that is such a weird way of thinking about things, by the way. Like, you could have some autoimmune condition that can't be resolved with diet. There could be something going on that has nothing to do with what you're eating. So if that's the case, why would you be so resistant to taking medications? What is the point?
People take her seriously. You go to a doctor to see if they can help find the problem, and they'll give you medications.
And again, like, she's willing to try anything to resolve her skin condition. Like, have you tried a vegan diet, you jackass?
And suggestions. Dermatologists are specialists in skin issues. This is like someone saying they refuse to go to a doctor to get a cancerous tumor looked at because they might not know the root cause of it. She spends all these years with an itchy scalp trying to do it her way, and by that she's been food juggling. Some people have diseases where diet and exercises can't solve the problem, and they'll have to rely on medications for the rest of their lives. That's reality.
Duh. I hope you guys have a happy day. Thank you for all of your support over the years, and I'll see you in the next one.
What a long journey we've all been through listening to this brat talk nonsense. Let's do a final recap. Lily loves bringing up her childhood trauma to gain sympathy. What does that have anything to do with quitting the carnivore diet? You know my theory. All the adults that treated her poorly somehow knew Lily was going to grow up to become a professional liar. They were trying to prevent her from deceiving hundreds of thousands of people. The only option they had at the time was to be toxic to her, and I don't blame them. Unfortunately, their plans failed and she managed to escape. YouTube needs to implement a new policy. If you cry on video, that should be an automatic ban for life. YouTube is supposed to be a happy place and not about your forced crocodile tears. I don't want this platform filled with crybabies. That's a sign of weakness. Tell your stories to a therapist behind closed doors. Nobody wants to hear that crap. For all I know, she could have made that trauma up in her mind. This whole, I was never on a particular diet, is all BS. Lily said when she started her channel, she wanted to make sure she did not lead anyone into thinking she was on the carnivore diet. But if you look at many of her videos past the first few, they have the word carnivore in the title and thumbnail. What's even more ridiculous, and this goes to show how much she lies, the video I'm criticizing now about her is literally titled, Why I Quit Carnivore. Not in quotes and not quitting the carnivore-ish diet. Next, Lily exposes the big carnivore influencers. She airs out all their dirty laundry and says they cheat off camera, lying to their congregation, as I like to call them. Oh, and she refers the community as a cult. Her words. Not mine. Doesn't surprise me. Every single carnist influencer is not technically on the carnivore diet. They all eat plants, but they'll never tell you. This is the only thing I believe Lily on because there's no reason for her to lie about that. Sure enough, this had to have destroyed.
They'd have to be. If they weren't, they would be developing, diseases like scurvy.
The relationship with Bella. I know for sure Steak and Butter Bitch is fuming right now, and I'd pay to see her react to Lily's quitting the carnivore diet video. The whole carnivore diet is filled with very violent, hostile, and militant people. Lily goes back and forth saying fruit caused her dandruff. When she stops consuming fruit and still has issues, then it's not the animal products, it's the stress. She has this odd belief that animal products can do no harm, but now wants to cut back on red meat because of too much iron. According to her, vegetables have little nutrition, but then admitted to eating broccoli, which helped her. Lily does not do any thorough research. Find me a study showing every single vegetable has low nutrition. There may be vegetables that have more nutrients than others, but to make the broad statement that all vegetables have low nutritional value is absurd and irresponsible to say, especially if she has followers who will take her word. Would you seriously trust Lily, who refuses to see a doctor about her itchy head because she wants to find the main cause herself? What is she going to do? Continue with this constant on and off food elimination cycle for the rest of her life? Her followers will be watching a never-ending story. Lily could have a condition that may not be cured with any type of exercise or diet. And to be fair, maybe not even a plant-based diet would fix the problem. But she never tried a plant-based diet long-term, and she may have a condition that requires lifelong medication and treatments. Some of you may disagree with everything else I've said about her, but you have to admit, I have a fair and valid point about her not seeing a dermatologist. Do you ever see vegans like Joey Carbstrong, Earthling Ed, Jamie Logan, Tarion, or any other animal activists having health problems? Why is that? Have any of them openly admitted having too much iron from eating beans and dark leafy vegetables? Do they admit to eating eggs and dairy while saying they are on a vegan-ish diet while putting the word vegan in their video titles and thumbnails? Lily Kane is a very horrible, narcissistic, lying individual who enjoys keeping her followers in this repetitive loop of seeing her being healed and then suffering from health issues. She wants attention, using watery eyes, tears, and an itchy head as a tool to keep you locked in on her. All her carnist followers should be thanking me for exposing her because she threw everyone on the carnivore diet under the bus with the things she said. An animal-based diet is hurtful towards animals and not sustainable for the environment or health, as she is living proof. Thank you, Lily, for proving the carnivore diet fails.
Some people never figured it out.
Because they are too stupid and naive to know any better.
Carnism is cancer.
Based. Alright, Spherage. 24 and 61-year-old couple want to have a baby.
Be responding to the video called I'm 24, my wife's 61.
This is 24-year-old Karan, and he fell in love with 61-year-old Cheryl. The pair bonded.
Let me guess. While she's only 61, she looks like she's 161.
Due to their mutual love of TikTok, and garnered much attention due to their 37.
Yes, they have a TikTok. We will look into that after this video. Some people may say that she looks too old to be 61.
Yeah, there you go. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew he was going to say that. I know him too well. What a fucking jackass.
Sorry VG, could you PLS tell me the website for consent horse riding training? I want to follow science and am always open to new decisions, and am not a dogmatic, no hardline, no use of animals no matter what, even if it's in the benefit. 9,000,999,999,999,999,999,999.
So this is a video about it. I don't know if this is the specific video that Jasmine sent me, but...
being tacked up, especially in the arena. And she has been working with start buttons with him to give Frody a way to clearly explain to her what he was happy with her to place on his back. So this is really clear. You can see as she approaches with the saddle and asks him to touch it, that he says no. It's a very clear no. And she respects that. And it's interesting because you can see how when she walks away, he's still really engaged with the situation. And when she comes back with the saddle pad and says, "How about this?" he says yes. So him touching the item is Angelica's cue to place it on his back. Basically, Frody has learned that if he targets it, then he knows it's going to be placed on his back, and if he doesn't, then it won't. So it's a really clear way for him to be able to explain to Angelica what he's happy with as they work through overcoming his fear. Now, all of the horses in these clips have been overcoming issues. So Triana's had big issues around being handled, India around injections, Rio was really panicking about being closed in, and Frody around being tacked up and saddled. So I think that the start cues are most useful and effective when we're trying to create a clearer channel of communication when we're overcoming issues, because normally you can just look at how they are acting emotionally and take your cues from there. But when you're overcoming a problem,
DD donated $3.
Bitch nigga eat a salad, come on! Bitch nigga eat a salad one more time! Bitch nigga eat a salad. Your life would hit different if you kept your diet balanced. Wake these niggas up, man, I'm tired of them sleeping, but not during REM, cause deep sleep will keep us breathing, no sleep. Bad diet, that's the cause of most diseases. Popping pills, not a cure, bitch, that's just a treatment. Food, the real medicine, we healing with a passion. Restore the gut health through the intermittent fasting. Your body is a temple, pay attention what you adding. You gotta be intentional, results is everlasting. Eat a salad, a metaphor to go and get your greens.
Nice.
Gluten is found in wheat. It is perfectly natural. It is not some scary chemical additive made in a big factory with the skull and crossbones on the front of the factory and a chemical sign and white on a nuclear radiation warning, where Diet Coke is made. It's none of that. It's actually completely natural and found in wheat. And here's the thing, to cut this BS myth a bit of slack, gluten sensitivity is absolutely real. Formally, it's called celiac disease. It affects between 1% and 2% of Western populations, and there is a potential, though a very small one, for non-celiac gluten sensitivity to be real. Now, so far as I know, none of the larger studies have ever caught this. And a few of the larger, more well-controlled studies have actually showed that most of the people, if not all, that think they have non-celiac gluten sensitivity actually don't.
Yep, that is true.
Woo! No faith in the bacon, baby. Woo!
Yeah, these people are pieces of shit.
What are the best and worst chest exercises for muscle?
I might watch this later. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What do you think of Cartman impersonating Asians? I think it's based AF raw, especially since he says to say hero and pre-saro raw FYI I used to get away with racism on my Chinese friends growing up arrow.
There they are! Chinese people! There's Chinese people right over there! You see them? Yeah! Oh, hello, please! Hello! Hello, please! So nice to see other Chinese people here! As you can see, we are Chinese people ourselves. 乒乓乒乓，清茶乒乓。
他们在干什么呀？
哎，我真的不知道。
Yes, fire feature, fire feature changer. So, what are the plans to take over America again? I forgot.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes, sir?
These people won't leave us alone.
No, it's okay. We are Chinese people.
You aren't Chinese.
Yeah, it's pretty racist. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It can be really helpful to have this more kind of formal structure, this really clear yes or no response from your horse in a way that they can tell you that is safe and that doesn't resort to them going to the big behaviors that they've had to use in the past or just going way over threshold.
Yeah, so that's some of the... That's an example of consent training.
Deep question: is it racist to find Eric Cartman's racism or sexism funny? Deep question lol.
No, it's just funny. It is just funny. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
But that's because she had something like an eating disorder. There's a video about it that she posted where she was crying because a lot of people are bullying her online because of the way she looks like and because they are together. Of course, it's controversial, it's understandable, but people who attack your looks are insecure about their looks themselves. Who would ever actually go online and type anything about anybody's looks? I would never do that. I just can't even comprehend how anybody can think, hey, there's this woman, guy, whatever, whoever it is, let's go and comment on their video about the way they look like, or on their Facebook or whatever. People like that are very depressed and insecure about their own looks, but...
Bro, he does that all the fucking time. He does that constantly in every fucking video he makes.
I guess that it got to her, unfortunately.
7-year age gap.
Grammy, stop hitting on your great-grandson.
But undeterred by the internet trolls, Cheryl and Karan recently tied the knot.
You got married.
Why does he have blonde dyed hair? Strange, everything was blonde. Whatever. He's also not good looking, obviously. Of course, the age gap is still super strange, seeing as you would want to have a baby with somebody that you love, which wouldn't be possible with her anymore. Except if you do it artificially. There's been cases like that, but it's risky. It's hardly worth it, and she also doesn't seem healthy enough for that.
The water was running beside us. It was very beautiful.
Now they want to grow their family and have children.
I'm still a mom. It never stops. So why shouldn't I have another child?
And they are finally ready to reveal the news to Cheryl's daughter.
We had a baby. You think it would be a problem?
How does she want
They have to adopt. There's no way she can have children.
to have a baby, though? Maybe they will explain it. I don't get that. She has very many wrinkles for her age, but it's not because she's 61. At 61, you shouldn't look like that. It's because of her past issues. You could still look attractive at 61 if you would eat naturally, but when you ruin your body the way most people do it today, most women and men, of course, also won't look attractive at all at 61 anymore. Ocean's Wonder Planet said that women in the Philippines who were 80 years old looked like the...
It's funny how he's still mentioning him. He bases all of his like weird ideas on diet and I think just philosophy in general on Adonis Vonderplant's, the crazy wacko who I think he was a flat earther too. And he recommended everybody like raw meat and shit.
The women of today who are 40 years old, it means that they looked half their age. Imagine that. 80-year-old women who look like they are 40-year-old women, the kind of 40-year-old women that we know.
Okay, well, it's not fair. They're fucking Asian. Asians, like, don't age.
Today. That's how it would be in nature. At 61, you would most definitely still be very attractive in nature. You would look like you're in your 30s, maybe late 30s.
No, that makes literally no fucking sense.
I just thought TikTok and bursted out laughing once Cartman asked those Asians at PF Chang's about what was our plans again on taking over America. I forgot ping pong ching chong chang raw.
Yeah, I don't think that's how you speak Chinese. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Previously, we met Karan and Cheryl, who caused quite a stir with their unconventional pairing.
I can't keep her hands off me. She get me aroused, I'm telling you, it happens so often. Lord, yo.
I don't get that. I just can't relate to it, but maybe that's really how it is. Some people say that these videos by the channel Truly are staged. Not all of them, but some. I don't believe that this one is, seeing as they actually got married. They have all of these TikToks. It seems genuine, even though I can understand why people doubt it. It does seem strange, but again, he's not really good looking himself. Also, some people have a fetish, as in a strange attraction.
You want to bet Sverige doesn't think this guy is good looking because he's black and not because of any actual facial features he has?
To all kinds of weird stuff, which is not even normal. Naturally, you would be attracted to young women as a man, seeing as you want to be with somebody fertile. And also women are attracted to young men. They just don't say it because it's not okay for them to say that. It's fine for a man to say that he wants to be together with a younger girl. But when women say that, even though it's the same for them, then they are shamed for saying it. In reality, when you ask women, they will all say that they want to be together with a young and handsome guy, obviously, because youth means fertility and health, and that's very attractive to human beings in general. Men or women, it doesn't matter.
Since then, the couple have taken their relationship up a notch when Karan proposed to Cheryl.
I proposed July 30th. They made it very special.
Does Quran follow the Quran? I wonder.
TikTok fans, because they donated over $3,000 on Cheryl's ring in one day. So I was nervous due to the fact that I'm going to propose to her. I looked at her and immediately started crying. I was like, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So I dropped down. I was like, will you marry me? And then she was like,
correction, I want you to spend the rest of your life with me. There is no way. Well, unless he gets into an accident or something, he's dying first.
Yes. And it was amazing.
I was ecstatic. It was one of the best days of my life.
She did look very happy. Yeah. I believe her.
I just tried gorilla mode pre-workout for the first time and holy shit, it hit me like a fucking truck. Had a great workout. What do you think of Derek from MPMD?
Derek from More Plates, More Dates is a, he promotes a lot of pseudoscience. He's not an expert like he claims or positions himself to be. I wouldn't really go for him for advice on anything, really. Especially nutrition. That guy's inviting, like, Paul Saladino and shit onto his channel. He has no fucking clue. I wouldn't recommend taking pre-workouts. Generally speaking, they don't seem to have any benefit, and you also develop, like, a dependence to them. So generally speaking, I wouldn't recommend pre-workouts unless you have, like, consistent fatigue, or the only time you have to train is, like, after work when you're tired. That's the only time I think pre-workouts really have any utility, but otherwise, I wouldn't recommend pre-workout subs. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Dick.
originally, me and Cheryl planned to keep the wedding private because we were getting a lot of hate at the time of us making TikToks about our weddings. First, a lot of people were saying we're...
It's strange to get hate for that. I can absolutely understand people disagreeing, and maybe that's what they mean. A lot of Americans especially see comments which disagree with them as hate, which has nothing to do with hate. hate is a very powerful word, so to speak. Not that words are powerful as such, but what I mean is that it means that you essentially want to, how do I say this for YouTube? After thinking about it for a minute, the best way to say it would be that you would want to end their presence. That's the best way I can put it. That's actual hate. If you really hate them for being together just because it seems like a really strange relationship, which it is, I totally agree, then there's something wrong with you.
Faking it, it's not real, they're not really gonna get married. So we just decided we're gonna stay off social media until the wedding. And we wasn't gonna give it. Then the day of the wedding, show was like, hey, let's go live, let's give them the wedding. We eventually decided to live stream it because we felt like our fans and supporters deserved to see it. And when we did, we had over 20,000 viewers.
If they really were truly happy together, I don't know if they are still together, then why would you wish them anything bad? If two people are happy, that's all that you can want in life. Happiness and health, that's all that you want as a human being. I can totally understand why you would have a lot of questions about this relationship, and it is a very strange relationship, but why attack somebody if they actually genuinely are happy?
He's not gonna cry.
Sorry.
I felt like a princess. I never thought I could get married again, but he came along and, hey.
Now that I've gotten out the racism with Asians, can we react to this vid about Tucker Carlson being a creationist tool? He went on Joe Rogan's podcast and tried to shit on evolution, but even Joe pushed back.
Yeah, I saw that. Tucker Carlson's a fucking moron, dude.
Hey everyone, most of you are aware of my distaste for science deniers of all varieties, but I also can't stand far-right political pundits who spew conspiratorial tripe to amass followers and fortune. Tucker Carlson is one such tool, but what can I do as a science communicator to address him? Let's take a look. Tucker recently went on Joe Rogan's podcast where he spent 3 hours saying all the insane things you would assume he'd say, but he also spent some time regurgitating anti-evolution Christian apologetics. This has become one of my specialties as of late, so why don't we do a little analysis of that portion of the podcast?
Artificial intelligence that has the ability to utilize all the information that every human being has on Earth at a level of computing that's far beyond the capabilities of the human mind and all of our supercomputers that currently exist, because it'll design much better computers. It'll use quantum computers. It'll have the ability to recode things and change things. It'll make better versions of itself. So instead of biological evolution, which is very slow, it takes a long time, relatively. It's pretty quick, really, when you think about it. Like how long, it's not that long to go from being a single-celled organism to being a human being flying a plane, really, relatively, over the course of 1 billion years, if you think about how long the universe has been around. But it's slow compared to technological evolution. I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have shit. And now we could send videos from your phone and it'll hit New Zealand in a second. It's crazy. The stuff that we have now is beyond imagination. It's essentially magic for people 100 years ago.
Joe is talking.
Don't forget about Dr. Amani lol.
I don't know if I'm going to react to that on stream, but I'll watch some of the content, like off stream. Thanks for that donation, Riley Jones.
About some slightly stonery but legitimately interesting futurism stuff here, and tease up the concept of biological evolution as a comparison, explaining that it's very slow, but clearly articulating the point that nature went from single-celled life forms to modern humans in under 1 billion years, which is correct. Then Joe says that artificial life will become so advanced that it will be like a god.
If that keeps going, it's ultimately going to lead to a life form. And if that life form has now untethered, it doesn't have any problems with biological evolution. Now it's just about information and implementing the technology that's available and then increasing that technology and making it better and better. It essentially becomes a god.
But that doesn't make it a god, in the sense that the machine, however powerful it is, any more than a backhoe is a god, because it can dig a trench faster than 100 men, it is still something that people created.
Tucker twists it around and says it won't be God because we made it, which isn't the point, and then lightly fearmongers a bit regarding AI. That aspect is not terribly relevant or worth discussing, so let's get to the science denial. Is that okay with you, Tuck?
I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
awesome, here we go.
If evolution is real, and if there is this constant...
Tucker asks if evolution is real, so he might as well be a flat earther claiming that gravity isn't real.
I don't know, but it's visible. Like, you can measure it in certain animals.
Joe says we can observe it, which we absolutely can and do every day, so evolution is objectively real. Let's see how this unfolds.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that in fact, I think we've kind of given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution as articulated by Darwin is like kind of not true.
Pack it up, fellas. Every biologist in the world is wrong and dumb because this guy says so. That's right. In one sentence, he reveals his profound stupidity in first regurgitating the creationist trope that evolutionary biology is nothing but the utterances of a 19th century prophet instead of a thriving field that has grown immensely and would be totally unrecognizable to Darwin, and also that somehow we've given up on evolution, when in reality, literally nothing in the entire field of biology is discussed outside of an evolutionary framework. We went from 0 to 60 on Tucker's stupidometer in a single sentence.
Kind of not true. Right?
In what sense?
Now, a lot of people hate Joe. I bet some of you watching hate Joe. I don't. I acknowledge that his platform is problematic and he's part of the obnoxious...
Huberman corrects his math error. The thing is, bro didn't make a math error. He demonstrated a critical misunderstanding of probability.
Yeah. It's not just an error in math. He just fundamentally did not understand statistics. Strive to get things right on the podcast, and if I don't, I hope to people point it out. I re-record audio to correct it and post corrections on the show note captions. On all platforms and pin comments on YouTube below is correction now posted at the timestamp related to cumulative probability of pregnancy. I made a math error. The appropriate equation is 1 minus quotations 1 minus p something n, where p is the probability of getting pregnant in a given cycle and n is the cycle number. Therefore, the equation for the scenario is blah, blah, blah. Using the equation, cumulative probability over 6 cycles is 73.8% rounded to 3 significant figures. Like, dude, I'm not even a statistician, and I even knew right away that was fucking retarded. Like, yeah, probably it's... I don't know how that's not intuitive for anybody, that probability doesn't scale in that kind of way. Reference, and yeah, I know the original video. He was literally saying because the probability of getting pregnant in one menstrual cycle is like 20%, that if you have sex like 4 times it or 5 times, it means you have 100% probability. Like, that is so retarded. Thanks for the donation, Reddit take. Fuck religion, donate $2. So a stream I frequently watch is a guy with a small audience, but most of them are Muslim and Arab. I think I may stop watching this guy's stream after the stupid shit he said. He said that only God matters, not humanity, and if you're vegan, you're gay. Well, that's pretty fucking retarded. So, like, he's fine with the Holocaust because only God matters? The fuck does that mean? Thanks for the donation, fuck religion.
Obnoxious anti-woke mob, but there is merit to breaking down echo chambers, and I've seen him push back on questionable guests, even aggressively. Sometimes his personal biases cause him to deny certain aspects of science, thereby empowering a guest, and the result is the propagation of dangerous misinformation. Other times he has a different kind of science denier on, smells bullshit, and just asks questions until they say something stupid. It's the best he can do given his lack of expertise, and in this moment, that's what he settles on. In what sense have we given up on evolution, Tucker?
Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not.
Oh, there's no fossil record, Tuck? Then what about the fossil record?
Yeah.
Have you looked into the fossil record to see stromatolites pertaining to unicellular life billions of years ago, and then Ediacaran fauna, and then utterly countless forms generating clearly traceable evolutionary paths over every eon of geological history leading up to extant life? Because if you haven't seen that...
I remember I found a big isopod fossil at a park. It was really cool.
Thing which objectively exists, maybe you shouldn't go on an enormous podcast and pretend that it doesn't exist.
There's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
There's
and they
tons
develop...
of record of adaptation, and you see it in your own life. I mean, I have a lot of dogs. I see adaptation in dogs, through the...
Sure.
Joe pushes back lightly since he is at least somewhat aware that there are countless transitional species in the fossil record, meaning that Tucker is full of shit. Tucker just comes back with, there's tons of record of adaptation, which is exactly what he just said doesn't exist. Organisms adapt to fit new evolutionary niches or in response to changing environmental stimuli, producing new morphologies as the result of many successive speciation events.
That's a really pretty duck.
Adaptation is part of
That's a nice
evolution,
walrus.
you nitwit. Of course, he doesn't even understand the sentence he just spoke, so he immediately pivots to modern dogs, which are specifically not the product of adaptation, but rather artificial selection, so it's literally the worst example he could choose. Okay, Tuck, let's talk about dogs.
No, there's no evidence at all zero, that, people... evolve seamlessly from a single cell amoeba. No, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all.
Never mind, no dogs after all, just back to
Oh, boy.
reiterating the same baseless incredulity. Yes, there is completely insurmountable evidence that precisely that did happen. There is so much evidence, in fact, that analysis of this evidence is broken up into completely different fields of science. Anthropologists study the enormous variety of hominid species that diverged from our most recent common ancestor with other extant apes, and also even farther back with more primitive primate forms. On a broader scale, paleontologists study fossilized remnants of plants and animals over hundreds of millions of years, each specializing in a particular era or a particular phylogenetic taxon. If you'd ever bothered to get off your ass and learn something, you would have found that all of this information is very easily accessible to you, and you wouldn't say something so profoundly stupid for millions of people to hear.
And that's why you don't actually hear people, you hear them make reference to evolution, because the theory of adaptation is clearly, obviously true.
There is no theory of adaptation, genius. That's not a thing. Adaptation is an evolutionary process. By saying adaptation happens, you
Fuck religion, donate $2 was the most retarded thing I've ever heard him say, and I told him that I met another Muslim guy from Palestine who said, humanity matters over religion, and he said he disagrees with that. I don't think he understands the barbaric history of religion. I don't think he understands much of anything at all, ever. Like, by the way, it's a really weird thing to say when supposedly he believes God created humanity. Like, if God created humanity, wouldn't that mean humanity matters? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. I don't know what's going on through his head, but he's just stupid. Like, he's Muslim, so who knows? There's probably rocks in his brain. Thanks for the donation, fuck religion.
You are saying evolution happens. If Joe were better equipped to handle this buffoon, he would have asked what Tucker thinks the difference is between adaptation and evolution, and how adaptation occurs mechanistically on the molecular and cellular level, at which point Tucker would shit his pants and change the subject.
But Darwin's theory's totally that's why it's still a theory almost 200 years later. No, we have not found that at all.
And of course, it's not a conversation with a science-denying moron without the still a theory script. Theories do not ever become anything other than theories under any circumstances ever, no matter how well corroborated they are, and evolution by natural selection is as corroborated as any theory can be. That's why every biologist in the world would laugh in your face if they heard you say any of this, just like any chemist would laugh in your face if you called atomic theory into question.
And I can't even guess. I mean, I have my own theories on it, but they're not proven.
Oh, Tuck, the little amateur scientist, has his own theories that are more consistent with observation than 200 years of biological research he is clueless about. But of course, they aren't proven.
What are your theories?
God created people, distinctly.
Joe wants to know Tucker's theory, which of course isn't a theory at all, it's just God did it. Tucker is a creationist. God went blippity-zappity-doo and humans appeared. Adam and Eve from dust and a rib, most likely, since humans are made of dust and rib.
And animals.
Wait, and animals too? God made all the animals super special? When was that exactly? And all the fossils of extinct species we find in the ground, when did those get there? Were they once alive animals? Why did he make millions of species?
I really like isopods. They're really weird. Look at them. Look at their face. Kind of cute. I like their little legs. It's like a little baby. I like that image of the isopods trying to eat the Doritos. Must acquire nutrients.
Just to kill them. Were those whoopsie-doopsie experiments he didn't like, so he got rid of them? That's totally what omniscient, omnipotent deities do all the time.
I mean, I think what every person on Earth thought until the mid-19th century, actually.
Right, but
it's not a new idea.
You're right, Tucker. It's not a new idea at all. It's what everybody thought until we figured out what really happened with science. Kind of like how everyone thought the Earth was the center of the solar system until we figured out that it isn't. And that disease was incantations and demons until we figured out that it isn't. And that lightning was angry Zeus on a cloud until we figured out that it isn't. You're saying that old ignorance is more correct than real modern knowledge because you say so, and giggling like a schoolgirl about it.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Like they didn't have computers. They didn't have a general understanding that we have today.
Heard you like pods. Here's some pods.
Wow. Dude, I should have watched this when I was on shrooms. That would have been amazing. These are some good isopods. Thanks for that donation, Twat Destroyer.
Day of the process.
Do you think we understand more now?
Yes.
Really?
You don't think that we understand more today?
We understand way less.
Joe offers a diluted version of what I just said. Those people were ignorant, now we know more things. But of course, Tuck has another hot take. We understand less today than we did hundreds of years ago. We have planes and trains and rockets and the internet, but we know less than when we couldn't make those things. We have deep comprehension regarding cosmology and plate tectonics and genetics, but we understand less than when none of those fields of science existed. Tucker is an immaculate example of a science-illiterate moron who genuinely believes that if he doesn't understand something, nobody does or ever has. It's literal toddler mentality.
We understand so little that we're actually sitting here allowing like a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to like flirt with the extinction of mankind.
Childless software developers. Not a single software developer has children, you guys. And their work will probably kill off mankind. It's definitely not going to be ultra-right-wing science-denying evangelicals who manipulate and fearmonger their way into power and then bring us all back to the Dark Ages through brutal subjugation and a militarized police force. There's no risk of that at all.
Yeah.
Best isopod vid.
Let me take a look.
Dude, this thing is going crazy. You'll survive. Do it. Ah, you did it!
Oh my god. It's an isopod baby.
What is it? I have no idea.
Jan Oy looking ripped. 12 weeks out from the Ruby Classic, bro. It would have been really minty if you competed at the Ruby against Lenny and Jason back in the day.
Yeah, that would have been fucking incredible. I'll check that out in just a minute. Thanks for that donation, Porch Monkey.
It's like... It's crazy.
His name is Benji.
Oh my god,
yeah,
look at
it's
him.
crazy, right?
Feed him Doritos.
I told you. Benji.
They literally took it to the restaurant like a baby.
Sweet.
I'm done with you guys.
Should have left the animal alone, but that is a really cute isopod. I don't think that's 12 weeks out from the Ruby. Well, for Jason, it could be. Who knows? I don't know why the fuck he ever... He'd literally step on stage looking like that, too. Well, at least he's still working out. Thanks for that donation, Porch Monkey. Fuck religion, donate $2. I'm not Christian, but Charleston White was so based for this.
I told y'all Jesus win all the time. Last night was a spiritual battle in warfare.
He's a piece of crap. It's so funny how these people will play the victim card when they face discrimination, but behind closed doors, Muslims are super racist. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's been a very, very ancient long history in the Muslim world of being racist. Prophet Muhammad was known to have very light skin, and I think that's also another reason why they have this fetishization of white people, and a lot of them tend to be racist against black people.
The Muslims, listen, let me tell y'all about you black Muslim motherfuckers. You motherfuckers too mean and hateful. And y'all won't blow up a motherfucking thing. That's why I will not follow the black Muslims. They ain't got no motherfucking suicide bombers. That's the problem. Y'all ain't got nobody that'll blow up or steal a plane, even know how to fly a motherfucking plane. Man,
I was just thinking, was there a chicken back there? But it's just it's like a sticker.
Listen, I was with Ryan Garcia eating potato chips 30 days before the fight. The boy drunk a brew the night before the fight. All that fasting Ramadan shit and walking around building didn't help that nigga. Nigga, you got to eat pork and meat and shit before a fight. All that fasting motherfucking shit. Listen, Ryan Garcia way tougher than Devin Haney. You know why? Because he done fought Tank. Nigga, he done fought Tank. Until Haney fight Tank, Haney can't whoop nobody but who they pick for him to whoop. And his daddy needs to sit his motherfucking ass down somewhere, nigga. If your boy tough, let him be tough. Stop always jumping in the front of your son, nigga, to talking for him. Nigga, let the boy be tough, nigga. But he's a weak boy. Nigga ain't no tough ass nigga. Tank grew up in a project with no daddy. Man, it's hard to beat a nigga like Tank, my nigga. And you got all the love and support. Man, listen, this is why I will not be a Muslim. Because I see how you niggas act, nigga, when it ain't Ramadan. I see how you niggas stuck pussy, you niggas cuss, you fuck, man, you niggas ain't loving and kind like Ali them was, nigga, and Malcolm them, my nigga. Y'all damn sure ain't nothing like Elijah Muhammad. I haven't seen a Muslim leader yet, nigga, that possessed the traits of Malcolm and Elijah. Mean, hateful ass niggas. You niggas, listen, I die believing in Jesus Christ, nigga, because even with Jesus, you get forgiveness and mercy and grace. Muslims don't provide mercy and grace, nigga. Muslims don't provide mercy and grace. Mean, hateful, spite-hearted, sour-hearted ass black Muslims. My mama loving, nigga. And I brought Ryan Garcia to my mama's house, and he got to meet my mama's pastor, and we prayed over him. We put our hands on him, and he came out victorious, nigga. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. In Jesus' name we pray, nigga.
How do you know what's inside you unless you test yourself? Don't do one push-up, do 100. Don't run 1 mile, run a marathon. Don't have one family, have a second family all the way across the country. Don't just have a second family, have a third family in Santa Fe with an alternative lifestyle. Don't spend any time with the first 2 families. Make a commitment to family number 3 and double down by announcing it at his war hero father's retirement party. Don't go to the funeral, because remember, you got 2 other families to deal with and a marathon to train for. Don't just let Kenneth walk out of your life. Take his life from him. Don't just go to jail. Go to death row by killing the 2 other families. Don't just let anyone have their closure by apologizing. Send a message that you're not afraid of hell. How do you know what?
Oh, that's great.
Do you like classical music? I will pay you $20 plus the $3 from here to react to one of my favorite pieces of classical music. Loud romantic orchestra stuff. PLS, be nice if you don't like it. You have to really listen to it to really like it.
Okay, I'll give it a listen. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
Hey, genuine question, no troll. How much for a small vial of Jasmine's pussy juice? I'd like to try microdosing her vaginal secretions and masturbating to help with my depression. Now go eat some turnips, turnip boy. Keep making those turnip gains, nigga.
I don't know if I can do that for you. I don't think she'd agree to that, but thanks for the donation, massive Mandigo Schlong.
Draw a picture of Tom Cruise drinking the blood of the very last Palestinian child.
Okay, I can do that for you. Just give me one moment here. Thanks for the donation, John Venus. Let's see. See if I can find a profile of Tom Cruise. This is gonna look terrible. Actually, eh.
Hassan goes after Destiny and his community in response to Destiny's Twitter beef with Ludwig. I say it's worth a watch. Hassan makes a lot of dog shit points why Destiny is a bad person.
Let me take a look.
The yard with Destiny would be cool, but you guys wouldn't do it.
I'll watch that in just a bit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Give you $30 instead. Guy who wrote this actually followed after Wagner's philosophy on vegetarianism, who followed from Friedrich Nietzsche. Although he quit. I feel quite embarrassed about liking this.
I can't make any guarantees that I can listen to the whole thing because I might get a copyright warning, but I'll try. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones. Let's see. Okay. There's the picture of Tom Cruise drinking the blood of the last Palestinian left alive. Thanks for the donation, John Venus. Hope you enjoyed that. Why does this guy look like Jordan Peterson? Is that actually fucking Jordan Peterson? If I was a wrestler, what would my gimmick be? Maybe death farts. I'd like fart people to death. This song reminds me of the feeling I get after I've had like constipation for a week and I finally like squeeze out the turd. It's like this triumphant feeling of achievement. Yeah, that's pretty good. I enjoyed that. Can't really say much more. Yeah, it's like when you defeat the final boss in a video game or the end of like an epic scene in a movie. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Actually, before we watch this, apparently Natasha Offey has a new training video.
Hey guys, so I'm here at the gym. I'm gonna start with some deadlifts today. Not really sure what working weight I'm gonna go to yet. I think last week I did I think it was like 345, 350, so I'm hoping to go a little heavier than that, but we'll see how they feel today. So I'm just warming up right now.
I need your guidance, Mr. Gaines. You think it's weird if I date a 19-year-old? I'm 27. She gave me her number. We have a ton of stuff in common like video games, anime, action figures, and she likes guns but she's not vegan. I feel a little weird 'cause of age gap.
Well, here's the thing, man. If you're like, I think especially if you're like into your 30s, the amount of women that share hobbies with you that are around your age is going to be a lot smaller. But if you're dating a chick who's like 19 right now, I've seen so many more girls that are in their late teens that are into video games, that are into comic books, that are into anime, that are into motorcycles and cars and shit, than I've seen women, you know, in their 30s or 40s or something that are into those things. So, you know what? As long as it's legal, as long as it's a consenting adult, just find love, you know? That's the best that you can do. As far as her not being vegan, I mean,
Friends not food.
oh my god. That is a friend. Oh my god, that little chicken. Oh. That is a friend. That isn't food, that's a friend. Look at the little baby chicken. Just wants to peck and eat things, that's it.
The piece of music was about resurrection, so that makes sense. The guy was a deist, and as I say, deism was just a way for smart people to believe in God so they didn't get persecuted. I think. Maybe. That guy's called Leonard Bernstein BTW.
What is deism? I've heard the term before. Belief in the existence of a supreme being, specifically of a creator who does not intervene in the universe. Okay. It's not exactly a god, but it's like a supernatural deity. It's very, very rare, but you do see some people who are atheist in ancient times. Very, very rare, though. Thanks for that donation, Riley Jones. Yeah, as far as that chick not being vegan, I mean, 19-year-old girl has to be the easiest fucking demographic to turn vegan, so I don't know, unless she's like a real bitch, I'd say in a week she'll be vegan and you'll be able to eat a vegan's ass out, so I'd go for it. Doesn't seem like a bad deal. And the age gap isn't like fucking crazy, you know? It's not like you're dating a 15-year-old. Thanks for the donation, Spooderman. Hope that helps.
You're just gonna hear a lot of really loud, loud banging.
This sucks. She changed her, the way she does workout videos. They used to be no music and very raw like Sam Sulik. I really hope she doesn't keep doing this.
Yeah, not feeling too bad so far, but feeling a little hard.
Well, at least she's doing conventional. It's more than you can say about a lot of people.
That felt pretty good. So now I'm just like, this one, I feel like this is too big of a jump, but you know what? Because I think this was last year. I think sometime in the winter, colder time, but he had me doing AMRAPs at, I think after doing sets. And I'm pretty sure I did an AMRAP of, it was either 10 or 12 reps, but it was at 3.
Oh, the music sucks.
Hey guys, so sorry it's been a while. I know I've said that I was going to start posting a little bit more. Starting next month, I'm gonna start posting regular videos every Saturday. If there's anything you guys would like to see, either training-wise, nutrition-wise, day in the life-wise, just comment below. So if you guys aren't following my YouTube, head over to YouTube, subscribe, like, and turn on your notifications, and I'll see you there. I just want to say thank you again for those who have been following. I'm excited. Thanks.
All right, we'll see.
Lol. I hung out with him once in person. The vibes were atrocious. Wait, what is happening? Yes, that is a picture of my girlfriend who I love. How is your wife? What is happening right now? He seems cool because he tries as hard as possible to appeal to the widest set of people possible. He's like, if you were to test a human in front of 20 focus groups online, content consumers, and produce a machine to appeal to all of them evenly. Ludwig seems cool, but he sure associates himself with some cringe people. You, Hassan, the AI guy. D went after Cutie on his podcast. What is happening? Slime got into it with D on Twitter. Why is this? That's...
Yeah, isn't Ludwig the guy who fucking watched the deepfake porn or some shit, and then he like started crying on camera like a fucking pussy? Imagine being that much of a fucking beta male that you start crying on camera because like somebody found out you watched deepfake porn of your like friend. Like, holy fuck, imagine being that cucked.
That's why it's silly. Okay, we'll cover this dumb shit in a second.
A few moments later.
Apparently, the rabid psycho brigade...
It looks like a nice dog. It's too bad he has to live with Hassan.
...came after my boy, Slime, aka Slime Machine. Why? Well, because he engaged in a criminal act, chat. What was the criminal act? Making a joke about how Destiny is a Wikipedia warrior. Which, by the way, isn't even a joke. He is a Wikipedia warrior. He literally is. And it's...
I just love it when people say this shit. Yeah, because if you research things and try to actually provide accurate information, oh, you use Wikipedia, you should just make stuff up. Fucking asshole.
It's not just that like Wikipedia sucks for research, because I rely on Wikipedia every now and then as well. It's what he does with the Wikipedia, or why he reads the Wikipedia pages. And
you can look at his research streams. He'll use Wikipedia as like a first source to get a general sense of things, but then he'll check the actual citations in Wikipedia and like branch out from there. That, like, by the way, even people like professors will do this. Like, yeah, you'll go to a source that has a collection of generalized information to get a sense of things, and then you'll just branch out from there.
Browses them. That actually makes him a clown to anyone that is even a little bit more knowledgeable on what the Israel has been doing.
What's hilarious, what is hilarious about this is he'll criticize Destiny for using Wikipedia. Hassan will literally use Twitter as a fucking reference. Like, really? You're gonna criticize somebody for using Wikipedia and then you'll use fucking Twitter?
And Israel's been up to, okay? Divorcelli, Octoberelli, made up his mind on Israel's genocide and said it was a good thing, and then started engaging in post hoc rationalizations as to why it was a good thing, without having any knowledge on the issue whatsoever. And because he did all of this objective fact-based research, which I consider to be cherry-picked quote mining operations on Wikipedia for most of his quote-unquote research, okay? Research to do what, mind you? Research to, again, justify Israel's genocide. Ironic because he was not knowledgeable on the matter and very openly started learning more and more in one direction only, which was...
This is coming from the guy who uses Twitter as a source.
The direction that would justify his earlier assessment of the situation with...
Have you ever played a game called Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice? If so, did you beat it and how did you like it? I want to get it, but I need to get a better computer because my Dell Inspiron 5459 doesn't run high graphic games well. Only Ninja Gaiden Sigma.
Yeah, it's a great game. I would say, like, at least for my personal tastes, it's the best From Software game yet. It's kind of like a mix between like some of the Souls games and Metal Gear Solid Rising. It's kind of like a good mix between those two types of games. I didn't beat it. I got to a point where I couldn't figure out where to go, but I got fairly far into the game. I remember I beat the giant white ape boss, which was pretty hard, and I got to the point where I got the sword that could kill immortal beings, and then after that I kind of got lost. But it was a great game. It was really good. Definitely worth playing. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja.
Without any facts whatsoever. He went off on a whim. He decided he was on a...
Yuri Moi. Hello. See that you're verified.
Ay, qué rico chacal.
Tetas, esto es pa' que brinquen esas nalgas, pa' que los rebotes en mi cama.
Que me mueve rico, quiero ser pistola. Que te brinque, quieres que te...
Let's see. There's a lack of photos of your butt on Instagram, I've noticed. That's a pretty good butt, though. Yeah, I'm more of an ass man, personally.
A position and refused to budge from said position regardless, and looked at any and every outlet that would deliver him some talking points that he could just disseminate, deploy against those who are not very skilled orators. This is how he gets to operate as the brilliant intellectual champion, despite driven politics in general. The most normal community of all time, by the way. What would you do in this situation? Let's say you're a fan of Divorcelli Octoberelli. Let's say you're also simultaneously a fan of the Yard podcast. Both are cringe, maybe not as cringe as one another. Obviously, the Yard is less cringe, still cringe though. They are my enemies after all. Just kidding, I love them. But you know, I'm gonna stop memeing about my anger towards the Yard, my fake anger towards the Yard, and my resentment towards them for the sake of this conversation. It's gonna be really hard. But Slime says this as an offhanded remark. Let's say you are a fan of Octoberelli. How do you operate? You might write a mean-spirited comment underneath the video and be like, 15,000. And then Destiny's nose and stream VODs. Checkmate! I think what's really funny about this entire thing is that he did all that reading to f***ing scour talking points and still got owned. Okay? I find that to be f***ing hilarious. That my
He has absolutely obliterated everyone in these Israel-Palestine debates. Absolutely obliterated everybody. Like, if Hassan genuinely believes Destiny gets destroyed in these debates, like, he has zero fucking grasp of the topic.
my man did hours and hours of reading on stream and still is a, one, genocide defender, and two, did a phenomenally bad job at defending said genocide in front of people who have done infinitely more reading and chronicling on the matter. I don't know how, if these guys are saying that, like, I'm...
Like, buddy, his debate partner is literally a fucking historian who covers the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Sucking Destiny's for this, you know, for making fun of his fan base going absolutely nutty mode on this. I don't know what they're doing. Also, the knowledgeable factor doesn't equate being biased. What? Benny Moore's a good example. Yes, Benny Morris is very knowledgeable, and he's still a weirdo. So he said, I made some people very grumpy again. To be honest, I'm surprised DGers even watch our show. Maybe we really are just that funny. I also had it out with a few of the strays in the weekly ep thread, and one of them was actually really reasonable and had normal comments and stuff. Not necessarily all stuff I agreed with, but was normal about it. And I was like, man, what a time to be alive. Anyway, I am not a debate streamer. Thank Christ for that. I also have always felt trying to win an internet argument on my behalf makes me uncomfortable. But if this is your actual job for a living, you kind of accept guys who put QR codes in their fan cams. I think all things considered, I've kept my thoughts on Palestine pretty close to the chest because it's oddly more personal issue for me considering my friend has talked to me about it for the past 7 or so years, namely free Palestine right now. But make no mistake, I will always take a chance to fire a pithy line at Destiny because it is above all, as evidenced here and now many other times, really, really funny. Goon Commander out. This is objectively abnormal behavior, to which, sorry, should have just posted this. Lol, are you okay, Ludwig's second generic white friend? You can always just not talk about stuff you're clueless about. No one will judge you. I am flattered that you spend so much time on Reddit posting about me, though. Do you jerk off fantasizing about my sex life? Is that why you're posting so much about it? To which he responded, nope, it's just the funniest thing about you, man. To which one of his writers wrote, Ludwig seems cool, but he sure associates himself with some cringe people. You, Hassan, the AI guy, which once again, these guys' values are incredibly distorted, maybe directly the exact opposite of what they should look like, considering that they're like, yeah, you guys are the cringe ones, and not the guy who makes a living defending the ethics of incest, whose fan base also does that regularly. Anyway, you will never be able to understand the way that the rest of the world looks at people like you if you are that lost in the sauce, okay? If you are permanently stuck inside of Destiny's cult, let's be real, you're most likely never going to understand the way the rest of the world views you. They see you as gross weirdos, okay? Those losers literally defended the AI saying it's not that bad. They don't even care. I know, which is ironic.
The AI system Israel's using to target Hamas members, I have not seen any evidence that it has a higher rate of error compared to humans doing the same thing. So I don't know why you'd have a problem with the use of AI.
Ironic because he replied to the AI porn guy by saying he seems really cool because he tries as hard as possible to appeal to the widest set of people possible. He's like if you were to test a human in front of 20 focus groups online, content consumers, and produce a machine to appeal to all of them evenly. To which Ludwig responded with, why you say f me for? To which I believe he responded to as well. I don't even know what he f***ed. That's all this is. That's all he does. There you go. Mr. Guy who cares about AI Destiny in this situation hits him with a don't you mean and posts a photo of Cutie crying during the AI scandal, to which he replied with, yes, that's a picture of my girlfriend who I love. How is your wife? The yard with Destiny would be cool, but you guys wouldn't do it, lol. I hung out with him once in person. The vibes were atrocious. No, guys, you don't understand. I'm very fair, balanced, and honest. That's why everyone in my immediate orbit that isn't like just simply trying to get clout off of me.
Yeah, well, Hassan's a fucking tard, but we all knew that.
This is Small Morny, world-famous expert in Silat, one of the deadliest martial arts in history. Today, he's gonna show me how it works,
hit,
and why it's so effective. And it all starts with the knife.
Most people, they would go like this and go slash, or they go one here, they go boom, boom. We learn how to defend against common attacks. Don't try to go attack.
Yeah.
You go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But that's very common. Everyone does that.
But we're not here to drill. The drill is to create skill. So when you fight, you use the skill, not the drill. So I go boom, boom. Now it's your turn. You pass my hand.
Boom, boom.
Backhand, and then you come back.
Oh, okay.
So this is the drill. So now, if I take it as an application, I'm here.
Yeah.
So if you give me backhand,
yeah.
All this knife fighting shit, that just looks like fucking nonsense to me. If you have an opportunity to actually grab the hand of somebody who has a knife, why in the fuck would you, like, slap them? You'd grab their arm so they can't stab you.
have the pass. And if I don't want to push you, I just want to break your wrist, it's here.
So you didn't disarm me, you just attacked me?
Yeah, I don't need to disarm you.
Really?
Because if I'm focused on...
Yep.
Then, that is...
Dude, you're fucked, you're dead.
Like seminar...
What does he mean you don't focus on disarming a knife?
Content. Because it's impressive. If my life is on light, I'm here. Goes for a punch.
Yeah.
Here, see that?
Yeah. Oh,
I know where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know where you are. So the goal is hit. I know where you are.
Oh.
Then.
So you're slapping my shoulder instead of my head?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So that I can simulate a real reaction.
Yes.
But if I go like this, react for me.
Oh, yeah.
It's too slow.
Yeah.
You react correctly. Then I have this. See the control. Then one time.
Yes.
We aim for the liver, the ribs,
okay.
the neck, back of the head.
Right.
Here.
Yeah.
Groin.
Like, this doesn't make sense because if he actually tried to stab him, he'd stab him. Like, watch this.
Yes.
So he comes in with a stab, but like, how in the fuck would you expect to parry somebody's arm when they're stabbing you? Like, you can't do that.
For the liver, the ribs,
okay.
the neck.
Yeah, dude, I think this guy is literally teaching people how to get fucked up in a knife fight.
Yeah. Back of the head.
Right.
Here.
Yeah.
Groin. Because if you're the guy...
I want to, like, I'd love to see this in an actual real demonstration. Like, I hope Jesse actually tries to hit the guy with a knife and doesn't just, like, leave his arm out while he just does this, like, really slow motion.
Who's holding the knife, you think you are in control. And I'm the victim.
Yeah.
So I want to change that role. Just like that.
So you want to become the attacker?
Yes. So most people, you go and then you come back again.
Yeah.
I'm too focused on this.
Yeah.
Yes. We don't focus on that. We focus on, rather than do this to throw you, I use the skin to throw you. Yes.
Wow. If I'm not wearing this, you have to grab the skin.
Yeah. And I'm not using my nail. If I do this and you pull, they're gone.
Yeah.
Basically, you will have a scar or you will get a nail scratch, but it's gone. So I want to make sure I fold your skin in my...
Yeah. Can we get a close-up of how you fold the skin, just so people can see that?
So basically, I'm here, I pin and I fold it in.
Yeah.
So it's not this.
You're using my skin like my karate uniform.
Your gi,
yeah. Wow. I've never seen that.
That's actually interesting. I've never seen that. I don't know how that would really work if somebody's like in a real fight and you're getting sweaty.
Before.
So I'm here, I move, you're out, and this one.
Okay, wait, he just ripped
that. You're not gonna just turn somebody around.
The skin on my ribs.
Yeah, it's this one. I've never. Same thing. You roll it forward.
Yeah.
So, because we don't have gis.
No.
So your skin is.
Yeah.
Your skin is the.
That was the skin inside of my thigh.
Yeah.
What are the biggest mistakes you see people doing when it comes to knife defense?
Well, my opinion, yes. Yeah. I'm not saying everybody else is wrong.
Right.
So basically,
everybody.
Dude, in like 2 seconds, I could show this guy is like completely full of shit. He wouldn't be able to do fucking anything if you actually try to stab him.
Tells you to run away from a knife attacker. But Silat takes it one step further.
Usually, if you bring
if somebody has a knife, you fucking run.
knife, you also have other people bringing a stick, bringing a pitchfork. People have a mob mentality.
Mob mentality?
Yeah, so this is why your first goal is to run when you see knife. But make sure you injure someone. First. Really bad.
Yeah.
So
Run, but injure them. Are you supposed to like take out your gun and like shoot while you're running away?
that's like the person they need to.
Yeah, so they will take care of
yes,
that
while you run.
when you run away.
Yes. So you don't just run, because if you run,
yeah,
then they will chase you until you go out of breath. So this is why everything that you do is always, when you come, yes,
Okay, that made no sense. Did you see that? So he fucking slashes at him with this stupid, nobody attacks with a knife like that. But then, okay, he blocks it. Then now his knife hand's free. He could have slashed his guts open. Like, what is he doing with his arm here? Well, now your guts are slashed open. Like, I don't think people have enough respect for how much damage you can do with somebody with a knife so fucking quickly. If you slash somebody across the stomach, their intestines fall out. Like, you're dead.
Yes,
So, like, what is this? His hand's free to fucking slice your guts open.
See. Right. Hi. Press.
Wait, we're doing a drill, and
Yes.
I've never done this before.
No.
How did that happen?
Because I'm giving you this.
Yes.
I'm not giving you this. So if I give you this, I don't give you options. I always want you to be on the outside of my hand. But you don't know that. Yes?
So you're attacking me because you want a specific response from
yes.
me that you can then take advantage
yes.
of. Yeah.
See, if you put your hand up,
Like
I just hit it.
So that was my natural reaction,
Yes.
was just to protect myself.
I just hit it.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Oh, you're hitting my arm on purpose.
Yes, I see that coming up.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Bam.
Then
Yeah.
elbow.
Yeah.
I'm looking. See, I'm
Yeah.
looking for reaction.
Yes. So he just hit my bicep and it really hurts.
Yes. So if you come to attack me, so boom. See that?
Yeah.
Clear my hand. Underneath. Clear my hand from underneath.
Like this?
Yeah. See.
Oh, yeah.
I push you back.
Yeah.
Yes. But if you take a look, I'm always pushing you. I'm always pushing you there. I'm always pushing you there.
Right.
If I'm not pushing you,
Yeah.
I'm hitting you. I'm hitting you.
Yes.
Or I'm dragging you.
I am never stable. I'm always moving somehow.
Yes, because my goal is to push you off the bridge.
Oh, so it's like we're fighting on a bridge. Okay.
So
Many villages in Southeast Asia were built on water. This is reflected in the techniques of Silat.
if I'm a nice person, I just push you off the bridge.
Okay. Yeah.
If I'm a sadistic person, I'll break your ankle first, or I break your ribs before I push you off the bridge.
Okay.
So that's the thing. So this is why when you come to attack me, boom, come.
Yeah.
So this is the water, no?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If you want to grab my neck, and then to stab me, boom, then I push you this way.
Yeah,
There.
exactly.
So this is,
Yeah, that foot sweep was interesting. Can you show that again? Yeah. So how does that work? Okay.
If I'm here, yes, boom. Then I disarm you first, yes? You come attack.
Okay. I attack. Yeah.
What I do is
Donate $2. Let me see.
They discovered mass graves with corpses that showed clear signs of abuse and torture. The United Nations Special Procedures released a statement saying, "We are horrified at details emerging from mass graves recently unearthed in the Gaza Strip. Over 390 bodies have been discovered at Nasser and Al-Shifa hospitals, including of women and children, with many reportedly showing signs of torture and summary executions and potential instances of people buried alive."
That's a bit of a weird statement, because what do they mean by that? How do you tell if somebody is being buried alive? How do you tell if somebody is being tortured? And wasn't there like fucking a week or 2 weeks of fighting around Al-Shifa Hospital? Like, I'd expect there to be bodies there.
Is it anti-Semitic to state what the UN investigation into these mass graves stated? Are there enough adults in the world who can absorb?
The UN is retarded. Okay, so we already know that. If they were buried alive, they'd find dirt in their lungs. I don't know if that's what they're doing. They're doing autopsies. I doubt it. Flapjack donated $2. Not liking dogs isn't a red flag at all. There's plenty of things to not like about them. There is literally nothing to not like about dogs. They're pretty much perfect. So not liking dogs is a massive red flag for me. Thanks for the donation, Flapjack. Appreciate it.
This accurate information about the atrocities.
As far as I know, cable news is
Wait. Think of the children.
not mentioned
blah,
this.
blah, blah.
Well, they've been pretending all along that Israel is accidentally killing 24,000 women and children, accidentally doing a Where's Daddy program where they purposely murder their family members, accidentally using snipers to kill children and women, okay?
I mean, if you've ever driven a fucking modern SUV, it's pretty easy to accidentally kill children.
Biden is a disgrace, okay? Biden is a full-blown disgrace of a president, of a human being. Okay, all of that nonsense about how he's such a moral and decent person, and he really knows how UN investigation. The treatment of pregnant and lactating women continues to be appalling, with the direct bombardment of hospitals and deliberate denial of access to healthcare facilities by Israeli snipers. They refer to it as deliberate. Combined with the lack of beds and medical resources, placing an estimated 50,000 pregnant Palestinian women and 20,000 newborn babies at unimaginable risk. Over 183.
Look, something has to be done about pregnant women and babies. Am I saying Israel's, going about it the right way? Not necessarily, but something has to be done to stop them.
3 women per day are giving birth without pain relief, while hundreds of babies have died because of a lack of electricity to power incubators. The dreadful
blame Hamas
conditions have resulted in increases in miscarriages by up to 300%. And understandably,
who the fuck cares? Miscarriages? Give me a fucking break.
The international community sees reports like this. They see the footage of what Gaza looks like, what the bombardments look like, what the pain and suffering looks like. Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan.
Let me see. UN report. Israel. I don't know.
Holy shit, I know what will set her straight. This bitch Anna Kasparian needs to get double penetrated by some nigger dicks that'll finally rewire her brain into some sense.
Yeah. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo. Alarm, credible allegations of egregious human rights violations, Palestinian women and girls reportedly being arbitrarily executed in Gaza, often together with family members, including their children, according to information received. By who? Shocked by reports, deliberate targeting, and extrajudicial killings of Palestinian women, children in places where they sought refuge or while fleeing. Who's making the reports? Is this coming from the Palestinian Health Authority, Hamas? In detention, subjected to multiple forms of sexual assault, being stripped naked, searched by male as... Oh my god, really? Okay, so apparently, they're classifying being strip searched as sexual assault. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my fucking god, dude. At least 2 female Palestinian detainees were reportedly raped. Well, I don't know what they consider rape. Like, is seeing a fucking Muslim woman without her hijab rape? Obviously, I wouldn't, I'd condemn actual sexual violence, but I mean, when you're fucking claiming getting strip searched when you're a suspected terrorist and you're being detained, if you're considering that sexual assault, give me a fucking break. Yeah, this is just horseshit.
Take a look at this. That, yes. Now I take the foot seat.
Whoop, whoop. Yeah.
Want to stand up? I want to anchor you here.
So you're pushing.
See, yeah. Anchor. So there's two ways of doing it. I anchor you down, or as you're busy here, I anchor you there. Boom, there, boom, then.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is why if I do a sweep, imagine I sweep, yes, and you fall down.
Yeah.
Then we just make you angrier.
Right.
Because there's no pain.
Yeah. And
yes?
I can still stab you.
Exactly. Yeah. And then that's dangerous.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I want to make sure I put pain first.
Yep.
So imagine if I hit you in the liver or I break your ribs.
Yeah.
Like again, he would have ripped his guts open.
Then I push in the water.
Yeah.
How are you going to swim? That's the old mindset.
Yes.
So you have empathy.
Yeah.
But only to a certain degree. Yes.
Yes.
So.
Okay, that is stupid advice. If somebody is attacking you with a knife, you should be as absolutely vicious as possible. So if you're in a fight with somebody with a knife, gouge their eyes out, rip their fucking testicles off, do anything you can to prevent them from stabbing you. If you don't, you are fucking dead. Okay? Try to do everything you can to control the weapon, and with your free hand, gouge their fucking eyes out, grab their testicles, try to literally rip them off, do anything you fucking can to stop them.
You're okay to break his ribs.
Yeah.
But if he dies, I didn't kill you, you're brown.
Because this is a traditional martial art.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is why our goal is do the drill to have skill.
This guy is a terrible... this is some of the worst knife fighting instruction I've ever fucking seen in my life.
But when you fight, you use the skill, not the drill.
So do you always want to be...
Hey, thanks for always defending the First Amendment and artistic rights and freedoms and art and talking shit to that cuck Hassan. Their petition to fight payment companies.
Sex work is work, and your unjust policy. MasterCard put into effect a new policy regarding adult content sellers that makes it extremely hard for sex workers to earn a living online. Policy imposes strict and evasive requirements on adult content websites using MasterCard's financial services, including pre-approval of all content before publication, forbidding certain search terms, and monitoring the age and identity verification process for all. So, I understand some of the perspective from these payment providers. There's a lot of porn websites that don't have age verification or ID verification for any content uploaded to the website. So from the payment provider's perspective, they don't want to be providing, money to people who are sex trafficking somebody or uploading child pornography. That happens a lot. There's been a few porn stars that have actually talked about this. What was her fucking name? I can't remember her name now, but she was talking about how on X videos, if you search 18 or a teenager or something, you'll find user uploaded content of girls who are 16 or 17. And again, there's no age verification. So your average person looking through X videos likely has come across shit that's illegal technically of a girl who might be 16, 17. There's actually a big news story about a chick who was making porn videos with her boyfriend, and I think they were filming when she was as early as 14, but she decided to upload those videos when she was, I think, 19 or 20. So she, even though it was her choice, she was uploading child porn. So that does happen, and I understand from the payment provider's perspective why they would be hesitant to allow payment processing for pornographic content, especially on websites that don't have age or ID verification. Now, on sites that do have ID verification, so OnlyFans, they require ID verification. I think Pornhub just recently did too. I don't know why they'd have an issue. And what's really fucking stupid too, these credit card companies and these banks, they're the most fucking corrupt organizations on the fucking planet. They launder money from fucking drug cartels, and they knowingly do this, and they'll actually tell their employees deliberately to avoid asking certain questions that would be self-incriminating and would point to these people being drug dealers, because then they won't get their business. So on one hand, they will support fucking drug cartels, which are involved with human trafficking. They're well known for that. But then they'll play this like fucking, moral fagging game where, oh, we don't want to support sex trafficking, and we're just concerned that we might be supporting child porn. But then at the same time, they're trafficking billions and billions of dollars from these fucking drug cartels, and they knowingly fucking do this. So like they're fucking hypocritical assholes at the end of the day. I think it's fair for a payment processing company like MasterCard to only work with adult websites that have ID and age verification. But yeah, like I've seen the shit that happened on with OnlyFans. They were going through a number of different payment processors, and they kept refusing for like no real reason. Thanks for the donation, Jack. Dodo donated $2. Is brown rice worse
This
than...
also involves credit card companies censoring and dictating hentai sites, telling them to remove their content, and it got to the point where it blocks sites in US now when it doesn't break any of the US laws.
Oh yeah. Like how in the like it's fucking artwork. It's so stupid. Just everyone's a fucking idiot, dude. Like again, they will knowingly and willingly help fucking drug cartels traffic money. But hentai, somebody drew something, we're not gonna tolerate that. Like, fuck off. Thanks for the donation, Jack. Dodo donated $2. Is brown rice worse than white rice because of arsenic? I don't know. I've heard about the shit about brown rice and arsenic. I really wouldn't be able to tell you. I haven't really looked into it. I don't know if the benefit of like, the fiber and extra nutrition content, I don't know if that is negated by the higher arsenic content. I wouldn't be able to tell you. If you really want to be safe, I'd say just eat like potatoes or something. If you need some sort of carbohydrate source in a meal. Brown rice also doesn't taste as good, but yeah, if you really want to be safe, I'd tell you to just eat potatoes or some other sort of grain if you want a starch source. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Check this out. Olivani butter is a mainstream butter in New Zealand and it's vegan. It's amazing. No fucking excuses not to be vegan.
What is it made out of? It's a New Zealand only product. I'm just curious, like what's in it, because it looks like it's made with olive oil, but what's it says made with olive oil. Okay, so it's just like every other. So it's got a little bit of olive oil in it, but a lot of it comes from palm oil, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe not. Wait, what's the ingredients? Vegetable oil, 21%. Water, salt, emulsifiers. Okay, it doesn't even fucking say what's in it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just like every other butter substitute. Thanks for that donation, though, Riley Jones. Dodo Tellers, read my other question from last dono. Also, do you prefer cantaloupe or honeydew? I'd say honeydew. Cantaloupe is just poison. Also, can you guys rate my setup? Also, if you had the opportunity to safely orbit a black hole for a day and come back to Earth hundreds of years later, would you do it? Yeah, I probably would. Because, like, an hour is like 7 Earth years, depending on the mass. Yeah, I'd probably do it. Like, in the future, they'd probably have, like, really awesome technology, and you could probably live forever and shit. Let me see. Whoa. Ignore my cat. That is a nice cat. Holy shit, it looks like a turkey. That surprised look when you show someone that broccoli didn't occur naturally. Humans bred it from wild mustard. Yep. I don't know what people's fucking issue is. Like, broccoli is great. Broccoli tastes really fucking good. That is a fuck ton of frosting. Just the way I like it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
On an angle.
Your power line is like a train. Pam, pam, pam.
Right,
pam,
right.
Pam, pam, pam. So
Yeah.
you want to make sure you go from here.
Yes, yes.
I go from here. You go from here. I go here. You go thrust.
Nobody attacks with a knife like that.
Boom. See? Clear. Boom. See? Thrust. Thrust.
Oh, thrust. Okay. Yeah. And those hits would be in the face in real life.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Because even I don't need to hit you. Imagine this is your face now.
Okay.
I keep on.
Yeah. Yeah.
You go.
Yeah,
you,
right.
You have a reaction. But in training, it's to learn how to play.
Yes.
Is carnism linked to voice deterioration? I've noticed some weirdness in the voices of multiple carnists, such as Frank and Sean Not Baker. Their voices cracks all the time.
I don't think Frank's voice cracks all that much, but Sean Baker, yeah, but I think that's just his voice. What can happen is if you lose muscle mass, you can lose muscle mass in your neck. And if you lose muscle mass in your neck, that can cause like a crackling voice. It can make your voice sound more high-pitched. That can happen. So if you're on a carnivore diet and you lose muscle mass, which is fairly likely because you're not eating carbohydrates, a lot of them eat in like a caloric deficit and also do fasting and intermittent fasting and shit, so they don't eat. So that can cause your voice to change, but I think Sean Baker's voice is just weird. Thanks for the donation, Prank Tefano.
See? Backhand, backhand.
Oh.
That's why I'm guiding you. Yes. See, I'm guiding you.
It doesn't matter what I do because you always have a response.
No, because I'm the one who's baiting you to attack me from which angle.
Dodo Neutralers, how much you want to bet RFK Jr. is on carnivore diet or is going to be a carnivore diet promoter when the presidential thing doesn't work out for him? Also, watch first 2 minutes. It's cool.
You can...
I don't know what his diet is like. I know he's really into health and fitness. RFK Jr. diet. RFK Jr.'s doctors found a dead worm in his brain. Kennedy's ridiculous seafood diet parallels another example of his poor judgment. He eats a lot of seafood? Where did it say? Oh, yeah. Aside from the dead parasite nestled inside his brain, Kennedy claimed that as a result of mercury poisoning, which he blamed on his loving of eating fish, I have cognitive problems clearly. I have short-term memory loss, and I have longer-term memory loss that affects me. Presidential hopeful ruefully acknowledged, I loved tuna fish sandwiches. I ate them all the time. To find someone else as in love with tuna as Kennedy, you have to turn to a movie. In the 2002 black comedy Matchstick Men, the addled and creepy Roy Waller is a tuna junkie on par with Kennedy. Diet and workout regime. Let's see. I do intermittent fasting. I have my first meal around noon, and then I try to stop eating around 6 or 7. So apparently he eats a lot of seafood and does intermittent fasting. So yeah, he very likely would follow the carnivore diet.
Never see anything enter a black hole. Imagine you trap your nemesis in a rocket ship and blast him off towards a black hole. He looks back at you, shaking his fist at a constant rate. As he zooms in, gravity gets stronger, so you would expect him to speed up. But that is not what you see. Instead, the rocket ship appears to be slowing down. Not only that, he also appears to be shaking his fist slower and slower. That's because, from your perspective, his time is slowing down. At the very instant when he should cross the event horizon, the point beyond which not even light can escape, he and his rocket ship do not disappear. Instead, they seem to stop, frozen in time. The light from the spaceship gets dimmer and redder until it completely fades from view. This is how any object would look crossing the event horizon. Light is still coming from the point where he crossed, it's just too redshifted to see. But if you could see that light, then in theory you would see everything that has ever fallen into the black hole frozen on its horizon, including the star that formed it. But in practice, photons are emitted at discrete intervals, so there will be a last photon emitted outside the horizon, and therefore these images will fade after some time.
This is just one of the strange results that comes out of the general theory of relativity, our current best theory of gravity. The first solution of Einstein's equations predicted not only black holes.
Would you rather be 100% correct all the time or believed 100% of the time? I'd rather be 100% correct all the time.
But also their opposite, white holes. It also implied the existence of parallel universes and even possibly a way to travel between them. This is a video about the real science of black holes, white holes, and wormholes.
The general theory of relativity arose at least in part due to a fundamental flaw in Newtonian gravity. In the 1600s, Isaac Newton contemplated how an apple falls to the ground, how the moon orbits the Earth and Earth orbits the sun, and he concluded that every object with mass must attract every other. But Newton was troubled by his own theory. How could masses separated by such vast distances apply a force on each other? He wrote that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has a competent faculty of thinking could ever fall into it. One man who definitely had a competent faculty of thinking was Albert Einstein, and over 200 years later, he figured out how gravity is mediated. Bodies do not exert forces on each other directly. Instead, a mass like the sun curves the space-time in its immediate vicinity. This then curves the space-time around it, and so on all the way to the Earth. So the Earth orbits the sun because the space-time Earth is passing through is curved.
Masses are affected by the local curvature of space-time, so no action at a
$122. I had a nightmare of being forever stuck inside a black hole, and the sound it created still haunts me. We should freeze Putin until we figure out how to unfreeze people, and send him on a spaceship into a black hole to infinitely suffer stretching forever. I think just killing him would suffice. Thanks for the donation, one.
A distance is required. Mathematically, this is described by Einstein's field equations.
Can you write down the Einstein field equation?
This was the result of Einstein's decade of hard work after special relativity. And essentially what we've got in the field equations, on one side it says, tell me about the distribution of matter and energy. The other side tells you what the resultant curvature of space-time is from that distribution of matter and energy. And it's a single line. It looks like, oh, this is a simple equation, right? But it's not really one equation. It's a family of equations. And to make life more difficult, they are coupled equations, so they depend upon each other. And they are differential equations, so it means that there are integrals that have to be done, So there's a whole bunch of steps that you need to do to solve the field equations.
To see what a solution to these equations would look like, we need a tool to understand space-time.
So imagine you're floating around in empty space. A flash of light goes off above your head and spreads out in all directions. Now, your entire future, anything that can and will ever happen to you, will occur within this bubble, because the only way to get out of it would be to travel faster than light. In 2 dimensions, this bubble is just a growing circle. If we allow time to run up the screen and take snapshots at regular intervals, then this light bubble traces out a cone, your future light cone. By convention, the axes are scaled so that light rays always travel at 45 degrees. This cone reveals the only region of spacetime that you can ever hope to explore and influence. Now imagine that instead of a flash of light above your head, those photons were actually traveling in from all corners of the universe, and they met at that instant and then continued traveling on in their separate directions. Well, in that case, then into the past, these photons also reveal a light cone, your past light cone. Only events that happened inside this cone could have affected you up to the present moment. We can simplify this diagram even further by plotting just one spatial and one time dimension. This is the space-time diagram of empty space. If you want to measure how far apart 2 events are in space-time, you use something called the space-time interval. The interval squared is equal to minus dt squared plus dx squared. Since spacetime is flat, the geometry is the same everywhere, and so this formula holds throughout the entire diagram, which makes it really easy to measure the separation between any 2 events. But around a mass, spacetime is curved, and therefore you need to modify the equation to take into account the geometry.
This is what solutions to Einstein's equations are like. They tell you how spacetime curves and how to measure the separation between 2 events in that curved geometry.
Einstein published his equations in 1915 during the First World War, but he couldn't find an exact solution. Luckily, a copy of his paper made its way to the Eastern Front, where Germany was fighting Russia. Stationed there was one of the best astronauts.
I seem to be blocked on your chat. I don't know what I ever said wrong. But whatever it was, I'm sorry. Can you please unhide my channel? Click on more, go to report user, and then unhide.
YouTube seems to just do that automatically for some reason, but there you go, you're unbanned. Thanks for the donation and appreciate it.
Astrophysicist of the time, Karl Schwarzschild. Despite being 41 years old, he had volunteered to calculate artillery trajectories for the German army.
At least until a greater challenge caught his attention: how to solve Einstein's field equations.
Schwarzschild did the standard physicist thing and imagined the simplest possible scenario: an eternal static universe with nothing in it except a single spherically symmetric point mass. This mass was electrically neutral and not rotating. Since this was the only feature of his universe, he measured everything using spherical coordinates relative to the center of this mass. So r is the radius, and theta and phi give the angles. For his time coordinate, he chose time as being measured by someone far away from the mass, where spacetime is essentially flat. Using this approach, Schwarzschild found the first non-trivial solution to Einstein's equations, which nowadays we write like this. This Schwarzschild metric describes how spacetime curves outside of the mass. It's pretty simple and makes intuitive sense. Far away from the mass, spacetime is nearly flat, but as you get closer and closer to it, spacetime becomes more and more curved, it attracts objects in, and time runs slower. Schwarzschild sent his solution to Einstein, concluding with, "The war treated me kindly enough, in spite of the heavy gunfire, to allow me to get away from it all and take this walk in the land of your ideas." Einstein replied, "I have read your paper with the utmost interest. I had not expected that one could formulate the exact solution to the problem in such a simple way." But what seemed at first quite simple soon became more complicated. Shortly after Schwarzschild's solution was published, people noticed two problem spots. At the center of the mass, at r equals 0, this term is divided by 0, so it blows up to infinity, and therefore this equation breaks down and it can no longer describe what's physically happening. This is what's called a singularity. Maybe that point could be excused because it's in the middle of the mass, but there's another problem spot outside of it. At a special distance from the center, known as the Schwarzschild radius, this term blows up. So there is a second singularity. What is going on here? Well, at the Schwarzschild radius, the spacetime curvature becomes so steep that the escape velocity, the speed that anything would need to leave there, is the speed of light. And that would mean that inside the Schwarzschild radius, nothing, not even light, would be able to escape. So you'd have this dark object that swallows up matter and light. A black hole, if you will.
But most scientists doubted that such an object could exist because it would require a lot of mass to collapse down into a tiny space.
How could that possibly ever happen? Astronomers at the time were studying what happens at the end of a star's life. During its lifetime, the inward force of gravity is balanced by the outward radiation pressure created by the energy released through nuclear fusion. But when the fuel runs out, the radiation pressure drops, so gravity pulls all the star material inwards. But how far? Most astronomers believed some physical process would hold it up. And in 1926, Ralph Fowler came up with a possible mechanism. Pauli's exclusion principle states that fermions, like electrons, cannot occupy the same state. So as matter gets pushed closer and closer together, the electrons each occupy their own tiny volumes. But Heisenberg's uncertainty principle says that you can't know the position and momentum of a particle with absolute certainty. So as the particles become more and more constrained in space, the uncertainty in their momentum, and hence their velocity, must go up. So the more a star is compressed, the faster electrons will wiggle around, and that creates an outward pressure. This electron degeneracy pressure would prevent the star from collapsing completely. Instead, it would form a white dwarf with a density much higher than a normal star. And remarkably enough, astronomers had observed stars that fit this description. One of them was Sirius B. But the relief from this discovery was short-lived. 4 years later, 19-year-old Subramanian Chandrasekhar traveled by boat to England to study with Fowler and Arthur Eddington, one of the most revered scientists of the time. During his voyage, Chandrasekhar realized that electron degeneracy pressure has its limits. Electrons can wiggle faster and faster, but only up to the speed of light. That means this effect can only support stars up to a certain mass, the Chandrasekhar limit. Beyond this, Chandrasekhar believed not even electron degeneracy pressure could prevent a star from collapsing. But Eddington was not impressed. He publicly blasted Chandrasekhar, saying, "There should be a law of nature to prevent a star from behaving in this absurd way."
And indeed, scientists did discover a way that stars heavier than the Chandrasekhar limit could support themselves.
When a star collapses beyond a white dwarf, electrons and protons fuse together to form neutrinos and neutrons. These neutrons are also fermions, but with nearly 2,000 times the mass of an electron, their degeneracy pressure is even stronger. So this is what holds up neutron stars.
There was this conviction among scientists that even if we didn't know the mechanism, something would prevent a star from collapsing into a single point and forming a black hole. Because black holes were just too preposterous to be real.
The big blow to this belief came in the late 1930s, when J. Robert Oppenheimer and George Volkoff found that neutron stars also have a maximum mass. Shortly after, Oppenheimer and Hartland Snyder showed that for the heaviest stars, there is nothing left to save them when their fuel runs out. They wrote, "This contraction will continue indefinitely." But Einstein still couldn't believe it. Oppenheimer was saying that stars can collapse indefinitely, but when Einstein looked at the math, he found that time freezes on the horizon, so it seemed like nothing could ever enter, which suggested that either there's something we don't understand, or that black holes can't exist.
But Oppenheimer offered a solution to the problem. He said, to an outside observer, you could never see anything go in, but if you were traveling across the event horizon, you wouldn't notice anything unusual, and you'd go right past it without even knowing it. So how is this possible?
We need a space-time diagram of a black hole. On the left is the singularity at r equals 0. The dotted line at r equals 2m is the event horizon. Since the black hole doesn't move, these lines go straight up in time. Now let's see how ingoing and outgoing light rays travel in this curved geometry. When you're really far away, the future light cones are at the usual 45 degrees. But as you get closer to the horizon, the light cones get narrower and narrower, until right at the event horizon, they're so narrow that they point straight up. And inside the horizon, the light cones tip to the left. But something strange happens with ingoing light rays.
They fall in, but they don't get to r equals 2m. They actually asymptote to that value as time goes to infinity. But they don't end at infinity, right? Mathematically, they are connected and come back in, and they're traveling in this direction.
Veritasium makes amazing videos. Wish you'd react to him more often, but I can see how it can be boring for your chat. He's been releasing videos very frequently now. I hope it doesn't degrade his quality of research. His katana video has some flaws in it.
I haven't really seen much of his content. I've seen a few. I think there's some other video he made about, like, how we judge, like, kilograms or something, and I think that was a little off.
How much money would it take Fu to finally ban that motherfucker Christie? Spam incoming. Ktv ejurif kitchugu ye f grfsrud kufftj chuju with krieg chura fed chuft third big gg.
We would need $637 to ban Christie. That's where the goal is right now. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Thanks for the donation, Proud Lolicon.
And this bothered a lot of people. This bothered people like Einstein because he looked at these equations and went, well, if nothing can cross this sort of boundary, then how could there be black holes? How could black holes even form?
So what is going on here? Well, What's important to recognize is that this diagram is a projection. It's basically a 2D map of 4-dimensional curved space-time.
It's just like projecting the 3D Earth onto a 2D map. When you do that, you always get distortions. There is no perfectly accurate way to map the Earth onto a 2D surface, but different maps can be useful for different purposes. For example, if you want to keep angles and shapes the same, like if you're sailing across the ocean and you need to find your bearings, you can use the Mercator projection. That's the one Google Maps uses. A downside is that it misrepresents sizes. Africa and Greenland look about the same size, but Africa is actually around 14 times larger. The Gall-Peters projection keeps relative sizes accurate, but as a result, angles and shapes are distorted.
In a similar way, we can make different projections of 4D spacetime to study different properties of it. Physical reality doesn't change, but the way the map describes it does.
He had chosen to put a particular coordinate system over space and have a time coordinate. And off you go. It's the most sensible thing to do, right?
People realize that if you choose a different coordinate system by doing a coordinate substitution, then the singularity at the event horizon disappears.
It goes away. That problem goes away. And things can actually cross into the black hole.
What this tells us is that there is no real physical singularity at the event horizon. It just resulted from a poor choice of coordinate system. Another way to visualize what's going on is by describing space as flowing in towards the black hole, like a waterfall. As you get closer, space starts flowing in faster and faster. Photons emitted by the spaceship have to swim against this flow, and this becomes harder and harder the closer you get. Photons emitted just outside the horizon can barely make it out, but it takes longer and longer. At the horizon, space falls in as fast as the photons are swimming. So if the horizon had a finite width, then photons would get stuck here. Photons from everything that ever fell in. But the horizon is infinitely thin, so in reality, photons either eventually escape or fall in. Inside the horizon, space falls faster than the speed of light, and so everything falls into the singularity. So Oppenheimer was right. Someone outside a black hole can never see anything enter, because the last photons they can see will always be from just outside the horizon. But if you yourself go, you will fall right across the event horizon and into the singularity.
Now, you can extend the waterfall model to cover all 3 spatial dimensions, and that gives you this. A real simulation of space flowing into a static black hole, made by my friend Alessandro from ScienceClick. Later, we'll use this model to see what it's like falling into a rotating black hole. Now, I've never been sucked into a black hole, but sometimes it feels like it when I'm stuck on the phone with a spam caller. Fortunately, today's sponsor, Incogni, can help. You know, I used to get several spam calls a day, and they frustrated me so much that I wrote a letter to the Do Not Call registry to get my number removed. But I no longer have to collect things in requests. Queue off for sponsoring time maps.
If you take this map and transform it so that incoming and outgoing light rays all travel at 45 degrees like we're used to, then something fascinating happens. The black hole singularity on the left transforms into a curved line at the top.
Mike $20, who to win in a fight between a tiger and a polar bear? I might put my money on the tiger because it's so much faster, but polar bears are pretty fucking huge and they have really tough skin.
This is extremely dangerous. Grows to about 5.3 feet, 1.6 meters, tall at the shoulder, and 7.2 to 8.2 feet, 2.2 to 2.5 meters in length. Sunlight can pass through the thick fur, its heat being absorbed by the bear's black skin. Strong, sharp claws are all 11 feet, 3.3 meters in length, with a tail measuring 3 feet, 1 meter.
Wait, how much do
Adult
polar bears
male
weigh?
5 and 1. It grows to.
Okay, they can be from 900 to 1,600 pounds. And male tigers are about 700.
Smaller.
So polar bear is like twice the size.
Weighing up to 400 pounds. 108.
Dodo donated $2. Didn't know you'd watch the whole video, but I'm glad you are because I like the video. Well, that's good, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. Glad you're enjoying it.
This big cat lives in a much smaller. Bear cubs are killed more often in their huge territories in search of food. The two largest and dangerous creatures say that the Siberian tiger definitely has a good chance of winning. Very long dagger-sharp canines and razor-sharp retractable claws that are curved for gripping very tight. Its disadvantages are that they are lighter in weight, not as large and bulky compared to the biggest bears. Their skin is not as thick as a bear's, and low stamina level.
Yeah, you know, I might give it to the polar bear now.
Polar bears are the largest land mammalian predator. It is so huge and has a very bulky physical build. A very thick, fatty layer of skin, the big cats, and very little agility. Neither animal is good at stamina. The element of surprise versus a fully grown polar bear. It's a fairly safe bet that the absolutely massive size of the polar bear will help it win in a death match versus the world's largest ambush kill tiger.
Draw Christy going to KFC like the dumb fat bitch she is. Get creative. VG style. Make her look stupid and weak. Like she can't resist the temptation getting a fucking zinger burger.
Okay, I'll try and do that. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Appreciate it. Yeah, they had the polar bear winning. I don't know, they're like twice the fucking size and they have thicker skin and everything. I have a feeling the polar bear would win.
And since the future always points up in this map, it tells us that the singularity is not actually a place in space, instead it's a moment in time. The very last moment in time for anything that enters a black hole. The map we've just created is a Kruskal-Zeckers diagram. But this only represents a portion of the universe, the part inside the black hole's event horizon and the part of the universe closest to it. But what we can do is contract the whole universe, the infinite past, infinite distance, and infinite future, and morph it into a single map. It's like using the universe's best fisheye lens. That gives us this Penrose diagram. Again, light rays still always go at 45 degrees, so the future always points up. The infinite past is in the bottom of the diagram, the infinite future at the top, and the sides on the right are infinitely far away. The black hole singularity is now a straight line at the top, a final moment in time. These lines are all at the same distance from the black hole, so the singularity is at r equals 0, the horizon is at r equals 2m, this line is at r equals 4m, and this is infinitely far away. All of these lines are at the same time.
What's great about this map is that it's very easy to see where you can still go and what could have affected you.
For example, when you're here, you've got a lot of freedom. You can enter the black hole or fly off to infinity. And you can see and receive information from this area. But if you go beyond the horizon, your only possible future is to meet the singularity. You can still, however, see and receive information from the universe. You just can't send any back out. Now, think about being at this point in the map. This is at the event horizon, and now your entire future is within the black hole. But what is the past of this moment? Well, you can draw the past light cone, and it reveals this new region. If you're inside this region, you can send signals to the universe, but no matter where you are in the universe, nothing can ever enter this region, because it will never be inside your light cone. So things can come out, but never go in. This is the opposite of a black hole, a white hole. What color is a white hole?
Ooh. I mean, it's going to be it's not going to have a color, right? It's going to be whatever's being spat out of it. It depends what's in there and gets thrown out. That's what you are going to see. So if it's got light in there, it's got mass in there, it's all going to be ejected. So the white hole kind of picture is the time reverse picture of a black hole. Instead of things falling in, things get expelled outwards. And so whilst a black hole has a membrane, the Schwarzschild horizon, which once you cross, you can't get back out, the white hole has the opposite. If you're inside the event horizon, you have to be ejected. So it kicks you out, kind of thing, right? Relativity doesn't tell you which way time flows. There's nothing in there that says that that is the future and that is the past. When you're doing your mathematics and you're working out the behavior of objects, you make a choice about which direction is the future. But mathematically, you could have chosen the other way, right? You could have had time point in the opposite direction. Any solution that you find in relativity, mathematically, you can just flip it and get a time reverse solution, and that's also a solution to the equations.
Now, we've been showing things being ejected to the right, but they could just as well be ejected to the left. So what's over there? This line is not at infinity, so there should be something beyond it. If we eject things in this direction, you find that they enter a whole new universe, one parallel to our own.
We can fall into this black hole, and
Who is Christy and why should we ban her?
Christy is a girl in chat, and we should ban her because she's a disgusting meat eater with a stinky hole. Thanks for the donation, Kenneth.
Somebody in this universe here could fall into this black hole in their universe, and we would find ourselves in the same black hole.
The only downside is that we'd both soon end up in the singularity. I guess I'm just trying to understand where that universe appears in the mathematical part of the solution. Like, can you point to the part of the equation and be like, so that's our universe, and then these terms here, that's the other universe, or do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, it's coordinates, right? Imagine somebody, right, came up with a coordinate system for the Earth, but only the northern hemisphere. And you looked at that coordinate system, right? And you looked at it and you said, I can see the coordinate system, it looks fine, but mathematically, latitudes can be negative, right? You've only got positive latitudes in your solution. What about the negative ones? And they said to you, negative ones? No southern hemisphere, right? And you've got to go, well, the mathematics says that you can have negative latitudes. Maybe we should go and look over the equator to see if there is something down there. And I know that's a kind of extreme example because we know we live on a globe, but we don't know the full geometry of what's going on here, in the sense that Schwarzschild laid down coordinates over part of the solution. It was like him only laying down coordinates on the northern hemisphere. And other people have come along and said, hey, there's a southern hemisphere. And more than that, there's two Earths. That's why it's called maximal extension. It's like, if I have this mathematical structure, then what is the extent of the coordinates that I can consider? And with the Schwarzschild black hole, you get a second universe that has its own independent set of coordinates from our universe. I want to emphasize, right? This is the simplest solution to the Einstein field equations, and it already...
All right, here's my drawing of Christy going to KFC. There's Christy on the floor eating KFC chicken out of a bucket, and a black guy is shoving a drumstick up her butt. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It contains a black hole, white hole, and 2 universes.
That's what you get when you push this map to its limits, so that every edge ends at a singularity or infinity.
And in fact, there's another little feature in here, which is that little point there where they cross. That is an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
To see it, we need to change coordinates. Now, this line is at constant Kruskal time, and it connects the space of both universes. You can see what the space-time is like by following this line from right to left.